It is day 3 here at the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. I'm standing in for Kaja, but I still think this is going to be a great day of chess. It's day 3, as I said, it's moving day. It's 16 players trying to narrow down and become one of those final 8 who will actually make it to the quarterfinals. Second to last day of group stages. Get ready for some great chess and welcome to the Chessable Masters.
He's taken it.
He's done it.
Oh, mind of a computer, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Rook is under fire. 2 seconds again by Eric. Oh, he made the move.
Wow, look at the evaluation bar. Just shot up in Black's favour. Duda could not stand the tension. He took this pawn.
It's going to be checkmate.
Magnus shaking his head.
As,
look at the bar.
3 seconds.
1 second to make a move. Wow.
This just looks glorious for white. This is my ultimate fancy, getting a position like this one from an opening. Crazy tactics. Prag is just showing off now. It's just a masterpiece.
The winner is young Christoph Duda.
And welcome in here to what is day 3. It is Sverre Carlsen standing in for Kaja, but fortunately we have a panel that you're very well familiar with. We have GM David Howell, we have the GM Simon Williams, and also the IM Jovanka. Thank you for being here with me and actually guiding me through this first day.
Welcome.
Thank you. But I'd like to go back to how we've experienced the tournament so far, David. How would you summarize what's been happening the first 2 days?
It's been fun, it's been interesting, lots of decisive games, which has been the theme actually of the tour this season. But it's been maybe some younger players, some unknown names that are actually impressing the most.
Yeah, and which one has been the most impressive for you, Simon?
Well, I think Wei Yi has been amazing. I mean, he's been leading all the way through. He hasn't played for a long time, but his standard of chess has been incredible. So, yeah, he's certainly shining above everyone else at the moment.
Shining above everyone else and also above Magnus Carlsen. He's been a bit up and down, tipsy-turvy. He's played some good games, but he's also had some of those one-move blunders that we're not used to seeing from him.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really shocking moment yesterday against the 16-year-old Pragnananda when he simply just blundered a piece. I mean, we don't see that from the world champion. But what can I say? You know, he's famous for making those comebacks, and I'm sure today he's going to be stronger, tougher, more fierce than ever.
Maybe he's starting to develop a little bit of a Pragnananda complex here, Magnus Carlsen. Let's take a look at how the standings are right now after 2 days played of what is the Chessable Masters.
I think Prag is the one fighting for his life now, fighting for the draw. Black is the one in charge.
Well, that usually means Magnus will keep playing.
Yeah. Okay, Magnus is taking risks. He's trying to be a bit sneaky here. This pawn pushed. White could not take Black's pawn in the center because look at the Black Rook and the White Bishop. They're on the same line.
Hasn't
The
he
White
just
Rook can come across,
blundered?
giving a check.
Oh, look at
and
his face.
And the Black Knight falls off.
Incredible.
There we go, check.
He's just blundered. Complete blunder.
Wow.
Magnus self-destructs. He just loses his knight on the next move.
Wow.
And he
Prag
resigns.
wins again against Magnus.
Pragnananda, he beats Magnus Carlsen again.
Oh, that white pawn, though, it's surely going to win the game now for Magnus, that white pawn. Harry.
Yeah, definitely.
He's done the job, yeah.
It's, I mean, I can see so many ways that, for instance, the white bishop can actually relocate itself to the g8 square, and then you can get rid of the bishop.
White's actually down on material right now, but White is completely winning because that Black Rook is caged in. And yeah, the Black pawn in the middle is going to drop sooner or later. You can tell on the body language, Magnus knows it's winning, and Mishra gives up. Okay, he's brought his king forward.
But this allows the bishop to retreat with check.
Yeah, I mean, surely White wants to play that anyway, yeah?
I think Sam panicked. He's low on the clock. That bishop's done all the heavy lifting in this game.
Yeah, it's tremendous.
Kicking away the Black Queen, and next move, that Black pawn drops with check. Yeah. The White Rook just picks it off now, and you have an attack, and you have an extra pawn.
Yeah.
And you have the better pieces. And here we go. Bishop for knight trade, and Magnus now. Remember that white pawn, I said it, that white a6 pawn, it helps the attack.
Wow.
After all of that,
Is he going to resign?
The seeds.
Looks like he's resigning here.
Yeah, it is over. Sam Shanklin loses to world champion Magnus Carlsen.
And these highlights lead us to these current standings right now. In top, Wei Yi with his 18 points, his $4,500 earned in front of, maybe a little bit surprisingly, David Anton and also Magnus Carlsen, who's made his way up this table here, David.
Yep, Magnus Carlsen, despite a few slips here and there, he's very consistent in general, and yeah, he's been taking the wins when it counts.
But I notice it's quite a lack of surprises in this top 8 list right now, Simon.
Yeah. I mean, most of the players you would have thought are up there. I mean, there's a bit of a surprise, I think, I expected Mamedyarov to do much better. I think he still can. I'm also got my maybe personal people I'm rooting for. Are commentators allowed to do that? Well, I hope so. Eric Hansen, he's got a big fan base, and Niels Grandilius is a friend as well who's been here presenting. But anything can change around pretty much in these last 2 days. There's a lot to play for.
It's very close between 8th place, that magical 8th place, and even down to 12th, 13th. There's chances for everyone still.
Yeah, because as you're saying, it's only 10 points leading up to 8 points for 13. That's 2 points separating. And with 3 points for a win, Jovanka, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything can happen. So, I mean, today is going to be such a critical moment for the players. They're going to have to score as many points as possible because tomorrow, you have to remember, there are only 3 games of chess.
The level of chess between these players may not be that great. I think it's a lot greater if we take this panel, and myself included, for example. But that's a cue word for our question of the day, Jovanka, level of chess.
Yeah, level of chess. You kind of called it. That is what we're asking everyone. What is your chess level? What is your playing style? What are your weaknesses? Tell us, how you enjoy the game. And tell us everything about your chess, really. And as always, you can enter our quiz of the day by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And today we have a very special Chessable course up for grabs. Well, it is Gawain Jones who's actually playing in the tournament. It's his repertoire on the King's Indian.
That's exciting. Let's see who Gawain Jones is starting against today. He's playing a pretty interesting match to begin with today. We're not going to be following that one, but he's playing the world champion Magnus Carlsen. And I know Gawain Jones, he's a bit of a player's player. He's so creative, he's so exciting, but he hasn't had too much success here so far.
No, I'm surprised. He just hasn't performed in these events, and he's a good friend of all of ours. It's a bit disappointing. He's so much better than his score. I just want to put it out there. He's phenomenal normally. Really good tactician, really good positional player. And I'm kind of thinking, okay, the pressure's off now. He's playing Magnus Carlsen. He's got the white pieces. I think we're all kind of secretly cheering for him here and hope he plays a very nice game against Magnus, because he is a great player. And it is a great prize. His course, fantastic prize.
Also going to be very exciting with Dignoren against Prague. We have Hansen, Grandelius, 2 players looking in. But we also have 4 more matches being played. And the one that we're going to focus on to begin with today is the all-Dutch encounter. Jordan van Foreest against Anish Giri. And you would think that Anish Giri had the heads-up stats here. We're going to look closer into that later, but you may be surprised. Also, Shanklin against Virit. We have Wei against Mishra, Mamedyarov against Tari. We're bound for a fun start of the day today.
Yeah, absolutely. These are really exciting, dynamic players. We don't invite boring players onto the tour. And for sure, we are going to have a lot of fireworks on the board. And I'm really looking forward to today's encounter between the 2 Dutchmen.
It's one thing that we talked about, perhaps Gawain Jones is going to struggle against Magnus Carlsen, but he may not just struggle against Magnus, because to create a world champion, it also takes a pretty big team, a pretty amazing team standing behind you to be able to do this much research, to put in this much time. And in this broadcast today, we've been given the exclusive access to Magnus Carlsen's training camp. We're going to be talking to his coach, some of his helpers, how he actually prepares for these big matches. And here's a little preview of what you can see later in this broadcast.
First of all, we have Peter. He's both the leader of the team and he's also the adult in the room. Sometimes, at least. He's also probably the only smart guy here. Then we have perhaps our most important member, which is Sverre. He's been here ever since the first one in 2013. I wanted somebody French in the team. And Vacher Lagrave Bacro was not available, so it was this guy. And now I feel that he's kind of the glue in the group. Everybody loves. Everybody laughs with him. They laugh at him. He's done a great job for many years. Then we have Jan. He's the go-to guy for both medium culture and low culture references. And it's also pretty good at e5 as black, and especially the marshal. Jordan, also known as the new guy. In this team, he fulfills several roles. One is obviously punching bag in blitz games. No idea is too good or too bad to warrant his attention, which is very important. And then finally, of course, we have Daniel, who is, I would say, with Jordan, it's not as distinctly young, but he still has a bit of the same curiosity, although he has become a bit more selective and a bit more conservative and solid with the years.
Are we still talking chess?
Yes. And there's a clear dynamic, so if there's a creative idea, it comes from one of these two guys. If it's a boring idea, it's Fres. If it's a good idea, it's Jan. And if it's a crazy idea, it's probably Peter. But eventually, Daniel's ideas, with some of the help of the others, become good, and Jordan's ideas remain to be seen, but probably will be good as well.
I'm actually really looking forward to seeing this myself, and from my understanding, this is quite an exclusive look within. I mean, you actually had to get approval from the team to be able to show all these pictures because we're going to go deep in.
Yeah, of course, everyone remembers the big mishap that happened to Fabiano Caruana when he tried to do the same and they accidentally revealed the chess opening preparation. So definitely, just getting to know the dynamics, also to kind of guess who fulfills what role is definitely very, very instructive for Magnus Carlsen's future World Championship challenger.
Could a world champion ever emerge without a team behind them?
No. I think maybe a few years ago, there was the case of Fischer who, got some help, but mostly he was doing everything himself. And I think nowadays you see the young players, they've already built those big teams around them. It's parents, it's coaches, it's everything in between. And I think you need that now. There's just so much information out there, so much research to be done, and that kind of helps to lessen the load.
But it's so many top players. These guys, at least some of them, are possibly candidates themselves later on.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. This is why Magnus has got them. He's and it's a really interesting mix. You saw that he had the rocks in the team, who the stabilisers like Peter Heine, but then he's got the Cowboys. He's got the Dubovs there as well, and the Jordan van Forests. And it was quite interesting actually because he was saying, "Oh, Jordan is the punching bag," and in the last event, Jordan actually beat him. So, a little bit of controversy there.
Be careful of whom you invite to your camps, that's for sure. But let's look at the play zone right now and where the players are sitting while they play in this tournament. As we were mentioning yesterday as well, it's almost midnight in China. That's where Wei and Ding are currently sitting. That's tough, playing chess in the middle of the night.
They're both done very, very well, but, it's actually going to count in these later stages, when the exhaustion of playing at such a kind of an unnatural time is going to perhaps take its toll. But then again, chess players, they fall into two camps, they're either early birds or night owls.
Am I wrong in assuming that you that you fall into the category of not quite the early bird, David?
Yeah, when you said unnatural times there to start the games, I think midnight's the perfect time to start the games. It's when you're most awake, most alive.
Maybe this is a good indication of how differently they think, though, and how differently they approach these games, because some players are sitting here ready. We're not surprised that Magnus is not present, because he's never been present before a game in his life, I believe, but we see here some people like to sit and prepare. How are you, Simon? Do you like to be ready a little bit of time in advance?
Yeah, I'm kind of the opposite to David, actually. I'm more talking about over the board. I like getting there a little bit earlier, trying to get into the zone and trying to block out everything in the hall. And I think, it's a lot of pressure before the game. I think David is sort of, you like coming in late, don't you, David, and avoiding, those people looking and just, all that pressure, I guess.
Yeah, I prefer just starting, and talking of starting, here we go.
But we can see both Jordan van Forests, we can see Anish Giri. When it comes to how these guys have been doing against each other, it's actually Jordan who's had the up on Anish Giri.
Yeah, the rating's actually getting closer now. Anish isn't such a big favourite on paper anymore, and yeah, historically, it's definitely Jordan with the upper hand, beating Anish in last month's Oslo Esports Cup, beating him a couple of times in Vikensee, Dutch Championships. If anything, Jordan is in Anish's head.
And he actually told me that when I was doing the interview with him during the Masters. He said that I never beat Jordan, so forget about it. He beats me every time. We're going to get started here instead. It's an opening, David.
It is, and it's the Reti opening, actually one that we focused a lot on yesterday. One of my favourite first moves, White bringing out the knight. And the Reti, the beauty of it is that White is super flexible. Now White can choose which pawn to push. Is Jordan going to push? Okay, this is maybe the third or fourth most popular option in that position. If that, pushing the B pawn forward, getting ready to create a nice little home for White's dark square bishop. That White dark square bishop is going to park itself on the B2 square and fianchetto itself on the longest diagonal.
Yeah, this is it's interesting because when you see Jordan play and you see Anish is going the other way, fianchettoing, but he often tries to get Anish out of mainline theory because we know how strong Anish is in mainline. Double fianchetto system here, David. That is quite peculiar, isn't it? It's
not just peculiar, but it's very unlike Jordan. Normally he's quite direct, and part of the reason he's a core kind of member of Magnus Carlsen's team and previously part of Anish Giri's team is because he's so good at these attacking ideas where you calculate everything, and this is the type of position where...
Is B5 the speckled hen?
I was going to say.
Is it called the speckled hen?
Speckled hen.
Is that right?
Wow.
I remember Keith Arkle. Some openings have got ridiculous names, like the monkey's bum is one. I didn't just make that up, I think, but this might be called the speckled hen. I don't know if it's named after a beer in England or something else. Is that right?
Speckled egg.
Oh, speckled egg. It might be the speckled egg.
But I think it's very similar to this. I think it's normally a slightly different variant, but it's definitely pushing that black B pawn forward. And Simon, you mentioned those weird, wacky opening names. Stay tuned later in the week. I did do a test with Magnus on some weird, wacky opening names. And
did he know them all?
He didn't know them all.
Okay.
Spoilers, but he knew some of them. And there are a lot of cool opening names. I think there's over 1,500 named openings out there. So
that's a lot.
Don't know how many you guys can name. I couldn't have named this one for sure.
Well, I just got this wrong. Was it the egg or the hen? Which came first?
The reason this is such a kind of weird opening is because now Black gains so much time. Black's pawn and gaining so much space as well. Black's pawns on this left flank throwing themselves forward, and
this is so strange. You know that there are only 2 games in my database, and yeah,
wow.
And we're talking about a database of millions and millions of games, and it's bizarre. You know, I didn't guess any of those moves actually, because I actually expected, and we talked a lot about this kind of whole concept of pawns dominating the knight circuit, but Anish has just taken that rule and just thrown it out the window, and it's like, yeah, I'm going to step forward and attack the knight.
Well, we can expect a chessable course on this soon, can't we now? On the speckled, I don't know which one it is, speckled something.
The hen or the egg?
Yeah, the egg or the hen, maybe both. But
that could be your 29th chessable course, Simon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've seen Peter Svidler play this way as well, actually, in a tournament in Ireland, the Bunratty tournament. Well, I think everyone's favourite tournament. Once you go there, you always want to go back. But this is more Jordan. This is more his style, isn't it?
This is really aggressive from Jordan, and we have to jump in and show what's just happened, because with his last move, White pushing the pawn to the E4 square. Better late than never. He has set a small trap. This pawn is untouchable. It looks like it's undefended, but if you take it with the black knight, then suddenly you've opened up this diagonal for the white bishop, and suddenly the white bishop can actually go and take its counterpart on the G7 square. This bishop was undefended, and White wins a piece. So this pawn, you cannot touch it, and big question for Anish Giri. If you just castle, which is a very safe, logical move, then you have to decide what to do after White pushes even further forward, kicking away the knight.
We know what's coming after that move, David, don't we?
Once the black knight moves away, once it vacates the king side, the protection of Black's king, then suddenly, as Simon mentions, we know what's coming. The H pawn is going to throw itself down the board.
Oh, yeah, baby.
This is the target, the black king.
That is a red rag to an H pawn, isn't it, that one? So,
I mean, we're not saying it's good for White. It probably isn't good for White, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun for us.
It's the Jordan thing to do, isn't it? It certainly is. And I remember Anish, actually, one thing about, maybe worth pointing out, he wrote about one of his games in New in Chess, which is a really good publication, and he was talking about the fianchetto bishops, and he pointed out, which I think is just something really worth remembering, that the fianchetto bishop on the king side, so if if we see the ones on the right-hand side of the board, where they're both fianchettoed, are better than the ones on the other side of the board, because you can guard that bishop with your king later on. And I always find that, you know, if you've got two bishops, as you have, pointing at each other, the one that's guarded by the king when it goes to castle is the better bishop, because it's more secure. And it's just something worth thinking about if you're trying to develop, you know, fianchetto sometimes, that little point.
That's interesting. I've never ever heard that rule before. So a bit of nugget of information there from Giri, and that must mean he quite likes his position if the black king does castle and guard the bishop in front of it. But he's hesitating, maybe just the ghosts of all those defeats to Jordan in the past, just saying, OK, don't castle the black king, don't make it a target for white's attack. Maybe black will just push a pawn, maybe to stop the advance of white's central pawn. It's already getting exciting.
I was going to ask, I mean, do you think that this opening is so random and so offbeat that Anish will be looking at really trying to neutralise it? Because there's kind of, we spoke about this a few days earlier, about how, you know, when your opponent plays something weird, it's annoying.
He's castled.
Okay.
Jovanka. He's going.
I think the problem with this opening is, how do you neutralise it? All the pawns, all the pieces are still on the board, and okay,
come on, Harry.
We're following the variation we just showed.
Is it going to go? Okay, hands in the air.
Like you just don't care.
Oh, what he's gone in.
Oh, okay. It's gone in the middle. Oh, okay.
Strange decision of where to put the black knight. It looks like the black knight is about to get trapped behind enemy lines in white's half of the board, but maybe that black knight does have a couple of escape squares to run to.
Yeah.
Interesting. This is already one of the weirdest positions I've seen in terms of openings on the tour this season, and it's only moved 9. OK, white does finally complete the fianchetto of his light-squared bishop, and black trying to break out, fighting for space in the centre now.
Yeah, this is a nice move, I think, that Anish has just played, because he was getting a little bit cramped in the centre of the board, and you can't let your opponent take all the space in the centre. And this last lunge, at least, is trying to grab some of that space back from the black side.
Big question now, guys. Are we going to see en passant? Black's pawn has just moved 2 squares forward. White can just capture that pawn as if it's moved 1 square. So do you take this pawn off the board? Do you take with your own pawn, or do you leave it? If you leave this pawn on the board, then you have to step back with your own knight, and maybe suddenly these knights are a bit clumsy. Black's knight actually looks like it's the better piece, if anything. But if you take en passant, then suddenly there is tension between these 2 bishops. We could, for example, see a trade, and black's queen taking this pawn, black's pawn recapturing, and still, big question. This knight, fianchettoed knights are the worst pieces, unless they're defending a king. So, yeah, strange position, but big decision for you.
We talked about en passant yesterday, actually, with Kaya, and we mentioned it's one of the hardest moves to grasp when you're trying to learn chess, because you're taking, but not on a square where there's a piece. You know, I think loads of people struggle with this. I remember myself, I was like, you can't do that. It took me ages trying to get used to this rule. So it's a strange one, capturing passing.
Yeah, and then it only happens, to reinforce this, it only happens when your pawn is on the 5th rank and your opponent tries to bypass it by moving 2 squares forward. So your opponent's pawn has to move 2 squares forward. If it had just, for example, moved 1 square forward now, then you can't take it. Your opponent's pawn has to have moved 2 squares. But Jordan, he says no, he doesn't want to take this pawn, and he steps back with his knight. This is much more of a Jordan type of decision, keeping the tension, keeping pieces on the board. But as I mentioned, these 2 white knights, somehow they don't feel like they're that great anymore. There's nowhere for them to jump to later.
Yeah, and black's position kind of suddenly looks harmonious, doesn't it? You know, he's got the centre, he's got gain more space. You know, his pieces have got natural posts. So I like Anish's position. I think he needed to capture that pawn.
Yeah.
Better style, isn't it?
What happens now, for example, if black's bishop does come out, stopping white from castling, because now white can't castle through check. That's not legal. So now white's king is stranded in the centre of the board. If you try and block this bishop's diagonal, for example, pushing your pawn forward, then the black knight might be able to jump in. Yes, we could see a trade, for example, but now white has lost all control over the dark squares. Really, really imbalanced position. And Anish has been thinking for a long time, but OK, he does push his pawn forward, gaining more space, very logical as well. Yeah, I think this is just Jordan trying to play against the man, not the board. He's trying to get inside Anish's head yet again and make it as imbalanced as possible.
Yeah, that does remind me of that those tweets from yesterday's quiz of the day, where they say they try to play something creative and then spend their time going, why? Why did I do this?
It can easily
Why did I
backfire.
create my own problems? And talking about tweets while the players are thinking, we're asking, what is your chess level? And Amin Shah Rivavi says that they're at the level that they can surprise and win against a 2200 rated player, which is a very strong level, and then immediately fall for a scholar's mate the next game. Oh.
What kind of level is that?
Inconsistent.
Very inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
You keep yourself guessing.
Yeah, and
I'm guessing.
yeah. And Obi-Wan Martin says that their chess level is foundation. Everyone else is using me to build their chess careers, trying to improve on lead chess by playing about 20 games every day and studying like crazy. Yeah, definitely that is the way to go if you want to improve your chess. Just keep playing chess. And there's lots of resources out there, like, for instance, Chessable, Chess24, and many, many more. If you're at the very, very novice level, the beginner level, do you recommend playing more or reading more? Both, actually.
Both, yeah.
I mean, there's such a wonder about being at the foundation level, about being a beginner, because everything is new to you. Mm-hmm. And, there's a delight that you get when you discover something that, you think, oh, eureka, I got it. And when you win your first game, there's nothing bigger, actually, than winning that game. I mean, you get a real adrenaline rush. I don't think you ever get that again. It's these television broadcast is creating a really weird specimen of chess players sometimes, because you have players who's hardly ever played a game, and they still have some tactical dispositions and some understanding that they received from listening to a lot of players like you.
Yeah, and often they have that understanding, but putting that into practice is the hardest thing. So I would definitely recommend playing for a period, playing a bunch of games, but then mixing it up and then going through a study phase, back to playing, studying, and then just that kind of freshness will help improve. Meanwhile, a couple of moves. White did castle the king, very logical. White's king super safe. But after the black knight came out, White's rook centralizing. It does feel like White's pawn in the center of the board is a target.
Definitely, yeah.
Simon, do you think this game is maybe turning in Anisha's favour?
Yeah, I do. I think we were very surprised about Anisha's knight jump. You see the knight that's in White's half of the board, but this move, I think, which he played instantaneously, has turned out to be, I think, a great move, a fantastic move, because it has allowed the black pawn to come into the centre of the board. So that to me was a key move, showing great understanding by Anish. I mean, talking about learning as well, this is the Chessable leg, and Chessable is such a good resource if you want to learn openings. You might not find this opening because it's a little bit wacky, but if you're trying to get some basic opening knowledge, they've got loads of free stuff out there as well. So, loads of free courses, so you can start with that. You don't have to get your wallet out to start with. And then if you want to get the real professional tuition, then there's nearly a course on everything out there. So and these short and sweet courses that you're referring to, they're amazing, because you can actually still use their moves trainer. And that's such a lovely way to learn chess. I mean, actually, I only used Wesley So's short and sweet course, and I just used it to kind of like build myself a repertoire by pushing the king's pawn. And it was fantastic. Yeah, I was wondering, I know our main presenter today, he's a poker star, comes from a poker background, while I knock over all the drinks behind me. But do you have something similar in poker? Do you have, I know it's a different game, but do you have any ways you sort of have to repeat patterns to learn in that? Or is it quite unique to chess? I think it's a lot of aspects that are quite similar. I think, from my understanding, a lot of poker players who's later started chess, they tend to have a pretty good understanding of a lot of middle game type situations, but they may not have the discipline that it takes to really try to get into the more learned part of chess. They have a lot of the intuitive stuff, and they never get there, because myself included, because it's so hard to accept the fact that you're not going to be instinctive about this. You haven't learned it at a young enough age, and you can't bring it to the level that you like to, because both are mind games. It's quite similar, yet so different that you can never push that threshold, in a sense. Yeah, I mean, we all started very young. I mean, very, very young. And I think there are cases of people learning, you know, when they're later on in life, but you've got to put a lot of hours in, you know, and it gets harder when you have a family and the life outside of chess. So, but I mean, even as long as you're improving, I think that's the key thing, isn't it? And enjoying it while
Chess
you
has
do it. So.
changed so much in the last 10 years alone with all the technology, all the new developments, ways of learning. Is it the same in poker? I mean, just the amount of exposure, the amount of television broadcasts, for example, has that helped general understanding between players? Might tend to drop something there. Sorry.
We're doing great today. What else can we drop?
Meanwhile, there's been a trade of pawns on the board, but still the status quo maintained.
I think it's somewhat against me because I noticed that every time someone asks me a question here, you're pushing something over. But to answer the question quickly, it's I think it's a whole lot easier for a chess player to become good at other mind games than it is for players who's played other games to become a good chess player. It's just something about that instinctive feel and something that you have to grow up with it to not reach the ceiling too early.
I think there's a lot of cases of chess players moving on to poker, for example. I mean, we saw Magnus Carlsen recently playing a big event, and I know Grischuk, he's won millions. Other players, you know, there's lots of cases of that transition as well. But we do have a lot of moves in the game here, David, a bit of change in pawn structure, and how are things sort of going?
Yeah, we can just show the last couple of moves. White did actually try to challenge Black's strong pawn centre here. So he pushed forward with his own pawn 2 squares. And when you push forward with your pawn 2 squares, if your opponent has a pawn ready to capture, then en passant is possible. And that's actually happened. So Anish Giri took this pawn as if it just moved 1 square. And after White recaptured, as you mentioned, Simon, a change in pawn structure. And at least temporarily, there is a pawn up for grabs in the centre of the board. Because this white bishop has been blocked in, Black can go greedy and grab White's central pawn, but I'm not sure he wants to rush with this, because after a trade, for example, White's queen just moving out the way, suddenly there's a lot of pressure. Black's pieces, which are nicely centralised, they are a bit clumsy, and White has simple ideas, for example, of bringing the rook to the centre, pinning a pawn against the Black queen. Also, there's tension on this diagonal, so White could, at some point, push his pawn forward, undermine Black's central pawn. So, yes, Black's a pawn up, but I think Black loses too much time in the process. So, just instinctively, I would spend probably most of my time calculating this move, because you can win a pawn. But if you don't see maybe a follow-up, if you don't see what to do next, how to reply to White's active moves, then you can look for alternatives. And Black has alternatives. You can move the queen 1 square forward. You can just maintain the tension there. You could think about pushing this pawn forward to try and kind of push down the board and undermine White's bishop. I have no doubt that this is what Magnus would do. We've seen enough of his games to know Magnus loves pushing his rook's pawns, especially on the queen side, actually, on this left half of the board. Just for example, if this pawn pushes forward, if White tries to get rid of it, then suddenly there are threats against this bishop, and suddenly White's position very, very loose. So lots of choice for Black. I don't think, however, that Anish should get greedy, should get tempted and take this pawn. I think greed is not good in this situation. And thinking for a while, Anish, he's probably calculating that move.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a complex middle game now, and the other thing I think reason they need to spend more time here, they're not familiar with the position, because often when you learn an opening at a lot of levels, you get used to what the opening leads to, the middle game structure. But as the opening was very unique here, they've got challenges they might not be as used to, a unique position.
Yeah, and it's also a kind of unique pawn sacrifice. I mean, certainly not something that we see on everyday chess. And, well, critical moment for Anish. And whilst the players are pausing for thought, I do have to share with you quite a funny answer from John Hickman, who says, you know, our quiz of the day is, what is your chess level? He says that his chess level is chess tourist, as it's great to travel to different places to play chess, and I'm in good company, as that's how Garry Kasparov has referred to himself as in a tournament, in retirement.
Well, there's a very interesting story, wasn't there? Garry Kasparov, when he was playing and when he was the world champion, he played in one competition, I don't know where, but one of the players...
Serbia, I think
it was Serbia. And one of the players in that competition was like world number 10 or something, 27, 30 or 50 rating. And Garry just said, he's just a chess tourist.
He was
very rude about this guy.
Very rude.
And
then he kind of later beat that guy.
Crushed him.
And then he kind of came up with this terrible analogy. Should I say it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we want to hear it.
was
Yeah,
like-
yeah, definitely.
And he said he used some opening novelty of his, and he said it was like using a machine gun to swat a fly.
I think it was a nuclear. It was like using a nuclear missile to destroy a fly. This is. He's like, I wasted this opening novelty on this fly. Why did I bother? You know, it's like using a nuclear missile to destroy a fly. It's like I thought, you know, he obviously didn't like the guy much, but I won't mention the guy's name. He's a really strong player.
He's a really strong player, you know,
strong.
very
So,
good 20. I think 2,700.
20. I think he was 27, at least 30 at the time when
Yeah.
it was, you know, really, you know, strong ratings. So, but that was kind of, I guess, Gary, like, you know, showing his power and, you know, showing he's the king of the animal kingdom, you know, top of the food chain there. So, but
Definitely gone from chess tourist destroyer to chess tourist himself these days, Gary Kasparov.
You know, but I have to say, when it comes to chess tourists, I also sometimes describe myself as a chess tourist because I have, on occasion, and again, I'm not sure whether I should be telling everyone this, but I have chosen tournaments based on how good the food that they're serving is. And I literally paid one because they served amazing cake.
Meanwhile, one of the moves we mentioned, and we showed this position a few moments ago. We'll dig deeper in a moment.
yeah.
A little curious about when it comes to Jordan van Forest here, because I remember when he broke through, when he won in the Netherlands and he really emerged on the top scene. He was known as pretty much this opening theorist. He got himself into long opening variations, but he didn't expect much from his middle game. That's changed now, hasn't it?
That's definitely changed. I think that always changes when you're a player, when you mature. I mean, now I'm a bit older as well. I definitely try to steer the games straight to the middle game. I try to avoid any opening debate because that's where things can go wrong. That's where the kind of variance is at its highest in the opening. If you've missed one thing, if your opponent's computer is a bit stronger, if they've dug a bit deeper, then you could get wiped out in the opening. So Anish, Jordan, both opening specialists, but they definitely, in this game at least, they've taken the battle straight to the middle game. And yeah, as we mentioned, it is livening up. It is a bit more complicated now and a bit more forcing, perhaps. So just to rewind, Black did push this pawn forward. This is one of the moves I highlighted, and White captured this pawn. That pawn was just too much of a nuisance. Now I'm expecting Anish. OK, now he grabs the pawn. Interesting. I thought he would just bring his rook across first and undermine this bishop, at least force White onto the defensive for a move or two, and then consider what to do about the pawn structure. But no, he did decide to remove this white pawn, and as we mentioned, probably after a trade of knights, which I think is inevitable, then White just will sidestep with his queen, and still this dilemma for Black. These three pieces are targets for the white rook. This white rook at the bottom of the board, it's blocked for now, but it does have these targets, so many pieces to look at, and also this black pawn, I think, it just doesn't feel comfortable. For example, if White gets another move, say Black just is a bit too slow here, if White gets one more move, then these two white rooks in the centre of the board are going to do so much damage. And there we go, the knight trade, and, OK, not just the queen move that I was expecting. He's even more direct, Jordan. He grabs a pawn in the centre, tactics galore, exchanges galore, because after this knight disappears, he has opened up this white rook. White's a piece down, but now he grabs the black knight back. And after a trade here, I'm expecting to see rook takes bishop. And, yeah, a queen trade as well. Everything flying off the board. Suddenly the vacuum cleaner is out. And in this current position, White is a pawn up, but one of those extra pawns lies on the A file, and these pawns are weak, very, very weak, and easy targets for the black rooks. I'm surprised Jordan rushed into this. I mean, it was actually not even on my radar, that knight takes pawn move, but trading things off when you've got such weaknesses. Yes, you might be a pawn up temporarily, but Black's bishop holds everything together, and White's bishop, it takes a while for it to become a strong piece again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
He
also,
retreats it.
you know, from a very selfish point of view, I really liked the pattern on the board when nearly all of Black's minor pieces were on the E line. It's not often you see that.
It's quite nice creating patterns on the board, isn't it?
It is.
I agree.
I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, how could you just get rid of it?
I know. Well, what you want to do here is clearly go bishop f3 to e2. If David can maybe show that, you know, can we do that? So this would have been the best move. And then,
For example, this pattern.
This would have been the way to play.
The whole E file occupied. This would have been the type of thing we wanted to see, but instead we did see everything get hoovered off. And if we do fast forward back again to the current position, yes, White is trying to activate his bishop. Maybe he's trying to trade off for Black's kind of... this black bishop is like a plug at the moment, holding everything together. But I think the drawing margin is very high here for Anish. For example, he can just move his rook forward. I'm not sure which square, but just create a path for his other rook to come and gang up against these weaknesses. Sometimes we talk about past pawns as strengths, but here these two pawns are easy targets. One of them for sure is going to drop off.
And it looks to me like it's going to be exchange town coming up, and I would have thought the bishops, the rooks, pawns, they're coming off. Maybe even one side might have a pawn advantage, but I think the other side will get a lot of activity in exchange. So I think a draw is looking the most likely at the moment here, certainly.
And OK, that move has happened. So Black lifting his rook up the board, creating a path. Doubling up rooks is always an effective strategy when your opponent has weaknesses to target. So yeah, good move there from Anish. He's low on the clock, 4 minutes, but after the queens came off, after everything got traded, 4 minutes is plenty of time for Black.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think Jordan missing an opportunity. He had nearly double Anish's time, and he had so much tension to play with. That's where he's been successful against Anish in the past, in these kind of complicated middle games.
And this position is really simple, you know, it's very obvious. You highlighted the plan that Anish will follow, and it just makes sense. You know, White has some pawn weaknesses, attack those pawn weaknesses at the end. And yeah, definitely, I think a bad decision from Jordan, I agree. And
yeah, I mean, he's not worse, he's not losing or anything, Jordan, but no more winning chances, I feel, for White. If anything, I would take Black here.
And I was just going to, whilst Jordan is thinking about what to do, we have some really good answers when we come into this really simple question: what is your chess level? And everyone at home is coming up with these awesome answers. Jerry Graham,
Hello,
organiser
Jerry.
of Banratier, he says that
Quite possibly the best chess tournament in the world. he paid me to say that, but no, it is a great tournament in Ireland.
he says my chess level is more like pub level chess because I don't seem to play anywhere else.
Very drunken pub level chess, I'd say, as well.
That's a good level to be
It's a good friendly level,
Yeah.
right? You know, you have the most fun, when, you know, you're sat there with your friends,
Well,
enjoying it.
It's quite interesting because Bunratty is a tournament in Ireland. It was cancelled this year, and it's really drawn in some great players in the past. Like we mentioned, Peter Svidler, other players, Wesley So, because it's in Ireland. It's a very friendly tournament. But this year we surprised him actually by going over there and streaming from the pub. So it was an online tournament instead. So we took our computers into the pub in Ireland and just met Jerry there in the pub. So it was, So it was a pub tournament over in Bunratty, and it was very nice, good fun. So. Back to the game, and I don't think much is changing really here, is it, David, so far?
I don't know. I'm very surprised. Every move from Jordan, I just can't guess it. I've played him many times, and that's always the case. I can never guess Jordan van Foreest's moves. And if we jump to the current position, as you mentioned, Simon, nothing will happen. We're heading towards a draw if the bishops come off. If Black, for example, plays bishop takes bishop, the white rook recaptures, everything's just going to get traded off. Black will win his pawn back here, but in the meantime, White's rook is going to go hunting for pawns as well. And everything will get traded, rooks, pawns. It's going to be a draw. I think if Anish wants to win, then there is an option of pushing his pawn forward. It's a bit risky. The black bishop is now a bit loose. It's temporarily defended by the black rook, but wherever the white bishop goes now, for example, if it steps back, OK, he does trade the bishops. I was going to say now the black king can start centralising itself. I would be very tempted to start pushing this majority. Black has 4 pawns on this side of the board against 3. He could have pushed and tried to win, but...
What about this move?
And another move that might be surprising. Jordan's going for the ugliest pawn structure award.
I think he's winning that award. Look, doubled isolated pawns here, an isolated pawn here, doubled isolated pawns, and another isolated
Hang on a
pawn.
second. Didn't he lose yesterday against Wei Yu with these two sets of double pawns?
That's true. And actually, yesterday against Wei Yi, with colours reversed, he had exactly this structure, and he ended up losing, and it was a double rook endgame. So Jordan, he's not learning from past mistakes. Maybe it's fine here. I guess he wanted to keep his rook in the centre, attacking this kind of backward pawn of black's. But
I don't think I could play that move, even if it's the best move. I just don't think I could bring myself to taking and doubling another set of pawns. You know, it's just visually like, you know, it just makes me feel a bit nauseous. You know, I just couldn't do it. I mean, I don't know. Would you guys?
Well, the thing is, though, there's
terrible
terrible pawns. I mean, just imagine if the black king, look at it, it's coming forward and give it 2 more moves, and it might make its way over to the f5 square and start like nibbling on some pawns. I don't know.
Later one day. Yeah, later.
Yeah.
easy path towards the weaknesses. I think temporarily, though, White should be fine. White needs to go active with his remaining rooks. This is a good lesson for everyone. If you have long-term weaknesses, like bad pawns, go active with your pieces, play for the short term, play dynamically, energetically, and White's rook has to come up the board now, I feel, just to attack and kind of team up against Black's weaknesses. So Jordan is not worse, he's not losing, but ugly, strange decisions from him.
I'm just having a bit of a glance on the evaluation on the other games here, and it seems like it's a very drawish start today, except for Vidit, who's getting a really strong start against Shanklin with black pieces. It seems like everything is quite equal, at least evaluation-wise.
Yeah, maybe they're just warming up, and you called it moving day earlier, and for me that's a new phrase, but
that's a golf reference, by the way.
Okay.
The third day of a 4-day tournament is always the moving day, because that's when you position yourself in the tables, and then you get ready for the final day.
I thought you were talking about moving flats, and I was like, what have I missed? But yeah, moving day, and maybe it's just the nerves. They know this is the calm before the storm. I mean, the next few games, players are going to need to take big risks to try and win, to try and position themselves in the top 8. And
another move that we couldn't predict there. Sorry, I just again, this is every Jordan move is unpredictable at the moment. Why put the rook there
when he could go to the 7th row?
I mean, just why?
I don't understand.
I mean, rooks on the 7th are supposed to be, well, they are good. Dating back to Nimzovich, who pointed that out. And in a rook ending, you put your rooks on the most active square. Why put it there? I mean, I think he's still okay, but I still, just don't quite understand the moves.
Yeah, but, I think he is still OK for now, but he needs to start playing some really accurate moves, because if things go wrong, that really bad pawn structure is going to come and, just benefit Anish.
Yeah, it's the trend as well. It's not just one big blunder, which we haven't seen from either player so far, but it's just a series of small, strange, maybe strategic mistakes from Jordan, which may eventually add up to something bigger. And here we go, Black's remaining rook, the only piece that wasn't participating for Black. It's found an open file. It has squares to jump into in White's half. It has targets, as we've seen, with all of the weak White pawns.
Do you think it's enough to push for a win?
Anish is definitely the one playing for the win here. I think even if everything goes wrong for Anish, he should still be able to draw this game. But if things go wrong for Jordan, all of White's pawns are dropping off. So, yes, it's equal according to the computer at least, or roughly equal, but the margin for error, I mean, it's tiny now for Jordan.
I mean, for instance, I really like Anish's last move. After all, Jordan voluntarily gave up his control of the open line, put a rook there, but I'm thinking that rook can go to the beautiful 6th row and start looking at on the board.
Jovanka.
Love it when that happens. It's like, bingo, yeah, got it right.
Never happens to me, so just enjoy it, yeah? Just enjoy it while it's there, But, yeah, it's a great idea, Jovanka, and the idea is you just want to use that rook and attack, right?
Yeah, there's nothing sophisticated about that move.
Yeah, and simple plan, you want to go after White's pawns. White can start attacking Black's pawns. Black only has really one weakness, but this can be easily defended. For example, if the White rook steps across, Black can just step his own rook up the board and kind of lock things down, defend this pawn, and still the same idea at some point, maybe of the Black rook coming across. Or maybe even here the Black rook steps up to the 5th rank, and again, ideas of going after weak pawns later in the game. Still should be a draw with best play. Let's get that straight. But it's all about Anish Giri now, and whether he can probe, whether he can look for weaknesses and maybe make Jordan a bit nervous. The longer you have pawns like this, the more nervous you get. I think Jordan would love to just kind of offer, shake hands, get out of this game with a draw. But Anish, despite his clock time, despite having less time on the, despite being under 2 minutes now, he will want to kind of get a bit of revenge.
I had to say, guys, as well, I mean, I don't normally do this, but I had to look at our friend's game, Gwaine Jones against the world champion, and what on earth is going on there? We'll get a chance to have a look at this after this game, guaranteed. We'll definitely have a look at this game, but that is absolutely mad, and it looks like a dragon opening to me, which is but we will come back to that, I'm sure, because that is just I don't know what's happening there. Pieces have been thrown on the board randomly by the looks of it, just in my eyes. So
the game between Jones and Carlsen, it definitely looks like someone has just kind of done a lucky dip, just thrown pieces on and just seen where they fall. And,
that's right. So very interesting.
I've just been looking at the evaluations, and they've been kind of going mad at times as well.
But sometimes the evaluation bar can't be trusted, because, like, going back to that game of Gwaine Jones against Magnus Carlsen, it's crazy, but the evaluation bar is like, meh, meh, Middle.
just saying draw.
Yeah,
just saying it's equal. Which
0.00, you know, all is good.
And another shocking move here from Jordan. He's just given up one of his pawns.
Don't get
I
it.
would never guess this. I understand sacrificing pawns in the opening middle game to gain time, to gain squares, gain activity for your pieces, but in an endgame, pawns are everything. Why can't Black just take this pawn?
Take it.
He's been impossible to predict his moves. I mean, why are you, first of all, giving yourself that pawn weakness? Then why are you giving up the pawn? That pawn could be back in front of the king. Yeah. You could have the same position here, but that white pawn, which has just been moved, could be one square in front of the king. Why play like this? I mean, it seems rather suicidal to me, this.
I guess his idea is to go on the attack in an endgame, but after Black's pawn captures the white pawn, I guess he wants to swing across, and now Black does have a target over here. The Black king can defend it, but now maybe he wants to swing his other rook up the board. He wants to lift his rook across and start going for the Black king, but somehow it feels a bit superficial. It feels as if, for example, Black can just push a pawn forward. Suddenly, actually, these three pawns are really launching forward, and Black can maybe, worst comes to worst, hide the king in the corner. Maybe Black can hide the other way as well, because the Black rook guards this pawn. OK, we're bound to see something like this, because this is the current position. Black's king did indeed step forward, and White's rook doing the same.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Anish's king move, actually, because it kind of, the line that you showed made perfect sense. Hide the king on the first row, the eighth row, and then have the two rooks horizontally defend their pawns. But here, you know, maybe there's a little bit of danger. Yeah. Actually, there's a lot of danger. What am I talking about? You know, the rook check is actually quite
really weird square to move the king, Jovanka. I agree. I mean, why not try to keep it safe? And is he really going to try to go passive? But he can't. He can't go behind the pawn, can he?
No, he can't. And the pawn on h6 is also vulnerable to attack. And you know, when you were going, why? It just reminded me of like that record, why? And I was like...
Hang on a minute here. Have we got a rapping Jovanka in the house? I'll give you a little bit of a beatbox. Are we ready?
No, I can't do these things. I'm not a rapper. I'm not a rapper at all.
Rap. No, you can give it a go. You were starting off there. No?
Yeah.
No? Oh, it's not going to happen. Is it going to happen?
Simon, no.
Oh, OK, right, back to the chess.
I love the beatbox, though.
Wow, I was trying. Oh, dear.
You'll rap one day, Jovanka.
Yeah.
I mean, meanwhile, strange decisions from both sides, but one thing we have to focus on is that Anish Giri is under 30 seconds. I think if he had more time, he would have actually found a better path in the last few moves, and maybe that clock situation will stop him from winning this game.
Do you believe that Jordan got himself in trouble here with poor offensive choices or poor defensive choices?
It's a bit of both. I think when he should have been defensive, he tried to be a bit too offensive. And I think in endgames especially, that's one area that, I mean, you can't really play kind of hard and fast with the rules. You have to just play the position. If you've got weak pawns, defend them. Just lock things down, hold the line. You can't just give away pawns, throw things forward, kind of make things happen when there's no actual energy behind your pieces. There's just not enough material left on the board. So it's surprising to me that he's trying to go active in a position where he didn't need to do anything, but it is his style, and it's brought him a long way in the chess world. And I think when he masters that, in the endgame at least, kind of when to go on the attack, when to just sit, I think he's going to be kind of a top 10 fixture for years.
But is that also one of the problems for Giri, the fact that he's unable to win as many games as he should be based on his positions?
Yes, and I think Anish, he loves control, against Jordan you never get control. That's one thing. If Anish doesn't win this one, I think he's going to be kicking himself.
Yeah, they are like opposites, aren't they? I mean, it does seem that way. That Anish, he does love control, and Jordan loves losing control. It seems, you know.
Anish is the ice, Jordan's the fire.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's true, and it's a very interesting clash of styles. And it's another thing I love about chess. And again, we're talking about poker, and you probably get this in poker, just the different styles. I mean, maybe one's not better than the other. In chess, you get that a lot. That people show their personality on the board, which is
I think that goes for a lot of mind games. One style is not necessarily better, but one player will always be better in the long run.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you just reminded me of this little fable that I heard this morning about the scorpion and the frog. Have you guys heard of it?
Nope.
No?
I think so. On the back of the...
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I have.
Yeah, like the scorpion asks the frog, hey, can you give me a lift and on your back and take me across the water? And the frog goes, no. You're going to sting me, and, bad things are going to happen. The scorpion's going to go. The scorpion said, of course, don't be stupid. That will never happen. I mean, that wouldn't be beneficial for both of us. And here we see a pawn move. And, yeah, of course, they swim across the thing. And, of course, the scorpion stings the frog. They're both drowning, and the frog asks why, and he goes, well, I'm a scorpion, it's in my nature.
You've been looking for that H-pawn for a while, David. It suddenly arrived.
Exactly, and I know that Simon perked up right there as soon as Harry the H-pawn marched.
I was listening to Jovanka's story. I was thinking about beatboxing in the background. I thought, with a scorpion. No, okay.
Suddenly things are really livening up, and suddenly it's a 3-result game again. I was saying that things were going in Black's favour, but Black has lost control. Anish Giri's lost control, and we know he likes that control. Let's jump in the current position. White's rook is actually under attack from this black pawn, but when it moves, I'm not sure exactly where it wants to go, to be honest. It can go up the board. For example, this white rook, it can just slide across, but no matter where it goes, White has this huge card up his sleeve now, this white pawn. For example, if the black rook kind of gets greedy, White's pawn is only 3 squares away from promotion now, and it's a race. Black's king is actually on the wrong side. Black's king would love to be on the other side of its own pawn here, just so that it can kind of stop Harry from running, but Harry has 2 supporters, the 2 white rooks, and even if Black goes active in a situation like this, White can just defend. Still very, very tricky for Black to stop this guy from running.
Strange game, isn't it? This one,
really weird game.
I think you can tell that they know each other very well. They're obviously, when you're playing someone from the same country, there's a little bit more at stake because you play in the national team. You are probably more friendly with them, or you know them better at least. So it seems nervous game this to me.
Yes, certainly. And when you're talking about nerves, Anish only has 15 seconds on the clock, and that's why he played a safety first move, retreated the rook to the 8th row, just to keep an eye on that rogue Harry the H pawn. And yeah, I mean, you said that they know each other really well, but for a long time, Jordan was working with Anish.
Yeah, and it was really interesting. We recorded a couple of podcasts, one with Anish, one with Jordan, and there's a bit of tension there, maybe. They both admitted to it because Jordan did work with Anish and moving on to work with Magnus. Of course, there's some rivalry. There's debate about what opening ideas are secret. Kind of sharing knowledge is always difficult. But, OK, meanwhile, Black is going active with his king, but why did he give up this pawn?
Panic.
Is he going... Sorry, Jovanka?
I was going to say panic, because...
But he's threatening checkmate.
It's threatening checkmate. It's a brilliant idea.
Wow.
You've got to show this one.
OK, Anish has such a sneaky idea in mind. I was wondering why he gave up a pawn, but now if White is careless and, for example, just does a nothing move, then suddenly Black is going to play rook takes pawn, and this wins, sacrificing a rook, kind of tricking the white king into coming forward, and then, bang, the king is trapped on the side of the board. Simply no escape squares. The black king and the 2 black pawns actually cut off all escape squares for this white king. So in the current position, this is a winning threat for Anish Giri. Rook takes pawn. How does he stop this? Suddenly the white king maybe has to just run away at some point, just run away back to safety before it's too late. As well, if the black rook comes across and cuts off the white king's escape route, it's game over. Suddenly, Jordan, with 25 seconds, he needs to either run away with his king or maybe go active with his own rook just to start kind of the counterattack against Black's king. Maybe bring the rook across after rook takes pawn, running away with his own king. That is the key.
I don't know about this move. He's played his rook over, but...
This wins for Black now, and there we go, the evaluation bar. OK, not even that. He's trapped the white rook. Let's go back to the players because...
What a trick.
The white rook is suddenly trapped. It has no squares to go to. Anish is about to take the win. We saw Jordan kind of cover his face for a second, and there we go. Wow. Do we have a result? One move, it all turns around, and Anish wins.
And that is the 3rd decided game, actually, because we also have a Carlsen win, we also have a Ding win, but this has been quite impressive here so far from Anish in the finishing point of this game.
Yeah, I mean, so creative, finding that checkmating idea that just out of the blue, just literally wasn't on the board a couple of moves before, and that final killer blow, really classy. Jordan, yeah, we said it was the momentum going against him, all those small slip-ups, and he's going to regret those now after that finish.
Can you show us some highlights from this game? It's been quite exciting, even though it was stagnant for a while.
Yeah, it's been really exciting, and I just want to show the final few moves because it all happened quite quickly. We thought here white was okay, maybe running away with the white king should have led to safety, but you have to realise how much danger you're in, and Jordan, he didn't have that sense of danger. He simply went on the attack himself with his rook, trying to take this pawn. And here I mentioned that rook takes pawn check does have this checkmating idea. For example, if the king moves up, then the king is caught on the side of the board. This is checkmate. But instead, the white king would have actually run away. And maybe this is what Jordan was expecting, the white king to run. But instead, Jordan had missed a really classy move from Anish. He had missed that the black king can simply enter the center of the board, trap this white rook. Nowhere for rook to hide. If you try and defend it with your king, then the king is simply kicked away. And next move, this rook falls. Brilliant finish there from Anish Giri. Great endgame skills.
At 7 o'clock, we are back with Magnus Carlsen against Vidit, the Indian player. It's going to be very exciting. There are two players who seems to be in good form at the start of this day. Right now, we're taking a short break, a commercial break, but we will be back with all the action from the third day of this Chessable Masters.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
So we just race to the line. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna crush it. Set, go!
When someone asks me how my chess game is going,
sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
The dragon is the opening you can play against first move 1 e4. It starts with the Sicilian c5. We control the central d4 square, and we don't play symmetric chess. After knight f3, we play d6, intending to develop the knight to f6, so it can't get hit by the e5 pawn any longer. After d4, we take, knight takes. Develop the knight, knight f6, knight c3, and now the dragon move g6. Intend to fianchetto our bishop and then castle, and the shape of our pawn structure here resembles the dragon, and that's why this is called the dragon variation.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder. All this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just... Come on. Literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. Alright? Jesus Christ.
Welcome back. It's some commercials are more interesting than others, and this one was close to my heart. But we've been talking a lot today about the different openings that they're using here, and when you play these rapid games, Jovanka, you have quite a bit different variants than maybe what you see in the classical games.
Yeah, I mean, you often will see, because the time control is much shorter here, that people will play the kind of riskier, more dangerous openings. And, you know, they won't be playing for that steady, slight advantage. Instead, they will be like fun on the board.
And fun on the board might actually be quite successful, because we put together a compilation here of all the black openings that they've used so far in the Champions Chess Tour. And if you see here, in this Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and take into account that this graphics here, it shows the decided games. So, for example, if there's a white or a black winner, then with the Nimzo Indian, black has won 65.4% of the matches where there was a winner. But still, this is absolutely unheard of. You have 5 different openings where you have a winning opening for black, David.
Yeah, this is really surprising. Just to have any opening where black is the more successful, that is a real anomaly. And actually, of the 5 top scoring openings for black, 4 of them are against 1e4. So that shows there has been a trend against 1e4 lately. And that just shows nowadays, due to technology, due to things like Chessable, black players are better prepared than ever.
So if you were to look at this number 1 on the list here, the Nimzo Indian, what is the main benefits of playing this opening?
Yeah, so maybe we can show this on the board, because the Nimzo Indian, it does have a great reputation. It starts after 1d4. All of the other openings that scored well for black were against e4, but here, by simply bringing out the black bishop very, very quickly, not going for the Queen's Gambit, by bringing out the bishop, you get quick development, castling your king to safety, and I think in rapid chess especially, that helps. Being quick, being dynamic, it actually makes things easier for you to play. So the Nimzo Indian, worth checking out for black.
Do you believe this is this is rapid chess being played, or you think you would have seen that we can see this developing also into the classic games right now? What do you think, Simon?
I hope so. I mean, I love seeing different openings being played. It's always exciting, and I love seeing aggression on the board as well. So I hope it's a trend that will continue in classical games, certainly.
Because this pandemic and playing more online and this tournament, not least, has really changed the way both fans and players view top chess as well.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to fans, it seems at the minute that there are no bad chess players. I mean, everyone can cause an upset. And when it comes to the players themselves, you know, you're just seeing a continuous evolution of chess. You know, they're becoming much more flexible, both online and over the board. And we see them getting out of their comfort zones, playing aggressively, playing defensively. I mean, it's seen a real shake-up.
Do you think it's going to go back to normality afterwards, David, or do you think we're going to continue to see more experimental and more fun chess?
I think this is here to stay now, the experimental fun chess. I mean, when I play online, it's all about fun. Forget all the boring, solid, dodgy, kind of stodgy openings, trying to play for a draw. It's definitely, because there are so many good players out there these days, it's definitely all about winning, taking risks. And Yeah, I think that's why chess has really boomed. Another reason why chess has really boomed over the last couple of years.
Maintaining the fun, that can actually be difficult, I guess, if you're working so hard towards, for example, a world championship match, if you're trying to get yourself in position and really having to work so much, so often and so long. And as I was talking about earlier, later on today, we'll get to take a look within Magnus Carlsen's training camp before he was playing his World Championship match, and how he actually prepares with the best people to play the best players, and how much he actually has to rely on his team and just the persona of it. Let's have a little bit of a look on what we can expect later on from Magnus Carlsen's training camp.
I'm doing training camps for 8 years with Peter and Magnus, so we know each other very well. We always do a lot of sport, which is good for him because he gets into shape. It's also good for me because I get into shape as well.
As a Russian, I can say, like, comparing to Russian camps, it's
I have worked in a different team before. It was, let's put it like that, tougher. But I think it goes along that we're trying to build team spirit, also trying to get some input from Magnus. We are mainly trying to make the opening phase not important in a way, rather than sort of try to dominate. I think that will be the Russian style, or the one I worked for before, right? To try.
I would guess so. Yeah, I think it's exactly the opposite. Yeah.
Go for it.
It's going to be really interesting to see what we can put together about the team and how he's been working, but I'm also intrigued with all the matches we had, all the games we had played the last round, because it started out fairly drawish in a lot of them, even though you guys were quick to tell me that don't look at the valuation when you value the Gawain Jones against Magnus Carlsen, because that wasn't drawish, even though it was equal.
Yeah, I mean, so many wild games, and sometimes the evaluation bar being in the middle doesn't mean that it's drawish, it just means equal chances for both sides. So both sides do have room to go wrong, and we saw lots of mistakes, actually, lots of players going wrong.
I find myself seeing that Erik Hansen's win is really big also for the top 8 spot, because it's starting to narrow down now, and a draw, that puts Shaq even further away from those top 8. Let's take a look at how the table looks right now, because we're getting to that point where we have to look towards the end game as well now.
Yeah, the players as well, they will be checking the standings, trying to work out whether to play for the win, whether to take risks, or whether to just play it safe. And with this 3-point scoring system, yeah, as you mentioned there, Erik jumping into the top 8.
Virit, he also won his game, so he's close by, same amount of points. They're only 1 point behind Pentla Harikrishna and Prague. It's a little bit of a jump up to Ding Liren in 5th place, and that's where it seems to be the bar right now, where we have from 14th to 6th. It's quite open.
Yeah, it is quite open, and suddenly I just looked at one result that really caught my eye, and that was tournament leader Wei Yi. He actually lost to the 13-year-old Abhimanyu Mishra, which is a sensational result for the teenager. And he won't be feeling very comfortable there because of that.
Is it difficult? I mean, for you have experience of being a young prodigy, David. Is it difficult when you start playing the top players in the world with the confidence you had coming in, and then suddenly you find yourself against top world level?
Definitely. I knew it took me many tournaments, many years to feel comfortable playing these guys, to just forget the fear factor. But that's why I think Mishra is so special, Prague is so special, because it hasn't even taken them that long. Mishra, this is his 2nd time in the tour in an event like this, and already he's beating the top guys. He's beating one of the players, Wei Yi, who's in the form of his life. So it's impressive. It hasn't taken him too long to adjust.
Hasn't taken him too long to adjust, but it is a difference between rapid and classical, though, isn't it?
Yeah, there is a difference, but it is still quite phenomenal just how they're sort of fitting in, because, just to be that good, play your heroes and then suddenly beat your heroes, it's a massive gap, but they're doing it. They're doing it quickly, so yeah, it's phenomenal.
Let's take a look at the next round, the round 10 of games that are being played. It's starting out with Wei Yi against Sam Shankland. Giri, he's trying to follow up with his win against Abhimanyu Mishra, and that's going to be very exciting to see how he can continue the young American. We have Aryan Tari against Jordan Van Forest. Grandelius wants to bounce back after his loss playing against Shak. And then a big game for the top 8 spot, Pragnananda against Erik Hansen. We also have Harikrishna playing Ding Liren, Gawain Jones, Davranto, and then the game that we are going to be following, Magnus Carlsen against Vidit Gurati. And let's take a look at how these players are doing. Let's look at head-to-head of how they're performing in this Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. because we can see that Magnus Carlsen, he plays with a tour rating of 2,826. And that's a rating change of +2 so far. And then we have Vidit, who plays just above 2,700, who's done slightly worse. But do you think we can put too much stock into this?
I think we can say that Magnus is the favourite quite comfortably, partly because of the ratings and just partly because of the kind of history on the tour. Vidit struggling historically to qualify for that top 8, not really showing his best in the rapid format. Also, in terms of fighting chess, Magnus having the longer games, having the more decisive games. Magnus, big favourite, with white especially, but Vidit, he's number 2 in India for a reason.
What do you think we can expect from this, Jovanka?
Well, one of the things I have noticed about Vidit is that he's very, very well prepared. So I suspect that Magnus will try to do his usual opening trickery, which is, maybe begin playing an open main line and then take it to the sideways, play something that hasn't been known before.
Maybe the Danish lifestyle of the Magnus Carlsen being in Denmark right now is doing wonders for the Norwegian world champion, because he's already sitting in his seat getting ready for what is his second game of the day, the 10th game so far in this tournament. And so is also Vidit. We're only missing a couple of players, but on the topic of opening, what can we expect here, Simon?
It's so hard to predict with Magnus. I mean, I was like, I don't know. Basically, I have no idea. There you go. How can you predict that? I mean, you'd have to be Nostradamus Mark II to get that one right. I mean, D3, a really strange move.
So he's opened with C3, now D3.
E3 next, maybe?
E3 is going to be next.
He's played B3, C3, D3, E3, F3, G3 on the tour just this season.
I remember talking to Vidit when he was playing in the Men's World Champions Chess Tour before, and how much he respects Magnus Carlsen, how much he's meant to him, being just 4 years younger, trying to, with the whole background of Anand. And then he comes out and he throws D3 at you after you probably prepared quite a lot. What does that do to you?
Yeah, it throws you off. And imagine Vidit has spent nearly 1 minute thinking of his reply on move 1. It's definitely psychologically, it's not easy to bounce back. And Vidit, he'll need to just play quickly, just trust his instincts, occupy the centre, follow the general opening rules. But when you're playing the world champion, when you know that he's kind of freestyling, when he's kind of just throwing these weird, wacky ideas against you, it is hard. And OK, we've transposed into a Sicilian, and you're happy there, Simon.
I'm happy about this because it's a chessable course. Is it? Yes, it is. Brilliant. I love it. So
one of yours, Simon.
It is.
This is the Grand Prix, isn't it?
It's kind of a Grand Prix, yeah. This actually came out as a course that myself and Richard Palliser did for Chessable. Richard's a very strong international master, brilliant player and a brilliant theoretician. But this was called the British Grand Prix because a lot of British players were playing this particular setup that White goes for. And it's getting out of theory, so it's doing the kind of thing that I think Magnus likes doing. You're not into any real deep theory, and you can get often very good attacking chances. Luke Machine won a fantastic game in this against Cheparinov, going back to I think 2009. 2009.
I can remember.
Serbia.
It was in the European Team Championships, and it was kind of a group.
The funny story about this, why it was called the British Grand Prix, and there's some other players who could be named after as well, was that we're basically sitting around the restaurant having some wine, discussing some ideas, and it was Stuart Conquest, it was myself, it was Luke Machine, Mickey Adams, and Stephen Gordon, and we were just thinking, why don't you put the bishop on this square that Magnus put it to in the Grand Prix, getting like a reversed good Dutch opening, because in the normal Grand Prix, you put the bishop on the other side of the pawns, but it gets kicked around a lot. And with this simple move, we're thinking, OK, this is actually very, very interesting. You can castle, you can swing the white queen. Maybe David can put some little arrows on the board, swing the white queen over towards the king side if you want to. And it's like, OK, and we thought, yeah, this is really interesting. It avoids a lot of theory. You get a position, these 2 pawns in the middle. They're very, very nice as well. And and then basically Luke won this incredible game in 20 moves of it. So I'm obviously excited to see it because it was one of the most recent courses that I made, and it's an opening I've played quite a lot myself as well.
Yeah, the whole idea is that if Black does attack at some point,
Here he comes.
Yeah, exactly. If Black does castle, then you can attack him. You throw pawns forward, you bring your bishop out, and I mean, you're basically a fortune teller, Simon, because the white queen has indeed slid across one square. Yes. She's heading for this square. Now the h4
I'm
square.
excited about this.
You know, if the queen slides out there...
He learned that from his Chessable course, by the way.
It's all in the Chessable course.
Yeah.
And I've had this position myself. Luke had this position against Cheparinov,
I was going to say.
2009. And the reason I love this position is you can be an absolute lunatic. And I'd love to see Magnus be a lunatic and just throw everything at the black king. I mean, David, again, you can show the ideas here where the queen might go. It's a very simple pattern here. Let's say black does nothing. The queen comes over to this square, getting nearer the black king. Let's say black does some stuff on the queen side. And now a lovely move here. You push the f-pawn, and then let's say black keeps doing stuff on the queen side. Now the bishop flies in, getting rid of a defender of the black king. Black continues ignoring it, probably not very wise. And now the white knight comes into the position, and you already have some very, very dangerous threats here. Maybe even a winning position
Imagine
for white
if this
already.
happens now, Simon.
Oh, well, if this happens, I'll be by the course, the British Grand Prix. It's on Chessable. It's a blooming good course, and there's a free 1 hour version.
Yeah, look at this pawn chain. It's also white going to try and crash through on this square. For example, if black continues, then you do have ideas of trading. And yes, the black knight covers the square, but you can remove this black knight by capturing a pawn, sacrificing, attacking, and yeah, it's all about the black king. In the current position, it's Magnus to play. OK, he brings his knight out first. Slightly surprising he didn't rush to bring his queen into the attack. This one logical as well. The white knight on a decent square, more centralised, and yeah, let's watch out for the black king. Will it come under fire with those ideas that Simon highlighted?
I have one question about this. Very often, people have referred to Magnus Carlsen as being extremely calculated, at least some points of his career, how he plays like a computer, he plays the computer moves. Does he have the mania required to play this position, and does he have that maniac side in him?
That's an interesting question, because he is, I would say, a very mature player, as in he doesn't normally like throwing all his eggs into one basket. He's not an all-in player by any means when he plays. So I don't know if he's going to throw everything towards the black king. And you can see here the manoeuvre that he's done is another very normal manoeuvre. But Vidit's last move, I think, is very wise, because you want to swap off that white knight, which we saw can be a very powerful attacking piece. So I expect he won't go for that all-in approach. He'll take it a little bit more calm. But I still like white's position because of his two pawns there over on the king side in the middle.
I think Magnus does have that in his locker, the kind of mania side, the kind of pure all-out attacker. But the thing is, he doesn't need to use it that often. Normally, he can simply grind players down smoothly without taking any risk at all. But maybe in a situation now where he's pretty confident he's going to qualify for the knockouts, he might start to take risks. He might start to kind of play for the crowd, play for the beauty prize, as we say in chess. And yeah, Simon, I'm still watching out for that attacking idea coming on the board. As you've said, black is doing a good job. Black's knight in the centre of the board now, a strong piece. He can trade a set of knights if necessary. But, for example, if the black knight in the middle of the board takes the white knight now, that only helps white. White's rook might lift up the board and swing across later. Yeah, plenty of ideas. And Vidit clearly is outside of his comfort zone. And normally, in terms of openings, that's the only thing you can hope for these days.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I think this is a very good way to play against the Sicilian in general is that, you know, it's the same kind of patterns. You just learn some certain patterns. You don't have to memorise so much theory, and it takes your opponent into positions that they're not comfortable with. And you can see, as you say, Vidit here, maybe not as comfortable in such a position with the black pieces. I mean, I think what black generally should be doing here is try to make some exchanges of those dangerous pieces, and then start the queenside play. This move here, just moving the bishop once, it's a very slow move, that one. I mean, that is... I really love to see Magnus go into a turbo drive now. Will he swing the queen over? Would he even play a pawn sack fight? Here it comes.
Here it comes. It's starting.
So it's coming.
And yeah, I can tell you that white has an incredible score here. You know, it just looks so dangerous.
No surprise, Jovanka.
It isn't any surprise. But I was a little bit nervous because for a long time, I could just see that in the database there was a Jay Hausker playing this position with the black pieces. But it was not me, I hasten to say. There's another Jay Hausker. It's Yuri. Yeah, okay. And yeah, he's from the Czech Republic, so hello. And yeah, it's very good because having a name doppelganger, because when people try to search you up on the database, they get their game, this person's games as well.
I was thinking one year, I was trying to... The British Championships, Mickey Adams was the top seed, and I thought maybe we could get the top 10 players to all change their name by D-poll to Mickey Adams, just to confuse the arbiters. So you'd have Mickey Adams versus Mickey Adams versus Mickey Adams, and it would get all the preparation. No one would know who they're playing. And then you change it back afterwards. It's a really stupid idea.
Isn't it quite expensive, though, to change?
It's just a stupid idea, but it sounded quite funny to do. But yeah, no, it's a stupid idea.
I have known a few players who've done that just so that they wouldn't be findable in the databases.
Really?
So it's not possible to find their names. And I know when I was young, a lot of the top Chinese players, you know, they would maybe different spellings every tournament. And OK, meanwhile, the black bishop has jumped out, but that's the second time in a row that black bishop has just moved. Surprising. A loss of time for Vidit. It shows that he's clearly uncomfortable with the kind of incoming attack. But losing a move, losing an important tempo in a position like this where the attack is about to happen, it's not that logical. So, OK, he wants to get rid of this white knight. You're the expert here, Simon. What do you think? Should white just kind of sit before kind of going all out for the attack, or should white maybe build up for it? Is now the moment to go forward with some pawns?
Yeah. I mean, I think in general, Black's plan, this idea of putting the knight in the centre and the bishop over there is one of Black's best plans because he wants to exchange off the pieces. I mean, Magnus's moving the queenside knight out is not that normal because you want to be able to push a pawn to the square where the white knight is. This is one of the key ideas of this system. You put a pawn on this square, which should be a lovely move if Magnus could play that now. So I'm not sure the knight really wants to be there, but yeah, why not push the pawn here? I mean, and go for it. The only issue with that is, as David should show, if Black now plays bishop takes knight, you kind of have to do this strange thing, I think, and probably take your pawn. I say probably. You could, this is a little bit weird, this position.
If you take with your bishop, I guess the downside is that this pawn might drop off. You no longer protect this pawn and your rook is under fire. We actually saw something very similar to this position yesterday in a game between Gawain Jones and Pragnananda. But meanwhile, Magnus didn't choose to launch pawns forward and go all out for the attack yet. First, he traded a set of knights. And after this recapture, white can actually take this black bishop off the board, but it does come at the cost of your own knight. And here, after, for example, pawn takes knight, you can't really get greedy as white. You can't win a pawn at the moment because after more trades, firstly, you will never get an attack if pieces come off the board. But secondly, the black bishop can restore the balance. Maybe even some stronger moves there for black in the process. Magnus decided no more exchanges. And in the current position, instead of taking this bishop, as we just showed, he dropped his knight back. Temporarily, at least, I don't like white's minor pieces. These pieces are kind of clumsy in the way. But temporarily, maybe some ideas of going after this pawn in the centre of the board. And black doesn't have any kind of necessarily aggressive, active ideas of his own. So if white does get given the time, still this idea will be on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is why I bring the white knight out, as Magnus done. I mean, it is not the way you normally play the position, at least, because I might even want the white knight back on its starting square in a lot of structures. And you can see, and Vidit here now creating counterplay on the c-file. And I would actually say that Vidit's probably done a good job here of stopping any dangerous attack, at least.
Oh, and Magnus is the one retreating. That's not a good sign for the world champion. Suddenly things are turning in black's favour, and I think you're right, Simon. He should have bought your Chessable course. He should have been watching because this white knight is in the way.
And I mean, he kind of owns Chessable. He should kind of watch the odd course if he's going to play the opening, you know. So he's only got himself to blame, hasn't he? So,
yeah, but I have to say, you know, I still think the position isn't that easy for Vidit. I don't think Vidit has necessarily fully equalised because there's still questions to answer. How are you going to defend the pawn?
I mean, I would just snap this knight off. Without thinking too much. Maybe now white's queen has to take. The white bishop has to stay defending this pawn. And now, I mean, the knight can reroute. Black's queen can come out.
It's very hard to attack for white without that. This is such a key idea that black's done here to get rid of that white knight on the king side. That white knight can be so dangerous. I mean, you can, of course, do this rook swinging idea in a lot of cases in that last line that David showed, but you haven't got many pieces now to attack, and I think it'll be more slower sort of play here.
Yeah, so Magnus not going for the all-out checkmate. Disappointing, but still a very rich position in store. And okay, in the current position, he didn't take off white's knight. I'm slightly surprised he brought his queen out instead. So I don't think white should get greedy and snap off this pawn. For example, if you take this pawn with your knight right now, then there will be tactics such as knight takes pawn, attacking the white queen, but more importantly, unleashing this bishop. And for example, after a trade here, black actually wins the white queen due to a pin. So white still has to be very careful. Don't be greedy, don't be hasty. Magnus just forcing actually this trade, bishop for knight. It's going to be a long manoeuvring game ahead.
Yeah, certainly. And whilst Vidit is contemplating whether to capture that knight or not, I suspect he will do it, as David mentioned. Well, we have our quiz of the day where we're asking a very simple question. What is your chess level? And you all at home are giving us creative answers, and bishop takes knight on the board. And I really do have to say I like Chamakapu's answer, who says that their chess level is, relatively speaking, like a boxer who throws all the punches in the first round, i.e. the opening, then spends the rest of the rounds, the middle game, the end game, running around the ring and holding the opponent's arms.
That's a very good tweet. Yeah.
That is very, very nice. And Daniel Nolan actually transfers the question back to us and says, I'm definitely a positional player. Any tips on becoming more attacking?
Play sharper openings.
Look through the games of Simon Williams.
Wow, yeah, also play the King's Indian, get the lifetime repertoires.
Yeah. But it is. I mean, if you want to sharpen up your game, and one thing I find again, like let's say take the English chess scene, a lot of players who've been playing for like 20, 30 years, but they're not improving. They're all around like 2100, and I don't understand what they're doing because they play the same openings, the same setups. They're not getting better. So you've got to change things up. And if you're playing the same setups, it's a really good idea to suddenly change and play some really sharp stuff. You might lose a lot of games, but you just got to try to do something different. And picking sharper openings will give you a sharper game. As simple as that.
And that's the thing. I mean, that's a great tweet, great question, but it also depends what your goals are. If your goals are to become the most effective player, it's all about results, then embrace your style. Just look for top players who have your style, choose openings that kind of complement that. But yeah, if you're playing for enjoyment, just want to attack, want to change things up, for the sake of changing things up, then yeah, switch the openings, definitely play through the games of attacking players. But
will the H-pawn move now? Sorry,
yes.
This is another little idea that we talked about in the Chessable course, Best of British. And one thing I think is very important for chess courses is not just talk about the opening moves, but talk about some standard ideas that you should try in the middle game. And this idea, it might look strange, but whenever your opponent has a fee and chateaued pawn, as black has here, you can try attacking that, especially when you've got more pressure on that side of the board. So the idea of pushing the H-pawn is a good idea. Funnily enough, white's queen side is pretty solid over there. It's very hard for black to do anything. I know white doesn't have great development. He's gone the other way.
I wish I'd had a moment to say this, because I was 100% sure, it wasn't even a question in my mind, that Magnus would push this pawn. Yeah. It's just a Magnus move. He does this all the time, and he loves his rook lifts. I commentated on the candidates with him last year, and every possible position, even if it made no sense, he would want to lift up his rook and slide it across. Not even to attack, just for positional purposes.
I love that, actually. I'm learning something as well from watching this, because I'm only looking at the king, but this idea, it looks very nice.
I think he's going to try and combine it later on. I think it's also very clever that you waited for this kind of signal, this trigger, that the black knight retreated away from the black king, and then you want to launch your pawn forward. I think that's definitely viable. But what Magnus is doing, really instructive, actually, because this white rook in the corner, just 2 moves ago, look at it. It's boxed in, it's stuck, it's got nowhere to go. Suddenly, push a pawn. Push this pawn forward, black blocks, and lifting the rook up. Suddenly the rook has an easy path to an outpost, actually. If it gets to this b5 square, then it's going to be a glorious piece. So Vidit trying to stop that, but now the black knight is getting in the way, if anything.
And now it's completely offside. It's never going to go to the king's side or the right side of the board, so...
Simon, is it now time?
Is it now or never?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense to concentrate on that area of the board, because, black's only got the bishop defending, and you've already got the other white pawns. You don't need to rush pushing those pawns. You can do, but why not try to soften up black's position as much as you can first? And this typical idea, putting that pawn on that square and then putting the queen behind it again at the right moment can be very dangerous. Maybe with a rook swinging around later on.
Yeah, for example, if black just kind of sits and does nothing, bring the queen forward. And the other plan you mentioned, Simon, lifting both the rooks up the board. This rook's already lifted to the 3rd rank. Now you lift this one up and across, and you try and break through towards the black king. Very tempting, very logical.
Yeah. And what about my favourite thing in the world, David? You know, it is very, very visual. You know, if there's a pawn on the h4, you know, maybe there should be 4 pawns on the 4th row.
OK, so rather than pushing forward, I'm not sure what this pawn is doing, apart from getting in the way for white and weakening white's king, but it looks visual. It's very aesthetic.
I was thinking maybe Freddie can come forward.
You know, yeah, push them all. Why not? You know, get them all rolling up the board. So it looks pretty scary, doesn't it? You know,
Kaya calls this the mean girls.
The mean girls.
The girl gang.
Yeah. I think we should say Kaya, she's on a bachelorette party, is that right? Did I realise say that? I hope.
I'm not sure she wants us to say that.
Oh, yeah. No, maybe a bit late.
Celebrating her friend's upcoming marriage.
Well, OK, too late now, sorry.
So, yeah, this is the move we're expecting. One of these mean girls maybe to push forward, this pawn. Another one, a very logical one, would be this pawn. It looks like you're giving away some dark squares, but you do open up your bishop. You do also tie down black's rook, because one of the ideas for black might be to swing the rook across. Now, if the rook swings across, you can actually open up a file for your queen and rook. So, yeah, I'm expecting definitely, if we go back, one of these pawns to push. I don't think this one yet, but either this one, one square, and then up the board, or maybe...
Maybe the f-pawn is also very good. The f-pawn makes a lot of sense if you can get the bishop into the game and, you know, try to attack like that. But Magnus having a big think here. We saw yesterday he did a similar thing. He had a very long think when he was playing, I think, Sam Shanklin, and he came up with a really clever idea, didn't he? I think it was queen g4 in that game and after that he won very easily.
He did nothing. He did a nothing move that seemed to get under Sam Shanklin's skin, and then suddenly Sam Shanklin tried to punish that move, and it was just terrible because he'd created weaknesses and problems for himself. So
provocation, and I mean at all levels. I noticed I gained 100, 200 points when I realised doing nothing is actually, I think, half the time the best idea in chess. You provoke your opponent to make blunders. I don't win my games because I play flashy moves. I can't remember any flashy moves I play. I just provoke the mistakes, and that's what Magnus is so good at.
Yeah. I mean, there's not many other plans as well that I can see that white can do here. You can't really play on the queen side. You can't move many of your pieces over there. The bishops, they can't really go anywhere. So you have to really try to play on the king side, I think, here. It's the only area of the board. I mean, what other plans can you do? I'm
just wondering, guys, Magnus's webcam has disappeared. We haven't seen any live shots of him for a few minutes. And now he's been thinking for nearly 4 minutes. Is he disconnected? Is Magnus connected to the game? Big question.
Is it?
I believe that Magnus was disconnected from the webcam because he had such a blurry image. I'm not quite sure, but he was having trouble with his streaming for a while there.
OK, so he is thinking he's not actually disconnected from the game, but 4 minutes thought on this position. Like Simon says, you have to push one of the pawns. There's not much else to do.
Yeah. What can black do now? I mean, we talked about white's plans here. I mean, is there anything you can see that black can do to create some threats? Obviously, you know, when you're playing chess, if you want to improve your position, but you want to create some nuisance for your opponent. Can the black knight maybe reroute itself? OK, he's gone for the more full frontal attack there.
Yeah, and Simon, you mentioned black's plans. I was about to suggest this one. Black's queen slides across one square. I think the simple plan is to get greedy, go and grab a pawn. Black's knight and queen both looking at white's a pawn. I'm not really sure that's a relevant pawn. It costs black a lot of time to go and take it, but black's knight, if it does capture the white pawn on a4, then it does get offside. It will at least force Magnus to try and initiate some play. He can't just take all the time in the world now if he's about to go down a pawn. So, yeah, Vidit creating threats and maybe a small trap in the position as well that I've just spotted. So if we do jump in, white did push this pawn forward, black's queen sliding across, as we mentioned, eyeing up this pawn, and Magnus moves his bishop. If he defended this pawn, I think a big mistake, not just strategically here, blocking in his own rook, but tactically, because suddenly, which pieces are undefended for white? This one. And how many pieces are lined up against it? It's quite a lot. So black could actually play knight takes pawn, attacking the queen, and if the pawn recaptures, then this bishop at the bottom of the board falls, also attacking this rook. So that's one. Don't get greedy. Don't just protect pawns. Don't forget about your loose pieces. Magnus, of course, doesn't forget about them, and instead of pushing this pawn, which would be a losing blunder, he brings his bishop out and counterattacking against this weakness.
I'm surprised by that move, actually, for the primary reason that if black were to take the pawn, that's up for grabs. So, I mean, suddenly the b2 pawn looks a little bit vulnerable, and if the knight gets to that square, then it can target the defender of the c2 pawn.
Yeah, and it's like dominoes here. For example, Jovanka, if you're right, if, for example, even if, I don't know, just to show the white pawn steps forward, if black can eliminate this defender actually holds together all of white's pawns. Imagine this bishop, if it drops, then the pawn next to it will drop, then the pawn next to it will drop, and so on. This is like a chain. They all connect, they all defend each other.
It's a little bit worrying for Magnus, actually, this position. I mean, I know I was getting very excited, but black has played it very well, I think, and he's managed to create this counterplay, and he's doing stuff on the queen side now, so you've got to find a way to deal with it. I don't know how.
I don't really like what he's done at all.
If you play bishop takes pawn, it's easily blocked. Black just pushes a pawn, hits your bishop, and next move, this b2 pawn will drop. So, yeah.
It's not going to be a very good sales pitch, is it, for the course if he loses with it? You know.
Yeah, but he didn't play it according to you.
He didn't, no, but no one cares. You know, when they look at it, they're like, you know... And this is one thing you find, actually, a lot in chess databases, that people only look at the results. They don't look at the position. So even if someone's completely winning out the opening, if they blunder later on, you know, no one cares about the opening.
Really interesting move there from Magnus, because we talked about en passant earlier today. Sometimes I know a lot of players as well, we just forget about moves if they allow en passant, and this one wasn't even on my radar, I've got to admit. I've got to say, this pawn push, allowing black to play en passant, the whole idea is that white's bishop at the bottom of the board, the white light squared bishop on d1, is attacking black's knight now. So maybe there's no time for black to do anything. Vidit is confused. I'm confused. There's so many options for black. But what creativity from Magnus, and we have to jump back in, because this pawn push, so unexpected. We were all looking at this pawn or maybe the king's side, but Magnus pushing this guy forward has unleashed this discovered attack. And en passant here may be possible, but it does allow bishop takes knight, and at least temporarily, white would win a piece, attacking the black queen in the process. I mean, this is still super complicated. Black can counterattack by pushing his pawn. Black's down a piece, but he's attacking two bishops at the same time. Maybe he'll win his piece back. It's complicated, but if he doesn't play this, for example, and I was about to say, if he jumps forward with his knight taking this pawn, then there's a risk this knight gets trapped behind enemy lines. White's bishop now, under fire, is about to move. I'm not sure exactly where. But next turn, white will try and trap this knight. Maybe it can just run back, though. Maybe the knight does have an escape route back at the side of the board.
Maybe you should keep an eye on the that escape square.
So going back, maybe this square feels a bit shaky, though, somehow.
It does. I was wondering whether black could kind of get creative and actually start sacrificing the knight.
Black can give up a knight for a bunch of pawns, but instead Magnus has gone in an opposite direction. He brought his bishop this way and actually indirectly trying to attack the queen. So, for example, now if black does try and evacuate the knight from no man's land, then suddenly white's pawn will step forward. This is an attack against the queen, and wow, it's really livening up now. Black is throwing everything at white's pawn chain, trying to trade off pawns here, but again, question is, what happens if white pushes forward, maybe, with his pawn in the centre, attacking the queen? Or what happens if white takes this pawn with his bishop, attacking the rook, attacking the knight? Chaos. And, I mean, the evaluation bar says it's all going in Magnus's favour. That means there's a strong move right now, but so much choice. And only 5 minutes to choose. Not easy. OK, he does take this pawn, double attack. Remember, attacking this knight and attacking the rook with your bishop. Maybe it's just very...
Yeah, I'm quite surprised, especially Vidit has been moving so quickly over the last couple of moves, because I think the last couple of moves was maybe the critical position somewhere for the whole game. And if he's just moved into a very bad situation, then very bad time management on his hands, because it was so many other options that Vidit could have tried. And I'm struggling to see what he plays here. I mean, he's got two pieces attacked. there's a problem.
I think he just missed this move.
I mean, he should have moved slower then. It's not such a hard move to miss. You know, it's like, you know, you take a pawn with your bishop. I mean,
look at his camera. I mean, he was shaking his head. He leaned back and frowned. Yeah, he's quite cool and calm and collected, Vidit.
Yeah, it's very strange. Very strange, the speed he was moving, I think.
Also, it's quite uncharacteristic because he does struggle in endgames, very simple positions. Vidit, I think his feel is maybe not quite as good as some of the top players like Magnus, but tactically, normally he can hold his own against these types of players. Normally he's very good at calculation.
Is there a way to kind of maintain that knight? So the first move that I'm thinking is, okay, first of all, you can't do any defense, so that means counter-attack. Maybe attack the rook, you know, jettison the b-pawn.
Okay, so in the current position, yep, it's a double attack, as we mentioned. Black's rook and knight both under fire, so counter-attack, push this pawn forward, attacking the white rook. But what if the white rook moves, for example? Actually, maybe you're right, Jovanka. The white rook, if it moves back, then suddenly the black knight can come out, gaining time in the process against the white queen. So maybe this pawn just has to be removed. Maybe it has to be captured.
Yeah,
it's a very nice position.
The knight is out, and still, you know, the operation was a success, but the patient still died. You know, it looks terrible.
Yeah, certainly. And there's also a real problem with this e-pawn in the centre of white's moving and just going for the kingside attack at the right moment. This could be really strong, combined with the f-pawn moving even.
I mean, for example, I'm not sure how to show it because black has too many pieces to defend. For example, if you just move your rook, but yeah, there's always going to be ideas of opening up this discovered attack against the queen, and Vidit decides it's desperate times, desperate measures are called for, and just to go back a couple of moves here after the white bishop leapt forward, black's knight under attack. We've been highlighting it a few times, so it gave itself up. You might as well, if you're about to lose a piece, give it up for as many pawns as possible. And after the white rook took this knight, suddenly at least black has a few scary pawns for Magnus to deal with. And okay, lots of choice. Do you move your rook away from the attack, or do you just snack on this black rook first? You could just capture this black rook. We could see a really weird pawn structure. That's been the theme of today. And then you could run away with your bishop now and what do we call these? Triple pawns?
Drunk pawns,
Drunken
Irish pawns.
The Irish pawns, I think, is their, you know, official name, actually. So, yeah, but...
And interesting material imbalance here, because the evaluation bar says Magnus is got a big advantage. But, OK, yes, he's got an extra bishop, but these three pawns, they are kind of compensation. Maybe it's just that they can't push forward. So a bishop and three pawns worth roughly the same, but maybe the bishop is superior here.
Just looks completely winning to white
to me. To me, it looks totally winning.
Put the bishop back in front of the pawns and you know, do some
enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't see how black can survive that position. But
so Magnus has this option.
Look at this. So he's gone for a a really crazy move there.
Oh,
how is this on his radar? This is why the top players are so good, because we were all looking at this rook or maybe running away from the attack, white's rook under fire, but Magnus has ignored both of those ideas and pushed forward. And he's hoping, for example, that black takes this pawn with his bishop, because now it's a double attack. We mentioned this attack against the queen, discovered threat, and now the black bishop will drop off next move. But, I mean, so much to calculate. We have the drunken pawns, the three pawns in the middle of the board, and not just that, we have a double agent, white's pawn taking a bishop, but actually keeping the black king pretty safe. White's pawn maybe doesn't even want to be there. And two black rooks under attack. Let's go back to the players. It's just complete chaos right now. And...
is this a little bit about that mania we were talking about earlier? It's good mania?
It's good mania for someone. I'm not sure who. I think Vidit, he kind of found himself in a situation he had to just let loose and just had to make it chaotic and wild, the position. But Magnus, okay, taking this pawn, surprising.
It's very surprising, because now you can go queen takes pawn check.
Maybe it's just too hot at his place, because I'm looking at... here we see Vidit has 29 degrees at home, but Magnus has 25 degrees with everything. So I think they're blowing off some steam right now.
Definitely. And we do know that Magnus likes his rooms very, very warm when he plays. Often 25, 26 degrees. And in Norway, that's almost a record. But, OK, the current position, it has finally become less wild. It's clarified a bit. White has an extra bishop, but black has two pawns in return. It's all about whether black can hold off the white army and just create a fortress, maybe a blockade on the dark squares. But it feels like a distant dream at this moment.
I mean, the problem is that White simply has one extra piece to attack, and the main target is actually that pawn sitting on a light square, the f7 pawn.
Yeah. So, for example, if White's bishop, which doesn't look great right now, if it does reroute, we could see that happen right now. Magnus retreating the white bishop, and say we get a... Sorry about that, guys. Say we get a situation like this, the white bishop and the white rook will be attacking some pawns, and as Jovanka said, White has an extra piece with which to attack, and Black's pawns are going nowhere. Black's 2 pawns... OK, this exact manoeuvre has happened on the board. Also very logical. The Black pawns are just targets, if anything.
Yeah, I don't see Vidit saving this one. I mean, he's got 2 pawns for the bishop. I mean, luckily, Vidit has pawns in one bunch, which is actually good because all the pawns can guard each other, which is very, very, very useful for some defence. But I think Magnus's piece is going to swing round. He can swap queens at any moment. I would have thought Magnus just going into an ending where he'll be a piece up as well. And well, Vidit's going to have to do an amazing defensive job here to hold this position.
Yeah. And but one thing I do have to say is actually if Vidit were to exchange off rooks, it's not that easy for the queen and bishop to combine on the dark squares. And so they will have to work their magic on the light squares. And again, if Black is successful, then they have things like perpetual jacks in the air.
Yeah, I mean you just keep the rooks on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's always worth when you're in these kind of situations to just think which pieces is it worth exchanging and which pieces do I not exchange. And as White's kind of in control because he has that pressure against that pawn that he's attacking with the bishop, I don't think he needs to worry about that. I mean, let's say you move the rook, attack the pawn, swap the queens off. It's got to be winning, surely.
Yeah, swapping the queens off, I don't think is that...
OK, so he's moving the bishop back now. So I think what he said, and this is typical Magnus, I would not play this move, but what he said is, I've created a weakness in front of the white queen because you can't defend that pawn with another pawn now. So I'm just going to move my bishop back and attack that weakness with my rook. I mean, it's really delicate and nice manoeuvring there. Very, very nice play. And I don't see how that pawn's going to... That pawn may just drop the black pawn, and then he's only got 1 pawn for the piece. That can't be enough. OK, all right.
OK, first he's attacking the black f7 pawn next to the black king. Black has to defend that with his rook. What is Magnus doing with his bishop? I'm trying to figure it out.
I thought his bishop was going to go to that square where the queen's gone. That made a lot of sense to then activate the rook. But
could be in for quite a long game here. I mean, I'm less pessimistic about Black's chances, maybe. I do think there's some drawing chances. Black's queen is just so strong, and if the queens do come off, White is running out of pawns. I mean, it should be winning for White, of course, with best play, but a long way to go. What is Vidit thinking about, though? He has to just use his rook and defend his pawns. The black queen can't defend the f7 pawn. You don't want to touch your own pawns near your king. You don't want to weaken the black king any further.
And does Black kind of huddle into a shell and put the rook next to the king, or should the rook maybe keep its line and move to the a7 square, where it could be loose, you know?
Yeah. I know it always matters, but how much does it matter right now with the 5 minutes versus 1 minute on the time clock?
Matters a lot. Yeah.
I think at some point it's going to become a real problem. I mean, maybe not now because it's not so complicated, but at some point things always get complicated, and that's when you need to have that extra time.
There will be a moment where Magnus sets a trap or kind of forces Vidit to calculate, and having less than a minute, it's going to be tricky for him to deal with that. It's going to be tricky for him to handle. Yeah.
OK, so I'm still trying to work out Magnus's plan, though. Maybe he's just doing a little bit of manoeuvring around for the time being until he works out the way to go forwards. I mean, it's not as easy as I first thought. You've got to try to attack some weaknesses, but the only real weakness, well, there's 2 weaknesses in Black's position, but they're both well defended. Both can be defended by the rook here.
Yeah.
So it's not that straightforward. Do you exchange queens, Jovanka?
Well, you know, somehow or other, I do feel that maybe Magnus can have some fun before taking a committal decision of, like, exchanging queens or exchanging any pieces whatsoever. I'm just thinking, you know, maybe White needs to start to activate the rook and put it on the B line, and then the rook and the bishop can start harassing the queen from the 5th row.
Yeah, and maybe even bring the rook down to the 7th as well.
Yeah.
Could try, couldn't you?
Could try, right?
I mean, it's a really good strategy that when you are trying to win, before you make a very committal decision, like exchanging queens, you try everything else you can, even if you can kind of realise that those tries are not going to result in really attaining any goal. You just put your opponent under little different bits of pressure if it doesn't worsen your position. So I like that. Yeah, there's no rush to exchange queens.
Okay, guys, I think it's time to make a prediction here. Do we think White's going to win?
As it's Magnus, and I think the position should be winning, yes. I'm going to go yes.
Yes.
That was
Sverre.
If I get to voice an opinion as well, I'm excited just to be able to voice it. But I always enjoy a good battle here. I'm hoping for a good finish where Vidit can actually put up some counterplay and we can have an enjoyable late game. That was a really boring answer, wasn't it?
No, I mean, boring, but
no, I think David might be. Are you going to go the same?
I was going to give a similarly boring answer. So you stole the words out of my mouth.
So it's 2-2. 2-2. We got 2-2, yeah.
And we all think. Okay, Rook coming up to the 7th rank. Okay, I think this one's going to be winning for Magnus sooner or later. But I was going to say, I think it's going to be quite a long game still. So how many moves? That's
how many moves? Oh.
I'm going to say 100 just because I'm a sadist.
Oh, you love 100.
But it's 38 moves already. It feels like they've played like 50 moves, but they haven't.
Okay, I'll go 80. I'll go, yeah.
It's going to be a long one. We're going to have to dig deep.
It's definitely going to depend upon Vidit because we know that Magnus is not going to stop pushing here regardless. So.
So what moves have we got? Okay, so we've got 180.
No, I'm going to say lower than that, actually. Okay. I'm going to say...
Oh, especially after this last move.
Yeah, after this last move, exactly.
Oh, you're getting more information. Every move, it changes quite a bit.
Well, you declared your intentions too early,
Come on,
Simon.
hurry up, get you moving.
Let's see how Vidit responds.
No, you can't just drag it out. You've got to decide. Yeah.
Okay, 70.
Okay.
I was saying I was hoping for good counterplay. I don't know if I necessarily believe in good counterplay, so I'm going to say 61.
See, if you went 69, you cover all those numbers. But 61's a good bet, I think, as well, actually. So
I think you're going to be closest, probably, because this last move by Magnus, it has changed things. I thought, OK, the queens were going to come off. The black pieces would be able to fight off the white army for a long time with those 2 extra pawns, but suddenly white is about to win one of those pawns.
And can I just push in here? Gawain Jones has won his first match, and his or first game, rather. They're not playing matches here, but he's won it against one of the guys in top, David Anton.
Brilliant.
Oh,
very good.
Fantastic.
Rule Britannia.
Yeah, that's good to hear, because, I mean, it's horrible. When you're having a horrible tournament, it just feels like gold, doesn't it? When you get a win, it's like, oh, thank goodness.
Yeah. And often, sometimes it can be just what you needed, and it can be enough to kind of launch a few other victories. And
I did also see some stats by Ty, our numbers guy, just before today, and David Anton had 96% chance of qualifying for the knockouts. So, we're celebrating Gawain, but I'm sure David Anton, he's had a great tournament. I'm sure he'll still do well.
But I heard you say yesterday, Simon, that once Gawain wins a game here, he's gonna roll. He's gonna get into rhythm.
Yeah, I think so. Like Jovanka mentioned, you kind of need that sort of just. It's really quite an emotional game, chess. Like a lot of things, it's confidence. You get that first win, and the way that Gawain plays, it can just lift him to calculate better. So so we might see. I hope many more wins from Gawain in the next rounds. So,
next round is black against Ding Liren, so that's going to be interesting then.
Okay, that's a tough one. All right.
He'll play the King's Indian, which he's done a chessable course on, so his speciality, maybe.
And the signs are aligning. The prize for the quiz of the day is Gawain Jones' lifetime repertoire on the King's Indian.
It is a really good course. I mean, I know I have to really say that. I can't say it's rubbish, but it is actually a really good course. I mean, all the chessable courses are great because they're checked so thoroughly, and I know that because the amount of checking my courses have been through, it's intense. So they're all great, but Gawain's course is special. He gives that great opening, great justice.
17 seconds for Vidit. The clock is ticking down. He needs to make a move. What is he going to play?
Clock is also ticking down to move 61.
Yeah. Oh, and Magnus.
5 seconds, and there's a pawn up for grabs. He needs to defend that pawn.
Oh, does that defend it?
No, he can't do that. Yeah.
So he's lost a pawn, and the queens have come off. Now it's 4 versus 3 on one side of the board. This one is winning for white. Still, if all the pawns disappear, then rook and bishop versus rook is technically a draw. So Vidit now, he does have some small, tiny glimmer of hope.
But look how happy Magnus is. He's got that big smile on his face. He's clearly very excited about how the game's going here. So, I mean, it's a good picture, isn't it? You know,
being surrounded by this great British humour is one of the best places I could have been right now.
I love that comment, Simon.
Well, yeah,
always made me laugh.
Okay, so what is the winning plan for White? And how long will it take? Because we're closing on a move 61.
So
He said 61. Sverre said 61.
Yeah,
and what did you say, David?
I said 100, just for the sake of it.
You went 70, I went 80.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Okay, we're looking good, Simon.
Yeah, I think we're getting nearer to our. I don't know. I mean, maybe you have to push one of the pawns. You don't really want to exchange pawns off here, but I think maybe like an F-pawn push, move the king in.
Could you not have some fun with the bishop first? Improve that one to the maximum?
So this bishop can be improved, and also all of Black's pawns lie on light squares. So you want to attack the base of Black's pawn chain. That's this pawn. This pawn is not protected by any other pawn, so at some point you would love to kind of get a scenario where you bring your rook up, and for example, if Black just waits and does nothing, somehow you want to bring your bishop around. And OK, I'm just kind of being a bit helpful here for Black, but if you can get a situation like this where the bishop and rook gang up against the base of the Black pawn chain, then the rest of the position collapses for Black. All of the pawns disappear. But yeah, maybe Vidic can fend off this type of idea. For example, in a situation like this, he can always bring his rook back and stop the white bishop from infiltrating.
He's gone for the F5 move.
He's gone for a pawn push. Wow, OK. Really interesting by Magnus. Instead of going the long way round with the bishop, which I was hoping for, to get to move 100, he's pushed this pawn forward. It's edible in two different ways. If you take this way, as Black, your pawn in the corner drops. Suddenly White gets Harry the H-pawn, another theme of the day. And yeah, suddenly you're breaking through to this weakness as well. So that looks terminal. But also, if you play pawn takes pawn, then suddenly the White rook is going to come up to the 7th rank. And it's, yes, you've given up one pawn for White, but there's two big threats in the position. Firstly, White is threatening to bring the bishop to the centre, attacking this pawn, but also attacking this rook in the corner. And a secondary threat, for example, if Black stops that, is that the white pawn is pushing forward and breaking through thanks to this 7th rank pin. I think Magnus has found the moment. And let's go back to Vidic, because 5 seconds now.
It could be move 61. It could be. You know, it's sort of that H pawn is going to surely just win the day now. I mean,
8 seconds.
Now you've created
5
a passport.
seconds.
That's the dream.
Yeah, Black has to huddle up. No, not in. Does this one work?
He wants to trade a set of pawns, but it looks like the white rook can go up to the 7th rank with a check, maybe.
I mean, can you just... Is that a winning rook and pawn ending even? Often you can...
Yeah.
Often you can give up material to get into an ending that you know is winning, and it looks very close to being winning with the white king. I'm just thinking of a variation here. I mean, we're probably going to see a move on the board anyway, but a key line is the rook checks the king. The king has to go away from defence of the pawn.
You have to go to attack the bishop.
Only square, and you have to now calculate pawn takes pawn because it's a very concrete and forcing variation. Black has to take the bishop. You push the pawn on, creating another big threat. Only one defence. The rook comes back, and I was wondering now if you're in time to move your king in here, which is very close to winning.
Yes.
But I'm not sure if it's... If this wins, you play it. So this is why Magnus...
Maybe Black can hold by the king going back and just blocking this square.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe just in time, but you're right, Simon. This is exactly what Magnus is calculating right now. Magnus would love to just take this pawn, create a pass pawn of his own, but maybe he's not in time. Maybe he needs to save his bishop first, and there we go. He does save his bishop. At least now Black gets this kind of cluster of pawns. These three, yes, some of them will drop after White's last move, dropping the rook back, pinning and winning this pawn. But if now Vidic can trade off the rook somehow, it's a distant dream, but if he can kind of make the rooks disappear from the board, even if he loses these 3 pawns, if you're all the highlighted pieces now, if they all drop off the board, it's actually a draw, because a white bishop on light squares alone and a pawn that promotes on dark squares cannot win. Black's king will just go and hide in the corner, and there's no way to evict it. So some hope for Vidic?
Yeah,
maybe.
Definitely some hope. I have to confess, I actually had this endgame with the rooks, and Black didn't have any pawns, and it took me forever to win it, because, you know, Black kept offering a trade of rooks. There were stalemating opportunities for Black, and I just had to be so careful.
Even without these 2 pawns, it's not easy, right?
Not an easy win.
Yeah, and,
maybe the pawns kind of help white in some ways. You often get that in these endings that black wants to keep checking the white king, but sometimes the pawns get in the way. So, you know, of checks towards the white king, which you could see potentially here in some cases.
For example, now I think a simple winning plan for white is just bringing the bishop forward, pushing this pawn at the right time, and there we go. Magnus is about to maybe win one pawn and then push his own pawn simultaneously. It looks like he's getting closer, and there we go. We're going to get the exact endgame you mentioned there, Jovanka. All of the black pawns are about to drop off if we rush forward to the current position.
Move 63, so it's closing in on 71.
Yeah.
But
I was 70, right?
Oh, 70, 60. So 61 is gone. Yeah.
61 is gone.
Yep.
Okay, 61 is gone.
You're 70 and I'm 80, so okay.
Could see some sturdy defence maybe from Vidit up to move 100.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, you know, I made a meal of it. And the thing was that people were waiting for me as well. And they were like, yeah, she's going to win. And within 5 moves. And then like 40 moves later, I was still at it.
Just tossing it out there, it's so far out of the 5 games we see here, it's all decided. It's also Ariantari who wins against Van Forest, which is pretty big in the scheme of things.
Yeah. And how did Erik Hansen? Sorry, I'm just having a look, because obviously Erik was bouncing back, wasn't he, into the tournament?
Yeah, he's still playing.
Still playing, okay, right.
Oh, really tense game there against Prague, maybe fizzling out to a draw. Meanwhile, Magnus, he's forced the black king out of the corner. That's the first step. Now the black king not blockading in the dark square in the corner.
I think it's move 68. I mean, resigning here would not be a bad option, I feel. You're playing Magnus Carlsen. I mean, like, you know,
it's almost stalemate, though. If the black rook wasn't on the board, it would be a draw and stalemate. But the problem is you can't give up your black rook. And, I mean, you can't force white to take your black rook. And I think we're about to see Vidit. Has he just resigned?
He has just resigned. Move 68.
Well done. So 69 would have been a great answer there. But 68, yeah.
And yeah, Magnus showing his class, taking the endgame win.
Yes, so just looking at position, I mean, bishop and rook is very hard. You find often that, you know, the win rate is supposed to be a draw, bishop and rook versus rook, but it's often the bishop and rook which always wins, even if it is a draw. But nice game from Magnus, and it's good to see he won with a brilliant opening.
Can we get a highlight of what has been happening here so far from you, David?
Yeah, I just want to show the one moment that Magnus sealed the win, and here it's actually a very difficult endgame. Yes, he's got an extra bishop, but it was this pawn push. I recommend going back and replaying it over again. This pawn push, which broke black's structure, giving up a pawn, but creating a passed pawn of his own for white, and this secured the win for Magnus.
At 8 o'clock or maybe a little bit later, depending on when the games end here, because Erik Hansen is still playing, we're getting our next game of the day. And it is Erik Hansen who's playing against the Indian Hari Krishna. And now we want to take a quick look at Anish Giri and how he feels about his opening play, or at least his opening variant.
The Dragon Sicilian is an opening you can play against white's first move 1 e4, which is the most popular first move. We start with c5, which is a Sicilian defense. We fight for the center and create an asymmetric pawn structure from the start. White usually develops the knight. We play d6, preparing knight f6, stopping the e5 push. And after d4, c takes d4, we take the central pawn, knight takes d4, knight develops to f6, we're attacking the e4 pawn. White develops as well, defends the e4 pawn, and here the dragon move, g6. We want to develop our bishop here, which is called the fianchetto, and the reason this opening is called the dragon is because of this pawn structure, which looks like the dragon. That is how I know why it's called the dragon. There are some alternative versions as well, but the idea here is that we want to fianchetto the bishop, castle quickly, maintain our central pawns like that, have no weaknesses, have the bishop face the long diagonal, use the c-file for the rook, and try to attack the white king that's going to castle long. The dragon has been played by many great players. It's been used by Garry Kasparov in his World Championship match against Vishian, and it's also been played by Magnus Carlsen and many other strong players. It's one of the most exciting, although a little bit of a risky opening.
That is Anish Giri talking about Dragon Sicilian. But Jovanka, can you tell us a little bit more about this opening?
Yes, certainly. The Dragon opening is one of the most dangerous. It's one of the most exciting. And like Anish Giri says, one of the most riskiest variations in the Sicilian defense.
And that doesn't say little for being Sicilian defense.
Yeah, I know. But I have to say one thing, though, Sarah. The Dragon has the coolest name ever, because after all, what do you think about when you think about the word dragon? You are thinking about that mythical beast that's flying overhead, that's breathing fire and destroying everything in its way. Well, sadly, that is not the reason why the dragon is called the dragon. The story actually goes that in 1901, there was a Ukrainian Soviet player. Now, forgive me if I get the name a little bit wrong. It was Dus Kuzmitsky. And he looked up at the stars because he was also a keen astronomer. And he was like, look at that. That's the Draco constellation. And that actually resembles the dragon pawn structure. And so that's how the name actually came about. And it was adopted in the 1920s. Now, I have to say, the Dragon is a very, very popular opening. It's been played over many, many years. In the 1880s, the English master Henry Bird, he used that a lot. And as Anish mentioned, it was also a favourite of the former world champion Garry Kasparov and also former world champion Veselin Topalov. Now, both these players have really fiery, energetic styles, so it suited them to a T. But we have to look at the opening moves and we have to find out why is the dragon so attractive. And David over here is going to help, and he's going to show the first few opening moves. So it's a response to the king's pawn, and black plays the move c5. And after the natural developing move, black continues by supporting his pawn on the centre. And this is a very, very key moment because white now challenges this c5 pawn. And after pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, we get this dragon formation with the knights develop first, and now we have the constellation. And the whole point is that with this trade of pawns, this black c-pawn for the pawn in the middle of the board, well, black gets a beautiful, beautiful dark squared bishop. And there you can see it's breathing fire on that long diagonal. And also, in return, he also gets a lot of pressure on the open line with a rook. So David's going to highlight that out. But, Sverre, I have to add a word of caution. Anish Giri did mention that this was the riskiest opening. And that is because the dragons can be slain. And I have to say that you do have to work out a way of defending against your position, because the white players have found ways to attack. And indeed, it is in the dragon variation where Bobby Fischer came up with a very, very famous phrase. He said, against the dragon variation, it's very simple. And to quote him now, you open the H-line, you sack, you checkmate.
Let's take a little bit of a look on how things have fared for the Sicilians so far in this tournament. And it's quite interesting. As we can see here, it's a very successful opening. Just to translate these percentages, it's so that if you consider a 50% score for a draw, 100% for a win, that's when all the games add up to be 61.1% wins for the Sicilian. And that is quite amazing for a black opening.
Yes, certainly amazing. I mean, because you would expect black to be actually slightly on the negative, and I would consider a great black opening to be one that scores maybe 50% of the time. But 61%, it's really fantastic score.
Let's see here also how it's fared directly. It's been played, it's been won for white only 10 times and it lost 22. 22 games have ended in a draw, so that's 22 wins out of these 54 games analysed, and also 22 draws.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It is amazing, and I do recall that in the first round, I think, when Gawain Jones and Magnus Carlsen faced each other, guess what Magnus Carlsen chose? He chose to play a dragon.
Dragon is quite popular here, but let's take a little bit of a look on the Sicilian defense.
Probably the most popular opening in the whole of chess is the Sicilian defense. The Sicilian is a counter-attacking opening often chosen by black when white starts with his king's pawn. It's the favorite opening of pretty much all the world champions, especially Bobby Fischer and Garry Kasparov. It's a counter-attacking opening as well, so it shows that black is up for a fight from a very early stage. We've seen it a lot in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. In must-win situations, black often chooses the Sicilian defense. The Sicilian defense starts after white pushes his king's pawn, and black replies with his bishop's pawn, controlling the center, not from the front, but from the side. This is the start of the Sicilian, and there are plenty of different types of Sicilian, anti-Sicilians, closed Sicilians. The main line, however, starts with white bringing his knight forward, black replying with a pawn push, and here white has a choice. We talk about the open Sicilian, which is the main line and favored by all the top grandmasters. This starts when white opens up the center. White exchanges a pair of pawns at this early stage. Now black has a choice. Usually the knight jumps forward, attacking white's undefended central pawn. White's other knight defends this pawn, and now black again has to choose between several different types of Sicilian. Here, if he pushes his pawn forward, we call this the Najdorf Sicilian, possibly the most aggressive type of Sicilian for black. Black can also choose the Dragon Sicilian, pushing this pawn forward and putting his bishop along the long diagonal. We call this a fianchetto. This is also a very ambitious, aggressive line for black. There's also the classical Sicilian, if black brings his knight forward. We've seen all of these moves on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and all of these variations lead to very dynamic fighting chess. If white wants to choose a more solid way of playing against the Sicilian, a safer way, then he will instead bring his bishop forward, giving check. This has been popularized by Magnus Carlsen himself. It does tend to lead to slower, more closed positions, which isn't what black players want when they choose the Sicilian. My favorite way, however, of fighting against the Sicilian defense is to push my pawn forward, trying to build a pawn center, trying to support my central pawn with another pawn. We call this the C3 Sicilian because of the square this pawn lands on, and it tends to be a very safe way of playing for an attack a bit later on, especially if you can gain the center with your pawns. The Sicilian defense is black's most popular reply to white opening with the king's pawn. It features in 40% of those games. It's also black's best scoring move, statistically scoring around 50%. That's extremely rare for black to score so well in any opening.
Last round ended up in a bit of a tough loss for Erik Hansen. Now he's at it again. He's playing against the Indian Hare Krishna, and they're already started here, David.
They have already started. We're only a few moves deep, but it is the Spanish opening, the Roy Lopez, that is signified by white's light square bishop coming out early. White's light square bishop now on the edge of the board, pinning the black knight, actually just trading itself off now for the black knight. And you can tell Erik, he's going to be devastated by that last loss. He was in charge against Pragnananda. Look at his face, hands on his head now. He's still remembering the ghosts of that defeat, and it was a tough one.
This looks a lot like Hansen of the Masters tournament just some weeks ago. And when he gets into these funks, it transpires into his games as well, doesn't it, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, it's tilting. Again, something in poker, which happens far too often when I play. And Magnus is really good at this. Magnus, he loses a game, he nearly always bounce back and win. But it's that psychological thing. You lose a game, but you shouldn't have lost. You think about it too much. You've got to get it out your head. If you don't, it will affect your next play. And I hope Erik's capable of forgetting that game and bouncing back here.
Yeah, he needs to, but he is quite good with the white pieces, especially in the opening. We talked about this a bit yesterday. Everything's pretty much mapped out. He knows his opening repertoire inside out. He's been playing the same opening since he was 7, 8 years old, so he knows everything pretty much up to move 10, 15, 20. So I think it's a good thing for him after bouncing back from a tough loss that he'll be able to just get his pieces out, get a solid position, this pawn push, just controlling some squares, stopping black's light square bishop from coming out. And also, I think style-wise, it's quite nice that he's playing someone against Hare Krishna, who loves his endgames, loves his longer games. Erik will get a bit of time to kind of warm up, get back into this one, get over the emotions of the previous defeat. Meanwhile, both sides have castled their kings, developing their pieces, and With this last pawn push, it looks like Eric, he's getting ready to throw pawns forward in the centre. Maybe just trying to trade some stuff off, trying to kind of clarify the situation. Black has the 2 bishops, but Black's pawn structure not ideal for now. Very, very balanced opening.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we get a Chessable course from Eric as well at some point. I mean, I think he'd do a brilliant course on how to play 1e4, because you mentioned he's played this all his life, and he's very dangerous with it. And I know Hari Krishna has also done at least one course. I know he's done one on how to beat the French defence. I think he's maybe even done another endgame course. But Hari Krishna, not much has been mentioned about him. Really nice chap, done some commentary of him before, and he really understands chess. He's a really good positional player, and in the ending, he's up there with Magnus Carlsen as being one of the best endgame players in the world. And we see now both sides manoeuvring their knights around here.
Do you think we're going to see something really ambitious from Hari Krishna now? The Black Knight has just retreated, and to me that always signifies, Jovanka thinks yes, to me that always signifies in the current position that Black is about to pump forward, throw forward his f-pawn just to open up a line for his rook. And if he does this, then the centre will explode. It's just about whether Black's pieces are ready. Normally this signifies a kingside attack for Black.
Very key game, actually, isn't it, this one? If you look at the standings, Hari Krishna is just about in qualification place, in 8th place. Let's remember, half the field go through after tomorrow. And Eric, yes, he lost, but if he bounces back with a win here, he's still got a great chance of qualifying. So you can see them 8th and 9th. What a big match for that qualification. This could really, turn things. So I think Hari Krishna, the way he's going to be thinking, he's probably thinking, I know this sounds a bit cruel, but I'm playing one of the lower rated players. Yes, I've got Black, but this is a guy I should beat. Yeah. So he might take risks.
And he's also in 9th place as well, Eric.
That's right.
A key, basically a key rival,
Key game.
Yeah, in football, they call this a 6-pointer. So, for example, if Hari Krishna wins, he'll be 4 points ahead of Eric. Pretty much clear of him, but if Hari Krishna loses, he'll be 2 points behind Eric. So there's a 6-point swing, and crucial for the standings. Okay, not throwing forward that Black f-pawn, slightly disappointing that we would have seen fire on the board there, but very logical. Hari Krishna first, just developing Black's light squared bishop. And now the White Knight heading to a decent square. Actually, this White Knight, quite often in this pawn structure, wants to go to the edge of the board. It's kind of counterintuitive. We normally say knights on the rim are dim or grim, but the White Knight wants to park itself on the A5 square in front of Black's isolated pawn there, just going towards the light squared bishop. White would love to trade off one of his knights for one of the Black bishops right now, but Eric shaking his head. He's still remembering the last game.
He's got to get it out. I mean, how do you do that though, Dave? This is big error. I've got a very emotional player, and I lose the game. I think about it far too much. I mean, any advice, Jovanka or David, how you can just forget about it?
Yeah, I have some advice, but, it kind of depends on your personality. What I try to do is I try to kind of meditate it out and just give myself like 10 minutes and then just kind of figure out what is the story I'm telling myself, why am I feeling like this? And then afterwards, put it away. But then I know that some people don't feel that. They have this rage, and it just,
I get the rage. I normally, I used to just get smashed, basically. I found that was quite a good way to forget about it. Don't do that anymore. But David, I mean, yourself, I mean, you...
I mean, I used to be very, very emotional. There were some trashed hotel rooms and the like. But I think just a few years ago, when I was maybe in my 20s, I realised, actually, you've got to get a balance of caring, not caring. And I just try and completely turn off my mind. Meanwhile, I do feel Eric, unfortunately, he is tilting, and he's just playing too fast at this early stage. It's already critical for White. Look at the Black pawn structure in the centre. Black's pawns are all flying forward, and Eric, it's uncharacteristic for him to play so quickly, first of all. Normally he needs his longer thinks just to feel out the position, to calculate a bit. But, I mean, second and most important, I just think he's skipping past the critical moments. The position is about to open up in favourable ways for Black, and already we talked about this Black f-pawn pushing forward. Not only has he got that, but the position is about to become perfect for this unrivaled light squared bishop. And okay, after this pawn trade, I'm expecting something that you highlighted earlier, Simon, but with colours reversed, the Black queen to come across. This is very typical. I think I've had virtually this exact manoeuvre before in my own games. The Black queen is going to come out, look at the White king, but not just that. I don't really know what White is doing. If white ever trades pawns here, you're only helping black get rid of the double pawns, and there's so much pressure against this central pawn here. It's the two bishops, it's the open line for black, it's the queen coming to attack the white king. It's all about black right now. It's just been a dream opening, and Hare Krishna has actually played that move, the most natural move in the position. The queen's coming in, and Eric's in big trouble already.
Yeah.
I don't like it at all.
It looks such a beautiful position for Hare Krishna, and Eric in serious trouble, and he needs to just think things through and try to do some patchwork. But whilst we're waiting for Eric to come up with a solution, I do have to share with you a really cool selfie that we got from Robin of the Hood. And we love receiving selfies. Always remember to take them in landscape mode. But get this, they are watching our show and they're thanking us because it helps distract them from the pain of doing a chess tattoo on a tropical island in Indonesia. A chess tattoo. I mean,
That's
just
a very
take
normal
a look
tweet,
at
isn't
that.
it? So, yeah.
No, but just take a look at that tattoo. It's so
Wow.
cool. Oh, I love it, Robin of the Hood. And yeah.
I want to see an after picture of the tattoo.
Yeah,
when
well,
it's
definitely.
ready.
Tweet us the after picture, because that is really, really nice. And yeah, you're welcome. And we're so glad that we're distracting you from the pain.
Yeah, maybe we need to see some chest tattoos. If anyone's got any out there, I know we have a friend over in Gibraltar, Craig, who's got many chest tattoos. He's got a pawn all across his hand there, big chest pawn. But I'd love to see some chest tattoos.
I know he's got a tattoo of the name of your website, Simon.
On his bottom, yes. Thanks, David. Let's not go into that night. It was a long story. So, Torquay British Championships, yeah.
Yeah, no bets involved whatsoever, right?
Do any of the top chess players have any chess pieces tattooed? Because often, you know, when you see the Olympians, they all have the 5 circles tattooed.
And actually, it's a common question that comes up when we're just hanging out with chess players. I mean, I've struggled to name any chess player inside the top 100, 200 in the world with a tattoo, any tattoo. I don't know what it is. Maybe chess players they're thinking about. I'm very tempted just to become the first. But
I've got a tattoo, but I'm not in the top 100 or 200, so I'm a long way off.
Do you have a chest tattoo?
I don't have a chest tattoo. No. Maybe one day. Yeah, I'll be tempted. You know. So, any tattoos?
No tattoos.
No tattoos. Okay. Jovanka, would you be tempted?
No, not at all.
No.
I'm too fickle person. You know, I get really bored.
Chess players,
too much of a commitment.
Yeah, we're thinking too long-term. Chess players, we're wondering what it will look like in 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
That's actually the reason why I haven't got it. Because I'm like, I might not like it in 5 years.
Yeah, that's true. We get lasered off, can't you? Or just get a bigger one over the top, you know?
Yeah.
Get bigger and bigger. No, but yeah, I'd love to see some chest tattoos anyway, if anyone's got them on Twitter.
Meanwhile,
I'm looking at the current evaluation now. It's saying that Hare Krishna is starting to also take a computer grip in addition to having the more human grip on this game. And do you value it about the same way as computer right now?
Yes, unfortunately for Eric, I completely agree. We were talking about the human aspect where Black had very simple plans, the better pieces, the kind of logical, easy, smooth way to start an attack. Black's queen is about to come out, as we indicated a few moments ago. And the computer's showing that those plans are still about to happen, but Eric hasn't really found a way to fight against them. This rook move, what does it do simply? Yes, I understand that this white rook might end up on an open file, but everything on this B file is protected. So what is this white rook doing? I think there are other priorities. And once the black queen joins the party, once the black queen comes out, I'm expecting the g6 square, looking down at the white king, white pawn in the middle of the board, the e4 pawn loose. It's all turning against white.
I just wanted to point out one thing, because I'm looking, we were showing it earlier here, just the standings, but I just wanted to point out that right now, the difference between 8th and 15th, 8th and 15th is only 3 points. It's one win separating. Even Ariantari, who's now in 15th, is in the running of getting up there. That makes it interesting to follow the others. I recommend, if you want to follow the other games as well, you can also go to Chess24 and get an evaluation there for the different ones, because it's really exciting right now. Look at this, with Hare Krishna at 12 and Ariantari at 9.
Everyone's pretty much got a chance then, right? I mean, obviously Gwaine a little bit out of it, unfortunately, but that's incredible. You know, someone gets a roll of wins, they can qualify.
I was trying to introduce the term moving day for day 3 to you, David. Right now you can see what I'm talking about.
It's definitely moving day. And, I mean, look at all the arrows as well, the green arrows, the red arrows. Players have been swapping places left, right and centre. Yeah, I mean, what an exciting few days. It's all about now who can string together a couple of wins in a row. I mean, if, as you mentioned, in 15th place, if Arian Tari wins 2 games in a row, he's probably right up there. So, yeah, hopefully an exciting photo finish for tomorrow in the prelims. But meanwhile, one move from Hare Krishna, and he's just retreated Black's light squared bishop. So maybe not the most incisive move, not the most direct move. Black just keeping his bishop nice and safe. And yeah, if Hare Krishna wins this one, he's got to be one of the favourites to qualify. He's got that kind of style as well. It's so hard to beat Hare Krishna. He's so solid.
Yeah, he's one of those players you say just understands the game.
He knows where the pieces go.
He knows where the piece goes. He's very experienced. He's been playing, a lot longer than Eric in tournaments over the board everywhere. He's got a good chess education, and he'd be very happy with this position. I mean, it's still, he has got a nice position, but there is a thing turning a nice position into a win, and I think that's a trouble that a lot of players have. They get a nice position, but at some point you've got to pull the trigger. You've got to do something very dynamic often, and it is nice. But how does he actually convert? I mean, after bringing his queen out, for example, does he just sort of wait? Let's say if Eric can remain patient himself, maybe with like a3, David. Yes, you bring the queen out here. Let's say white defends with queen e2, maybe. I don't know if that's the best move. Yeah. Where's you have to do something a bit aggressive at some point here, don't you?
At some point, and I think that's what Eric needs to do. He needs to force Hare Krishna to pull the trigger at some point, put the pressure on him to be accurate. But the problem is, in this type of position, I don't think Black needs to be accurate. I don't see what White is doing simply. So, for example, as Black, I would be tempted to just shuffle the Black King into safety in the corner. At some point, when the moment's right, you bring the Black Knight. I don't think yet, but you bring the Black Knight in to attack the central pawn. The reason I say don't do this yet is because maybe White's Knight can come to the edge of the board and annoy the Black Queen. That being said, maybe the Black Queen could just capture a pawn in the centre. I mean, everything just looks so good for Black. Yeah, if I just throw the question back at White, what are you doing? And this is what I like to do in chess in general. If your opponent's doing nothing, just improve your pieces, tuck the king away to bed, and say, what's your next move? And it's not easy. As you mentioned, Simon, this pawn is the weakness. The queen and rook now, the two white best pieces are tied down, protecting a mere pawn. That's never a good sign. And actually, Eric's done that instantly in the current position. He's brought his queen forward. So now both of these pieces tied down just to a mere pawn. Yeah, here, Hare Krishna, for sure, at some point he's going to bring his queen out. For some point, he's going to tuck his king away. And, OK, first he trades a set of pawns. Slightly surprising to me. I don't think he needed to rush.
Maybe he can move his knight now, though, I guess. Is that the point before the knight was kind of defending? Yeah. I don't know if he moves it straight away, but this might be the logic behind it, right?
At some point later, he can move his knight in now. Yeah, I'm just slightly surprised to see, for example, now if Black does take too much time, at least the white rook is going to get some targets. Suddenly, lines have opened up slightly. And when I have the two bishops, I just want to stabilise as long as possible. So in this position, I would just want to maintain the status quo. Normally, it's the side who is fighting against the bishop pair who needs to accelerate the play, who needs to open up.
But talking about accelerating the play, Hare Krishna's gone for gold directly. He's simply attacked the pawn.
I mean, can Eric play a very aggressive knight move here?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of looks logical. Jovanka, right? I mean, you want to change the pace of the play because you're defending. Can you now throw the white knight towards the king? I think this is both our first faults, right?
Just to show your idea here, Simon, this is under attack now, this pawn, so you can defend it with your knight, but also try and go on the attack, trying to jump in to this square, maybe, into the black camp, hitting this rook. Getting complicated. I think you're right, Eric has to try something like this, because what else? If you don't jump in with your knight, go on the attack, then you're reduced to passive moves. Maybe this one, just defending your pawn, but oof, it just feels ugly. Yep, this knight jump, we want to see it. That's maybe what Eric has to go for. Low on the clock as well now.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes to Hare Krishna's 11.
Okay, he does.
He doesn't play that. Instead, he just moves the queen.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, this one is understandable. Just defending everything now. The white rook at the bottom of the board defends the central pawn. Everything's holding together for now for Eric, but Hare Krishna, he can build up this pressure. He can move that black king. I just want to get it into the corner. The black king's slightly vulnerable on a diagonal, so why not hide out in the corner? The black queen will come out. The problem for Hare Krishna here, too many good moves, too many options. too many choices. And he's played quite quick up to this point, Hare Krishna, but yeah, that's the dilemma. That's when I slow down, when my position is too nice. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to touch anything. It's all too perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you there. It's quite annoying changing a beautiful position into a concrete kind of position. And I think that is the problem that Black has, though. It is a nice position, and it's still like you have to do something else here to get a substantial advantage. Moving the queen out, as you say, David, maybe you can get hit by the white knight. Yeah. Could you maybe move the queen all the way out? I mean, that's a useful move to play, getting it nearer to the white king, something like that. But it doesn't look totally clear to me at all. Yeah, okay, I can see Black's got 2 bishops, but White's going to get counterplay with that open file that you mentioned, David, very soon. So it's not totally clear, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I still love Black's position. I think it's fantastic, but maybe it could have been even better. I do think suddenly the white queen is on a better square than she previously stood on. Black's knight, I understand why Hare Krishna put it there, but it was just a 1-move threat. I think this is a common mistake that players make at all levels, especially when they're first starting the game, is they often make just 1-move threats that actually, if their opponent guards against successfully, it worsens their position. Sometimes you have to think a bit deeper. You can't just attack with one piece, and when your opponent says no, then get stuck for ideas. You have to kind of build up as part of a longer-term plan. So that's what Hare Krishna's trying to formulate right now. And, OK, part of the longer-term plan maybe was to bring the knight towards the white king. And here it goes, also opening up the black rook on the f8 square, which I quite like.
Yeah.
So attacking chances.
Definitely. And, we always like it when a knight appears on the f4 square. Aggressive intentions, spice of life.
I feel bad, though, for Erik Hansen. He's probably the happiest guy you find outside of his chess games. And then you look at him playing these games here, and he looks utterly, completely depressed.
Yeah.
Chess is suffering.
That's a quote that's been used many a time, isn't it? Chess is suffering, simply. You don't need to add anything else onto that. But it is really hard to explain the emotions of chess to a non-chess player. I know a lot of people who've had relationships with people who don't play chess, and they lose a game, and their girlfriend or boyfriend be like, "Why are you so miserable?" And it's really hard to sort of just explain to them how much it means. Yeah, it's just that's it. That's the worst thing to say. Your partner or someone says, "Why are you so miserable?" It's only a game, and it's like it's my life. It's everything. It's like So it's incredibly.
But for me,
hard.
the worst is there. You're still a great chess player. I was like, oh no.
Do they give you a little pat when they're doing it as well, like on the head?
Yeah. No, but I've actually tried to control that part of my chess being, because I thought, it's actually not my partner's job, and I don't think any chess partner's job to actually sit there and try to cheer them up. I think we should be mature enough to actually, just to think about things, process the emotions ourselves, and move on to the next game.
But I've actually been really impressed with Jovanka today, because twice she's been saying that she's enjoying this bishop or really playing with this piece. I don't play with pieces, I just suffer pieces. Like maybe that's my problem. Everything feels like it's bound to fall down and go bad at some point, whereas I really wish I could approach that part where you see like, oh my, this piece is so strong, I'm just going to use this for all it's worth.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I am an observer here. I am a spectator. I can sit there and watch the games, and we all can enjoy it, and we can throw the pieces away. We're like, hey, why didn't he sacrifice this? Why doesn't he do that? But the reality is, when you're sat there over the board,
and I think
it's true.
I think there's something about age. We were talking about age earlier, and it's. I think when you're young, you have no fear, right? So you look at a position, you're very optimistic about it. But as you get older, it's like, oh, hang on a minute, I'm worried about this, worried about that, and you're more worried about things as you get older. So you're not quite as confident as you get older. I think that's kind of a natural development.
I think you definitely take defeats harder, take it more personally when you're older. You think, oh, I've spent half my life studying for this one game or building up to this one game, and it all went wrong. What's wrong with me?
We're making it sound so great, aren't we?
But it's beautiful when you win. It's beautiful when you win. And OK, meanwhile, a few moves have happened as predicted. Black's queen did come out to the g-file. White has tried to kind of plug the line towards the white king with a knight. And now, OK, Erik's taken a timeout as well to improve the white rook, as we indicated a few moves ago. And, if we jump in just to show I think, a very easy, natural kind of continuation for black. There's two moves that I want to play. Both involve getting this knight into this glorious f4 square. One is to jump in first. Viewers at home might ask, why not just jump in to attack the queen? Also, some threats towards the white king side, maybe. But this knight can be eliminated, and it's just about whether the two bishops here are superior to the two white knights. Here, I think they are. But you do lose a lot of flexibility without your own knight, without the black knight being an attacking piece. And that's why, actually, if we just rewind, after bishop takes bishop, which was played, suddenly the black knight jumps in now. So you don't have the bishop pair any longer, but you have this fearsome attacking knight. And
we know what's coming at some point. Yeah.
This pawn at some point is going to destabilize white's knight, kick it away. For example, if white is too slow, then this pawn will push forward and immediately is winning because, yes, the white knight can jump back, but there's going to be attacks on this square. For example, the black knight now can come and check, win this pawn, hitting the white king because it can't be captured due to a pin along the g-file. So Eric, in the current position, whoa, he's just put his queen on this square. I was about to say he needs to gain time, give a check maybe, at least force black's king away, gain a move with which to defend, but instead he's put his queen on a different square. He's put his queen on this square, on f3, but what is it doing here? It's just a target for black's rook, but also a target for black's bishop. I don't really understand, I must confess. At the very least, black can maybe even take this pawn at some point.
I think he was slightly worried about maybe knight takes pawn moves. I'm thinking of the pawn on g2, actually.
Okay.
And he just wanted to avoid that, so that's why he put his queen on this ugly square. But you're right, there's like something in the air. This is where Chessable author and grandmaster Yasser Sarouan goes, ooh, my spidey senses are tingling.
If you have one of your own pieces, especially a queen, stared down at by an opponent's rook, it's never going to end well. And, OK, the pawn push did happen. As Simon indicated, this knight was kicked back, and there's going to be a trick at some point. The white queen is going to drop to the black rook. I just feel it. And
I even don't understand that last move. But maybe he had to play that. That's the problem, because otherwise you'd lose the exchange. But white's pieces are getting kicked to horrendous squares. I mean, no future that knight now.
Yeah, so at the very least, black can just take this pawn, bring another piece into the attack. If he wants to build up, he can just move his rook forward, bring his other rook across, double things up against the white queen. It's just glorious. You can win this position quickly, you can win it slowly.
Maybe you can bring your bishop to life with a d5 push in the middle.
Explode things open.
Just get that bishop pointing towards the king as well. There's so many good moves, right?
I love Hare Krishna's move. And just as I was trying to get in his mind, and he would never dream of taking a pawn. He would never dream of allowing his own pawn to drop, because he is obsessed with control, Hare Krishna. That's his chess style. And therefore, he moves his pawn up one square, and he wants to bring his other rook across now. Full control. I'm surprised the evaluation bar's down to under -1, because it looks like black is completely, utterly winning now. And, OK, white pushes the pawn forward, and the black rook is going to join its buddy.
Incidentally, you know, I just saw an article actually from Chessable author Alex Kolovich, and he was talking about this type of rook defensive move, and he kind of said it was in the style of Capablanca, the way that Capablanca played those endings. You know, instead of allowing his opponent any form of counterplay, he's just like, no, control the position first, and then continue with his plans.
Yeah. It's just good chess. Controlling squares, stopping the opponent's ideas.
Yeah. All the black pieces just look so well placed there. There's nothing, I can't see anything immediate, so you might still have to bring in another piece. That's why I want to do the central break. Just bring the last piece into the game, the bishop in the corner.
Bishop, yeah.
Where's white's hope here?
That's a good question. I think actually white's move at some point, not right now, is to just move the white queen across one square and offer a trade of queens on the g-file. If the two queens disappear, some chances to save the game. So I think he's got to hope that he can survive to the end game, Eric. This middle game is ugly, so it's all about surviving till the end game. Yeah. If he does survive, if the queens do come off, then maybe the momentum will change. Maybe we'll see the trend switch around. Hare Krishna will be kicking himself, actually. If he doesn't convert, or if he doesn't gain a kind of decisive advantage in the next 5-6 moves, Hare Krishna might get frustrated.
But with a 0.8 evaluation, there is a way, right?
I don't know if there's anything immediate, though. I mean, it's strange because it looks visually so good because all the black's pieces are sort of in the right squares, but I can't. There's no like crash bang wallop and say like way to break through that I can see here. So you still got to win this position.
The one thing that's worrying for me, I think maybe that's influencing and maybe kind of pushing my judgment even further in black's direction, is that Eric, just for about 1 minute there or half a minute, he was just looking away, head in his hands. He wasn't even looking at the board. I think if he were, now he's refocusing, but if he does kind of calm himself down and kind of forget about the last game, forget about the opening in this game, then he'll realise he's still alive. And, okay, Eric just about to make a move, but if we show maybe what he could try, for example, if he tries to swap off queens now, this is a mistake. He tries to trade queens because after a queen trade, there's a knight fork hitting the 2 rooks. So I think he has to prepare this. I think he has to move one of his rooks out of the way. I'm not sure exactly where, but for example, one of his rooks lifting it up, and next move preparing to trade queens. And it's still going to be a difficult endgame, difficult defense ahead, but he just has to look on the bright side. If the queens come off, he's still alive.
Yeah, I guess you have to play some rook move to defend. Maybe you can prepare that idea by, OK, do we have a move? OK, by playing the move you play, David, or pushing it 1 square even further forwards. But something sensible and defensive is not Eric's style, though. He doesn't like going on the back foot, but he has to.
And like you said, there's ideas like pushing the pawn forward, breaking open this bishop, breaking it out of jail. And, I mean, it's on such a good diagonal if things open up. Also, actually, just looking at it, maybe black can even get flashy here, Simon, and play queen takes pawn, giving away a knight temporarily, sacrificing a knight, but at the very end of this variation, there's rook takes pawn, checking the white king, taking the white knight.
Tactics, I miss those things.
It took me a while to see that one, but I think that's the direct threat in the position.
So Eric has to tread very cautiously, actually. If he wants to play this queen trade idea, then he has to step forward with his rook 1 square.
But it's such a hard move to play, and there's downsides to that as well.
3 minutes left as well. He's not comfortable. That's the problem.
Happy.
No.
And I think it's harder because Eric isn't a full-time player. He streams, he does other stuff, and he mentioned it last month, right? I think to you, Sverre. Just the opening preparation, he's just not there. He doesn't have a big team around him. Doesn't have the same time, resources.
He doesn't really focus at it at all. He was saying how it's so hard to know when the invitations are going to come, and he loves the ability to play here in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, but it's hard to put together a team if you're living in complete uncertainty, and I can understand that. I mean, he has created a whole new entrepreneurship and businessship that does take a lot of time, and I can see how getting back into those 8 to 10 hours per day of hard work, that's tough.
It is, yeah.
Really tough.
And it's also hard to balance it because, as we know, as we just discussed, chess can be quite painful. If you're not winning, things not going your way, it's actually can be not very enjoyable. Winning is enjoyable when you're at his level, and he's got a career streaming, easier career. He's very popular, he's very good at it, and that's kind of like, I'm not going to say the easy option, but maybe the more fun option as well. So it's like you kind of have to dedicate to being a chess player to compete with these guys, definitely.
You also kind of need a team around you to take care of all the mundane stuff. And I know Eric recently moved from, I don't know where he was, but he moved to Toronto. And, that again takes up energy. You have to sort out your equipment, you have to sort out basic things, and it takes time.
And his NHL team, Calgary Flames, lost last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and I know that hits Eric more than it does most people.
Yeah,
and that's actually no joke. That actually matters to him.
Yeah. Chess players are superstitious, so if your favourite sports team loses, you have a feeling it might not be a good day.
Or he could have been out commiserating as well. That probably doesn't help. So.
Do you think that I was just going to say, here he comes? I was going to say, well, now that the knight has come backwards,
such a natural
sign to go forwards.
Literally, if you look at every single one of the black pieces, they point towards the white king. The black queen points towards the white king, the black knight is super close, the black bishop's on the diagonal, the black rook's pointing down towards the white king. It would be a miracle if white saves this.
I mean, there's got to be a killer blow now, surely. I mean, you can just take the pawn if you want to, go pawn up, but it looks like, there's something here.
Yeah,
I mean, everything's now working for black.
I'm trying to look, but you're right, Simon. Worst comes to the worst. You have the backup option of just taking white's central pawn for free with your own pawn, 1 pawn up and with the attack. Long term, that should be winning. Maybe there's something else to do with a knight jump right now.
Yeah, I think you should just capture that pawn. It's for free, up for grabs, like you say. And also, the great thing, if you capture that pawn, you actually secure some squares for your knight.
Yeah, so if we jump in, and actually that has just happened. So in the current position, the queen was attacked. Finally, Eric is offering this trade of queens, but I don't think Harikrishna is going to oblige him and say yes. I think Harikrishna is going to run away. There's plenty of squares. I'm not sure the best one for black. I would be tempted to actually swing the whole way across just to kind of stare down at the white king on this diagonal, but no matter where you go.
I really want to make E3 work here as well, but I mean, you know, just because
so in this position, pushing a pawn.
I don't think it really achieves much, but I just want to get the bishop in the game. If you go queen takes queen, there's a nice little idea of pawn takes pawn check or
Simon,
something. Or
what about this one? Check.
I like that
actually,
one.
Maybe your one's better,
but this
I want to checkmate with a pawn.
Oh, yes, that is pure pawn. That is checkmating with a pawn. That's obviously what I meant by that.
Checking the king, and also look at this bishop, cutting off the escape squares. Yeah. That's glorious.
That is sexy. That is lovely. So, yeah, very nice stuff.
But that's going to be my new expression, go-to expression. That is pure pawn.
It's a pure pawn checkmate. I don't know what you're thinking there, but, you know, just it's a pawn checkmate.
He didn't go for it, unfortunately. I mean, I don't think it was the best move. White would have had options to defend, but now, as Jovanka mentioned, this square is beautiful for the black knight. It's a nice outpost in white's camp. It's what we call an octopus, an octo-knight with its tentacles everywhere. And yeah, this would be winning. Another option for black would be to lift his rook up maybe one square, swing it across, and go for white's queen, white's king. No, he chooses the most natural option. This black knight dominates the two white rooks, and I think we're in the closing stages of this game now. Black's piece is just too strong.
Yeah, I think so. There's nothing to be done here, is there? So
at least Eric has temporarily blocked out that black bishop. That black bishop is only staring down at its own pawns, but I mean, the white knights, I mean, especially that white knight on the edge of the board on h2 does not make a great impression. And Eric, yeah, he was kind of slapping himself slightly there. Yeah, I mean, he knows that this is going to be another loss, unfortunately. And in a way, he kind of lost it himself. He didn't recover, and it was a bad opening. And it all came down to that last game, the previous round. Harikrishna, he's done nothing wrong, played very smoothly, just slowly improved his pieces, and I think that's a good tip for players of all levels. If in doubt, no matter what your opponent's doing, just slowly improve your pieces, especially if you feel a bit of weakness from them, a bit of impatience.
And what do you think about Eric's last move? You know, he's just said, fine, take the rook, but I'm going to push Harry one square. You know, when in doubt, push Harry. But I don't quite see what he's trying to do other than
Me neither.
I didn't get it.
Block up the dark squares, I guess.
I mean, I think black can take on f2 next move as well. I mean, if he wants to. I mean,
so the rooks are coming in, the black rooks.
I mean, every move was pretty bad, so it's...
Yeah, right now, black is up a rook and a pawn just for one knight. So that's a decisive material advantage, but also you have the attack. Yeah, that black rook's coming in, maybe.
I know it's just a saying here, Jovanka. I'm just curious, that whole when in doubt, push Harry, has that become more true after that whole AlphaZero thing going on and how the H-pawn is just turning into a monster?
Yeah,
or has it always been true?
No, it hasn't
Simon's
always
been.
been.
Saying it for 20 years.
Simon is the pioneer here. He has been advocating Harry for a long time.
Yeah. So it's him and AlphaZero, pretty much.
Yeah, the thing is, though, you know...
Drunk AlphaZero.
Well, the thing was, like, Simon was... OK, so we do see the rook takes pawn. Simon, you know, he was advocating it quite strongly, but people were kind of like mixed minds. It was like, yeah, that's fine for you, Simon. You have an aggressive style, it's very intuitive, but not for me, thank you very much. And suddenly, when the AlphaZero started doing it, it became like, oh, hang on a second here. If AlphaZero is doing it, then maybe we can do it too. And yeah, and it just revolutionised that way.
I think it's amazing, though, how a computer changed how humans think so much, how this program literally changed how humans, over how many, you know, hundreds of years of thinking about chess, changed it in like a space of a week, changed their thinking about chess. And that is incredible, really, to think about that, how
and not that many games even.
Yeah, I mean, just just AlphaZero just played. It was a course of a week or so, wasn't it? And it changed humans' perspective on the game, which is
literally
remarkable.
Immediately revolutionised so many top players' games.
Yeah,
I mean, everyone was going down the same openings, the same drawish lines. Suddenly, no, we can push our rook spawns. It's in every single position. Go on the attack in weird, wonderful positions. Sacrifice material, which computers never ever did before, really.
Yeah,
and it's.
But it must have been also great for, especially you guys. You've spent so much of your life with chess. You've worked so much on chess to see that computers doesn't necessarily have to be a limiting factor. It could actually be expansive and actually broaden the game as a whole.
Yeah, I think that's probably life nowadays in general. I mean, rather than acting against computers, we've got to act with them in nearly anything we do. Like, again, poker, it's the same, isn't it? I mean, but in work situations, you've got to try to use them as an ally rather than sort of an enemy, I think. And it's especially true in chess. But it's nice because it was always the topic, can computers have emotion? Can they be creative? That was something which was very fiercely debated, going back 20 years. But now it's kind of shown that they can be creative and they can do creative things that humans can't do, which is a big change, I think, in civilization as well, really.
Yeah, just as you were talking, Simon, Harikrishna's down to 30 seconds now, which is very surprising. His position is so winning. All he needs to do is trade queens, for example, which I think he can do by force. White's knights are not that great right now, but is Harikrishna getting nervous? OK, up to 1 minute, maybe there was a bit of delay there, but either way, maybe some chances for Eric. OK, the white knights at least defending each other, getting coordinated. Have we written him off too soon? Harikrishna, I think, out of all the top guys, maybe he's one of the least comfortable, kind of playing when he's under 1 minute, under 30 seconds. Over the board, when I've played him a few times, he does slightly panic because his instinct is to keep control. And in rapid chess, when you're low on time, in a kind of imbalanced position like this, sometimes you can't always keep control. Like Simon says, you have to kind of finish things off. You have to calculate a bit. You have to take a small risk sometimes to win the games.
Well, he's playing in a very materialistic fashion, though. He's put his rook on the third row, maybe going for the A pawn. And, he's kind of saying, yes, white, you have a fantastic queen in the middle of the board. But, if you move it away, like Eric Hansen's done, comes with consequences. And now the black queen can also mobilise, attacking Harry the H-pawn. That famous pawn.
Yeah, there's a big check as well, isn't there? And I'm not sure how white can defend, actually, here now. I mean,
Queen has to drop back,
well,
right?
but then there's a tactic. Is there a tactic there, maybe?
Yeah, maybe we can show this big threat on the board. Eric ticking down to about 1 minute, but the big threat is the queen coming down to this square, backed up, supported by her rook. For example, if white just plays too slowly, the queen's coming down, check, hitting the king, picking up the white rook on the next turn. And as Jovanka mentions, I think strictly the only way to defend against this threat, this check, is to bring back white's queen. You also defend this pawn in the process, but now all of the white pieces are just purely defensive.
Did you know what I thought black could play here? I thought black could play rook takes f1 check, which doesn't work for so many reasons. It's not even a good move. I don't know.
Rook is not even attacking this
I know. Well, that's also a problem. So it was like, wow, that's that time of day.
Yeah. So the problem is that every single piece for white, the knight, this knight, the rook, queen, they're all purely defensive, and you're down on material. So black can take his time, black can just grab this pawn, black can bring the bishop into play slowly. Simon, you mentioned eventually you want to remove this defender. It takes a while, but hey, Eric lifting his rook up the board instead, if we go to the current position, and at the very least, black can just take off Harry the H-pawn and be materialistic here. It's very, very winning at this point. It's just about the clock.
Maybe just move the rook down to pinning and winning.
Simon.
Could be the end of the game.
That would be brutal. The black rook coming down, pinning, and if the white knight takes this rook, you actually win both of the white knights now in one swoop. You play queen takes knight check, and he's done it. He's about to win both white knights, and he's going to emerge with an extra bishop for free, and with the attack. So yeah, this one is going to be game over any moment. Harikrishna about to be a clear piece up.
Is there maybe any queen? The queen can come and give a check. So Eric has tried that.
Okay.
The king moves away.
You can also got bishop d5.
You can even block it with the bishop, like you say.
I mean, you're just moving the king if you're short of time is probably the move to play if you can't calculate blocking with a bishop. But
this bishop block is very effective. If the white knight takes this bishop, then queen, queen takes knight check, and we're about to see a result. This will end in checkmate. The white king is not going to escape from this attack.
It's very nice checkmate,
Eric
actually.
resigns.
Yeah.
Eric resigns, and that throws a little bit of trouble for his thoughts on being able to reach the top 8 here, Simon.
It does, yeah. I mean, he's had two losses in a row there, and it's also the momentum. The momentum is so important. I mean, he's got one game left. If he can win that game, he's in with a shout still. But you could see just mentally he was on tilt there.
Are you impressed with what Hare Krishna showed us, Jovanka?
Yeah, it was just a smooth control. You know, he played that game perfectly. You know, I love the way he opened up the position. He realised that, you know, hey, he's got a bishop pair. Let's accelerate the play. Let's put Eric under pressure. And it was just a masterclass, to be honest.
A masterclass. I like that. Show us how he did it, David.
Yeah, and I just want to show the closing moments of that masterclass, of that masterpiece. And Simon mentioned the words nice checkmate. That is because in this position, white's queen is attacked. If you remove the attacker of the queen, then suddenly the black queen comes down. This is a check. Only one square to go to. Now you can give another check, for example. And if the white king steps forward, then you can use the fact that this pawn is pinned with a killer blow. The black rook will come down and the king is trapped. You pin, you win, and you checkmate very nicely. A masterclass.
And the next game we're going to show you today, or the last game of the day, is actually Magnus Carlsen playing against Chinese Wei, and that is going to be a brilliant, brilliant game to finish up what has been a great day 3 so far. But before that, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back here from the studio.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, he takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, but no remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome back. We're shortly getting ready for what is game 4 of the day. And prior to that, we're going to give you today's Lisoveta learning point.
Today we're going to talk about endgames, especially stopping past pawns in endgames. In this position, Pragnananda had the white pieces and Erik Hansen with black, and it's actually a key game for the standings for qualification. Here, Erik, black, he has the move, and he has to deal with 2 very scary passed pawns. Black has an extra knight, but these 2 pawns are racing down the board. They're very, very close to their promotion squares. And Erik here, he panicked. Rather than playing the best move, king takes pawn, he actually blundered. He brought his knight to the center, trying to eliminate this pawn, but he'd simply forgotten that his knight can be distracted. His knight can be deflected away, and after Pragnananda pushed this pawn forward, suddenly the black knight cannot deal with both pawns. After knight takes pawn, the white king simply stepped back, and it was inevitable now. White made a new queen. But if we backtrack, Erik actually let the draw slip. He could have simply captured this pawn, and then the key move brought his king back, and he's just in time to bring the knight back and guard the promotion square. This would have ended in a draw, and that's why it's so important to calculate correctly, accurately, and deeply in endgames.
Thank you for that insight, David. We have been promised you today that we're going to go inside of Magnus Carlsen's training camp. Let's take a look at how Magnus Carlsen prepares for his big matches with all the personnel he has ready to take it to the very top level needed.
Which one you want, Lungo? Yeah. I mean, on the training camps, generally it's very relaxed. We have a nice atmosphere, we know each other for a long time. I mean, I'm doing training camps for 8 years with Peter and Magnus, so we know each other very well. We always do a lot of sport, which is good for him because he gets into shape. It's also good for me because I get into shape as well.
As a Russian, I can say, like, comparing to Russian camps, it's
I have worked in a different team before. It was, let's put it like that, tougher. But I think it goes along that we're trying to build team spirit, also trying to get some input from Magnus. We are mainly trying to make the opening phase not important in a way, rather than sort of try to dominate. I think that will be the Russian style or the one I worked for before, right? To try.
I would guess so. I think it's exactly the opposite. Yeah.
Well, here you're up against someone who's probably also spent half a year together with a team. So, I mean, the strategy becomes a bit more, and as Daniel says, that most of the things will never be seen. I mean, well, I think I worked for another guy before Magnus, and we had like a three-month training camp that basically was useless in the sense that, well, our opponent came with some surprising ideas we hadn't seen, and then basically we could not throw it out because it was extremely useful later. But for the match, it had absolutely no relevance. And I think we are expecting similar things here, so we are trying to, cover everything.
No, honestly, I think I will never see this position again. Like, especially in the match. When it comes to World Championship match, it's like really high stakes. And then you start being paranoid, and then you can spend some, like, really lots of time for checking something completely insane.
When it comes to the memory part for Magnus, when it's his time to see all your work and start memorizing, how does that actually work?
No, but first of all, he has a brilliant memory, actually. I mean, it's literally unbelievable, in my opinion. Like, it's quite often that, let's say, like, you work on something for like few days, then you show him once. Then 3 days later we have a conversation, and I don't remember what the move is, but he does. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's obviously a very decent start for a chess player to have such a memory.
I think I'm holding. Do you want to draw, mister?
This game will not go good for me.
No, wouldn't think so.
So playing these games, Magnus, is that part of how you remember all the work that is done in this room?
I mean, it helps you understand the positions a bit better. There are summaries of the work that I look at, so I try to remember it, try to understand it, and eventually I play it in the games. So anything new today? Something I should know?
Our nose is something like this. Takes castle with a short, small advantage. You believe in this for white?
I mean, it's just a Berlin with a knight instead of a bishop. What's not to like?
Okay, so let's say bishop c4 after king f2.
Yeah, but what's your idea? I mean, so king g3?
Bishop d4.
Knight d4?
Bishop a4.
Wait.
Wait.
King h3?
King g6?
Yeah, king g4?
Yeah, then it's probably just a draw.
Yeah, I think it's the draw.
It seems they're working in serene conditions here, at least, but it's so much work that goes into it. And I was interested by what Dubo was saying also, how Magnus's predispositions here, how his natural skill comes into play to such a strong degree.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, you could just see that, the way he was effortlessly challenging them and playing the game like blindfold without a board. And also, I was really struck by the fact that he has fantastic memory skills as well. That's such a useful thing to have. I was very, very impressed, actually, how honest and open that particular video is, because normally this is top secret stuff.
Yeah, you would never see any other world champion of any other sport or any previous world champion in chess that kind of reveal all their secrets, show people how they work. And it's also, I like the comment about how it's very different from the Russian training camps. I've been part of other training camps, being a second for other players, and it's a completely different vibe. It's so intense. It's purely about the work. And I think the reason it's so successful is because they are kind of laid back, and they're able to kind of give everything when they really focus.
But is this a bit of an in-your-face from Magnus, showing this much of how he works?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite brave to do that, just to give those secrets away. And I'm checking, I think all those videos are on Chess24 as well, if someone wants to see them. And it's fascinating, right? You can get an insight into Magnus's preparation and those little interactions with his friends. It's like, it's really unique. You can't get that, never be able to get that. I think when it comes to his memory, that's one thing that struck me, that Magnus has a special memory, a real phenomenal memory. Even since he was a kid, he was remembering capital cities, and he was doing it better than nearly anyone else. And I think that special memory is something very unique to Magnus. Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, you having been a part of Magnus's career and him being a part of your career for so long, playing as you were kids growing up, is that something you noticed right away, that he had a natural ability?
Yeah, definitely a natural ability, and especially for maybe the more refined parts of chess. I think when we were kids, there were a lot of players of our generation who knew how to attack, who could spot tactics, spot tricks here and there. But Magnus, he would control games from a very young age, and that's, I think, the rare quality. And it was only later I discovered he had this just kind of superhuman memory almost, but that definitely helped him in terms of openings, in terms of just general pattern recognition, and he always stood out. But then again, so did players like Nepomniachtchi, Vachier Legrave. I think it was just kind of that X factor is his memory.
How important is it when you combine a team to have different personalities and different playing styles, do you think?
I think that's very important, actually. We saw there that we had Peter Heine Nielsen, he's the chief coach, and he has a kind of very solid playing style. Then you have Jan Gustafsson, who specializes in the openings, particularly E4, E5 openings. And then, of course, Dubov and Jordan, who are super creative, and Laurent, very solid player. So you can see there that there is a clash of chess styles. But we also saw in the video, these guys got on tremendously well. And you need that to have that bouncing off each other. You need to have that positive atmosphere.
Or as Magnus liked to call Jordan, perhaps a punching bag. Let's see how he fared in the last round here, or if he's doing better than he did against Magnus, because it's been a bit of a difficult day so far for our Jordan fan Forest. Now he loses against Nils Grandelius. That puts him in a lot of trouble. We see Arian Tari continues winning against Mishra. That puts him in position. Vidit following up with a win against Wei. And this means that Wei is a bit on a bad stride right now as we're heading into the next one. It gives us the following table after these games are played. Magnus Carlsen, he's now in a sole lead, 1 point ahead of Ding Liren and Anish Giri. We have Wei, who's starting to fall a little bit behind, but is still only 3 points from the lead. David Anton still doing well in the top here, but then we have Mamadiaro, Pragnananda and Hare Krishna being followed by a mass of players. And look at this, still 3 points behind, now in 12th. Arian Tari, he's working his way up.
He's working his way up, and it is all about those players down from 9th place and putting together a run of wins. It's all about streaks, all about kind of taking those risks. They will have their fate in their own hands still. They will be playing some of the rivals directly above them. So every point counts, every move counts.
And the next round counts. Let's take a look at who's actually playing here. Yeah, we're starting to get it up, but we'll go back to this. It's Anish Giri playing against Vidit Gujarati. Arian Tari, who's playing against Sam Shanklin, who's not been doing too well. That could be another good possibility for Tari. Grandelius against Mishra, Pragnananda, Van Forest. And then we have Hare Krishna against Mamadiarov, Gawain Jones playing Eric Hansen, both of them desperately needing a win. Anton Ding Liren, and then the game that we're going to be following, Magnus Carlsen against Wei Yi. And what can we expect from this, do you think, Jovanka?
I think we're going to see a lot of fireworks, actually. I suspect that Magnus will try to outwit his opponent in the early stages of the game. But Wei Yi, he's been playing very aggressively in the first 2 days, and he's been very, very precise and creative at moments. But the problem is, like you said, today he's been struggling. So I do wonder whether it's actually the time zone that is catching up with him, because, you know, he is playing very, very early in the morning. That's a very, very difficult task.
It's 3 a.m. now where Wei Yi sits, and yeah, he's done well on the first 2 days, but we've seen that from Ding's performances in the tour in the past. He might start strong, but the longer you go on playing those late nights, the more difficult it becomes. And okay, we see Magnus pop up. This is so rare, seeing Magnus turn up before game start.
Yeah, almost 30 seconds before game start. That must be a new personal record almost. But it's 9 o'clock here Central European time. We're going into this last game of the day. That means 3 o'clock Eastern Standard. We have a 12 o'clock Western time. This is going to be fun, isn't it?
It's going to be fun. And another fun aspect, should we try and guess Magnus Carlsen's first move?
Knight C3.
Knight C3, you think?
E3.
E3.
E3 is a good bet.
H4.
Oh,
it's Harry.
It's Harry, but this is a very dirty Harry. This one. This is not a happy Harry. This is a dirty Harry. This is one of the. Oh, are you looking at me, son? This is. Oh my God.
The accelerated Harry attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My word.
This is actually the first time we've ever caught a move like this.
Yeah, normally we see it happen on other boards, or we see one C3, one D3, the boring stuff. No, H4 now, and what is that white pawn doing out on H4? It makes no sense. It doesn't fight for the center. It doesn't improve the development of the white pieces.
Loving
it, Simon?
I don't really know if I'm loving it or not, but it's. I've played this in Blitz, obviously, and it's a load of rubbish. It's a terrible move.
We have the Harry attack against the Queen's Gambit. It's the Queen's Gambit with reverse colours, and Magnus has declined the Gambit. Yeah. Wow. I mean, this is basically a normal position with colours reversed, except white has that one extra move, H4, and it, if anything, it worsens the position. White's king is never going to be safe castling on this side of the board anymore.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out, like, what are the worst moves that white can play in move one, and I'd say, like, H4 is probably the third. So I've got F3, knight H3, maybe H4, but OK, I mean, he's now going into a Tarish, so he's got to make H4 work. This is the thing. He's got to try to think of an opening variation that he would normally play with black and make that Harry pawn fit into it. Because as David says, you know, pushing a pawn, they can't go backwards and you weaken squares, especially the square next to Harry there, that light square next to it. But what a way to start the game. I mean, pushing that pawn with, like, you know, well, I mean, what a lunatic.
But you know, we talked about, like, Magnus being just crazy, making this dirty move. But then just take a look at Wei Yi. He looks like it's just another day at the office.
Exactly.
You know? I'm not bothered. I'm not surprised by this.
Yeah. At this point, it's no longer a surprise that Magnus kind of digs deep into his bag of tricks and just plucks out the weirdest move. His opponents are beginning to expect this. I think the bigger shock would be Magnus playing a normal opening at this point. Yeah. And I think the most kind of surprising thing out of all of these surprises is that Magnus, he actually studies these types of moves. When he played 1f3 against Duda last month, he had analysed some opening theory. He'd worked out what he wanted to do against Black's most obvious moves, and he's clearly done the same again. He's gained 20 seconds from when he started this game, and
he's taking chess in new directions.
Definitely worked out this.
But you know something, you know, the quiz of the day is what is your chess level, and by opening up with that first move, you often see this as the first move that a beginner who hasn't seen the board before plays.
True. Get the rooks out.
Get the rooks out.
Yeah,
that's the only theory that I know.
Yeah, I mean, if you showed anyone this guess the ELO kind of thing, it would be like, it's probably about 300 ELO or something.
That's quite a fun game that I notice a lot of streamers play nowadays. They ask one of their viewers to kind of show them a game, and they'll try and guess the ELO. And if you show them this position, I would say maximum 1400.
Yeah.
No, he's double that rating, Magnus.
Definitely. No, I just saw an answer to our quiz of the day, which I thought I have to share with you, especially in light of this. And it's from Cancel, who says that their chess level is like drunk Daniel Dubov. Fireworks, aggression, terrible blunders, and brilliant moves. Of course, the key is to have fun. I love that drunk Dubov. And, OK, well...
Sensible play.
It's a very sensible, very classical play. It's almost like where he's like, well, I'm just going to forget about Harry.
Yeah, he's just going to keep his cool.
But talking about Harry, how is Harry looking right now? Starting to
lonely, very lonely over there. He sort of put me back where I came from, please. You know, I mean, it doesn't look so stupid. And actually, if you get what we call an isolated pawn position, the Harry pawn over there is very useful in certain positions, but you've now got to really take it into... This is where you're really going to be an artist, because you've got to direct the middle game position where that pawn looks sensible and not stupid. So it's can be, I mean, with his experience, he can do that. I mean, it's kind of terrible, though, you know, showing this to kids out there. Might be a lot of kids watching this. You know, it's like showing them a naughty video or something, isn't it?
That's why it's the last game of the day, son.
It's the last game of the day. It's like
the kids are asleep.
I know, yeah. The kids. Hopefully, they're all asleep, because you show this to someone who's trying to learn chess, you know, and it's like, oh my words, you know, Magnus Carlsen's pushing h4. I'm going to play like this. No, don't play like this. You know, it's not good.
Kaya did ask me. She said, "Is Magnus a good role model?" Just a couple of days ago, and definitely not in this game.
Yeah.
But
it's fun. It's fun, isn't it? Fun. We love it.
That's why we love chess. Yeah. I mean, he's pretty much secure at this point. We see above Magnus there. He's got 22 points. He's pretty much guaranteed to get through to the knockout stages. So why not enjoy the chess? And okay, imagine how incredible it would be if White's H-pawn ends up winning the day with some attack, or by promoting. Harry can become Harriet, become a queen, and win the game. Who knows?
And, somehow I don't know, but then where we would be like, I'm the person that lost to one.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing, isn't it? I mean, you've got to forget about that, right? Because you don't want to lose to a ridiculous move and be remembered as that person. So maybe this is a bit of a psychological ploy against the Chinese camp in case Ding Liren qualifies. It's like, I can beat you with h4. They're going to be thinking, oh no, you know. So
if Ding qualifies for a World Championship match against Magnus, imagine the Ding camp studying one h4.
I mean, come on, they can't do that. But now it looks all right.
Now it's okay. Now it's not a problem, because the queens are off the board. And, Magnus is working his magic. He's gotten away with it.
But I remember Magnus in the Masters last month starting out with 1f3. Then h4 seems quite sane, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's why I was trying to work out what are the worst moves White can play, and Magnus is finding them. I don't need to worry about it. You know, Magnus is finding all the worst moves.
Yeah, and I had Just ahead of the Chessable Masters, I had a chat with Magnus about the worst first moves. He said, I think, according to the computer, actually, the Grob 1G4 is the worst.
Oh, really?
Or alongside...
Wow. He hasn't played that yet, has he? Yeah. So he hasn't played 1G4 yet. This is one stretch too far, maybe even for Magnus. So.
And maybe we can jump in to show what's happened, because there have been a lot of differences. So this is the current position, and if we just backtrack a few moves ago, here, Wei Yi had a big decision to make. Here, I think if he was trying to punish Magnus's 1h4 push, then he would have kind of refrained from any trades. He would have, for example, castled the black king. But now the question is, maybe this pawn push becomes relevant. Maybe the white pawn can go forward and destabilize the black king position. Maybe the white rook can even kind of come and swing across later on. So Wei Yi said, OK, no more fun for you, Magnus. We're going to grind it out in an endgame. And if we backtrack, instead of castling, he played pawn takes pawn, allowing this queen trade. And if we fast forward to the current position, it's actually very symmetrical right now. These pawns are completely balanced by white's pawns. White maybe has slightly better bishops. That's the one difference in this position. White's bishops kind of look very nicely along these diagonals. Meanwhile, the black bishops are still stuck at home. But other than that, everything is balanced. And as Simon said, this white H pawn, it doesn't look too great, too bad anymore.
I mean, it cramps black. I mean, when I've played 1H4 online, I've had I've had messages coming back at me like, "You moron, give me some respect." And this is the kind of message I get. But Magnus can get away with it. But it looks kind of sensible, Jovanka, right?
Yeah, I was going to say actually, you know, after laughing at the first move, I really like Magnus's position. You know, David mentioned that the bishops are better, but I'm actually going to say there's another piece that I think is better, and that is White's knight that is stuck there on its starting square, because that knight can actually go to via the D2 square, via the B, and jump onto the B3 square.
Yeah, just to show that knight's path. The black knight, this is the dream destination for white's knight. The black knight, meanwhile, looks nice, but can't jump anywhere, and the journey has started. Black castle the king, and Jovanka, you've highlighted this already. The white knight is going to jump to B3 and then into a nice outpost. And the reason this is a better square than black's knight sits on is because it's anchored by a pawn, and black cannot challenge for the rights to the square. So, yeah, really... I mean, it's small margins here. It should be balanced because the pawn structure is completely symmetrical. Queens are off. It should be a draw with best play, of course, this endgame. But Magnus is a master in endgames. And if, for example, black is just slow and allows this white knight into the position, then this knight is going to dominate proceedings. So a clear plan for white, not so clear for black. Also, I'm slightly surprised in the current position that black has castled his king. When queens are off, kings don't necessarily need to be tucked away in the corner. White's king is much more flexible. White's king has a nice home, just one square forward. And if it comes down to lots of exchanges, a pawn race, for example, White's king is better placed in the middle of the board than Black's king off on one side. So the black bishop comes back, and now I'm expecting the white king to step forward, freeing up this white rook. Maybe the white knight, as Jovanka mentioned, will... OK, there we go. The white king does step forward. The white knight will park itself on this square later on.
I love the messages. I mean, I sometimes have a little look at Chess24 chat, and, you know, some messages like, did Magnus really start with H4? It must be a transmission error. You know, this is the kind of general theme when a move like this is played. He started with 1H4. Maybe he's the only... I don't know, only super grandmaster to have ever played this in a tournament.
A serious game against a serious opponent.
Yeah, against a very good opponent. But his position looks quite nice, right? You couldn't have asked for a better opening position than this.
Yeah, I would have said earlier that Wei Yi is one of the few that wouldn't be kind of perturbed or just kind of annoyed psychologically about facing a move like that one. But the way he's played it, Wei Yi, he's given Magnus way too much respect. If your opponent plays H4, you've got to try and punish them.
Yeah,
but,
definitely.
No, he's now just going to get ground down in an endgame potentially, or maybe Wei Yi will hold this game, push it towards a draw, great result, but against 1H4, you want more than that.
I think 1E5 must be a better move against 1H4. I'm just thinking about openings, you know, 1E5, because 1E5 is much more, 1E4 is much more testing. So 1E5 must be a much more testing move, just in case you want to get your theory on the dirty Harry attack ready or whatever. So it is actually a course by another great author, Christoph Selecki. He's done a course called I think it's called the Dirty Harry. It's not on this move because that would just be a bit too outrageous, but it's on a line in the Sicilian, which, so it's already been coined, that phrase.
Yeah. Gosh, no, I really like what Magnus is doing. And Simon, earlier on, you asked about chess tattoos.
I did.
You did, and Drunk Yoda obliged and says, look at their chest tattoo. It's very, very cool.
Okay, Drunk Yoda. Okay,
Yeah.
I
I have to say, I'm really impressed with everyone's chest tattoos.
Okay, I've got to like zoom in on that one somehow. So we'll see if it comes up. Okay, yeah, that's quite cool.
It is really
that a
cool. It's
funky
like
night,
kind of
isn't
like
it?
a Viking kind of insignia. It's
Is it?
really...
It looks like a funky knight on a leg. Is that right? I like it. I like it. Nice work.
It's nice.
Nice work, Drunk Yoda.
I was wondering if it was just Yoda prior to getting that tattoo and then it changed his nick afterwards.
And I also, we do have our quiz of the day where we're asking, what is your chess level? And there's a tremendous prize up for grabs. And it's Gawain Jones' lifetime repertoire on the King's Indian. And Robert Ball says, chess level, superhero. Captain Blunder. I like it. But obviously not the blundering part, but I like the kind of tweet. Nice answer. And if you two want to have a chance at winning Gawain Jones' Chessable course on the King's Indian, then remember to tweet your answer using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Yeah, and the more I look at it, the more I think Magnus has very good chances in this endgame. Also, look at the clock times. Yes, Magnus played a weird first move, but with it, he has gained a 7.5 minute time advantage. One move for that amount of time in a rapid game, it's definitely worth it. I think Wei Yi here, maybe he's keeping a poker face, but maybe just a bit stressed, a bit worried now about the potential of losing to 1h4.
And he's also, I think, has he lost every game today? I mean, if he hasn't lost every game, he's had a really bad day. So he's already on the downward spiral.
I think one draw and 2 losses today.
So, I mean, that's really, and then if you lose against 1h4, you're like, oh, my God, why am I playing chess anymore? It's like, there's no fun.
For the first time, I think, ever, we've seen Wei Yi slightly shake his head there.
Emotion, yeah.
And, I mean, I think I saw those stats just before the event, and he had, 99% chance of qualifying before today. If he loses this game, he's going to be starting to look over his shoulder. He still needs a win or two, maybe, to kind of lock it down and get into those knockouts. Okay, meanwhile, Wei spending a long time, but playing a very natural move, bringing the black rook across. Now all the rooks are kind of looking at each other, a bit of symmetry there. If all the rooks disappear, I think black will be much happier. But again, it's the position of the kings, it's the position of the bishops. I think white's king is better than the black king, white's bishops are better than the black bishops. And Jovanka mentioned the white knight, maybe on a better circuit than its counterpart as well.
Yeah, this knight looks key in the long run, doesn't it? I mean, it's just a little bit better for white, isn't it? And that's what Magnus wants. He wants a position which is a little bit better.
And I have to say something, about this position. There's a lot of, you can get a lot of pattern recognition from other openings where you see this is very similar. And as David's highlighting, the knight is going to go to c5 square and then put pressure. And suddenly the advantage becomes a slightly more. Maybe it's the bishop pair. And then it will be maybe better rooks. And then it becomes like a small... You're collecting those little tiny advantages, and together they make something big.
Yeah, and now the black knight's dropped back, and here I was going to say maybe there's a few plans for white. One could be maybe going on the attack, bring the white knight forward, attacking this pawn. One could be maybe a long-term positional thing, and this is one thing that Simon, our friend Keith Arkle, would love to do, push his pawns forward in an endgame, just trying to clamp down on squares, trying to gain some space. And again, just looks slightly, not much, but slightly better for white. Yeah. White is definitely the more flexible of the two. It all depends on whether black at some point can push his pawn forward and just eliminate one half of the board, trade everything off. If he can, maybe he'll draw.
Yeah, I think we know what those inside videos on Chess24 we're now looking at in preparation for the World Championships. They were obviously studying this 1h4 move, weren't they? They must have spent at least a week there, probably with quite a lot of alcohol, I'd imagine, if they were going to come and look at that move. But no, I mean, this is just not the move you look at, for something like that. But it's...
If it was the idea of anyone in the Magnus training camp, whose idea do you think is 1h4?
Well, it would have been a drunk Jordan, I don't know, or maybe a Dubov. I don't know, Jordan or Dubov.
Somehow, I suspect... No, you don't think Jan Gustafsson? I can imagine him going, yeah, why not?
It could be as well.
As a joke, maybe.
Yeah.
But Peter Heine would be like, if you play that, I'm never going to be your your coach again, you know, because sort of, I reckon. So.
But Magnus, after playing 1F3 in the previous tournament, he came out for an interview where he told me that, we actually did some lines on this, and I had the preparation going, and it was starting out well. I unfortunately forgot the rest of it, but he had actually prepared seriously for 1F3.
See, David was saying that, but I don't know if I believe that.
So.
I don't know if I believe.
I don't believe that.
Do you believe? Is that true?
I mean, it was obvious in the game, right?
Okay,
because 4 moves later, he was at least equal, maybe even better as white. Imagine after 1F3.
And he's done the same here, yeah. So, mate, I mean, new way of playing. So.
The speed with which he played, he actually told me afterwards, he was like, OK, these 2-3 lines, white is not lost, but much, much worse. Big disadvantage. But it's not easy for the opponents. Wei Yi has never studied 1H4, I can tell you that now. Duda has never studied 1F3 before that one day, I can tell you that. It's just mind games, Chess is very rich. Whole variety of moves you can choose from.
Are you inspired, David?
Nope. I would never touch this one, even with a barge pole. But hey, the black bishop. That's a weird move. The black bishop was on this square, what was it, 4 moves ago? And it actually, the black bishop went from F8 to E7 to D8 to E7 to D8. It's like doing a bit of a yo-yo dance, this black bishop.
I really like your knight jumper idea towards the king side, but mainly with the idea of bringing it towards the centre now. Something like this, we could maybe show it on the analysis board. It just seems like white has better pieces, but this idea David pointed out, it creates a threat against the pawn, and let's just say black defends that threat by moving it or something. The main idea is to centralise the knight, right? When there's some really nice outposts for that knight to come into, which can't be guarded by a black pawn. And it's very simple idea.
Very simple. I mean, I think this one's definitely on Magnus's radar. Also, moving the rook makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure which square, maybe this one, maybe this one. I do notice the undefended knight here. That's why Magnus actually shifts his rook the whole way across. Now there is a bit of a small threat here. If Ding defends his knight, which is undefended. If he just moved his bishop, for example, then white can play bishop takes pawn check, throwing the bishop out the way, gaining a pawn in the process, and now he's unleashed his rook with a discovered attack to capture this black knight. So that's a devastating threat. Ding did defend against it. He pushed his rook forward 1 square, defending this knight, defending its bishop. But I'm just asking myself, what is this bishop doing? Why did he retreat it to the square? Last move, he's blocked it in. Strange stuff from Wei Yi.
But there's so many pieces left on the board. There's so many complications left, and if you're looking at the time, this is not boding well here time-wise for Wei Yi, is it, Sam?
It's not at all. No, I mean the time is bad, and he's under a lot of pressure. I mean he's put all his pieces on that left-hand side of the board, and they're just getting in the way of each other. Magnus has created even a threat with his last move to win material if he just starts swapping things, and they're discombobulated. I haven't got that word in yet, and I'm really happy to get it in. It's my favourite word, discombobulated. I love it. Everyone's got does everyone have a favourite word? I don't know. Do you have a favourite word, Jovanka?
Everyone's going to be on Google right now searching what discombobulate means.
It just sounds nice, doesn't it? Like discombobulated. It's like onomatopoeia. It sounds like what it is. So, I don't know. But any favourite words?
Cellar door.
Cellar door.
Have you ever thought about it? It's actually just a door for a cellar, but it sounds like it's taken out of a Tolkien novel. It's like cellar door.
Sounds like the name of an elf. Or
exactly.
Or it could be like an area, couldn't it? Cellar door. We'll go to the mythical range of cellar door.
Next to Gondor.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it actually. Yeah. It's like hole door, isn't there? Hole door.
Hole door.
Oh yeah. That was from the Game of Thrones, I think. So,
yeah.
David, you got a favourite word?
I would literally never thought of this.
I know, really. On the spot now. Checkmate, probably.
Did study English literature, so.
Yeah, you've got very good...
My favourite expression, which is kind of borrowed from Lord of the Rings, is when you're trying to set up a fortress and you're kind of like, you shall not pass. And it's like the Gandalf approach, you know, and I actually got it from some Scottish friends, and they were like, she played the Gandalf approach, and I was like, well, what's that? You shall not pass. I was like, OK. Very ambitious then.
I'm guessing that the only one who wants us to go into Lord of the Rings analogy right now is Nakamura, and it's not playing. So.
Magnus is Sauron. And it's funny, I mean, Nakamura kind of posted this tweet about how Magnus is Sauron, he's the only one who can stop him, and that was years ago, and for a while it looked like he would never challenge Magnus again, but now he's in the candidates. Maybe we'll see Nakamura against Sauron. Who knows?
It was a bit of a joke, right, you know, because he said that, all those things, but then when the statistics really did not bear any resemblance to Nakamura's claims, it was like a heavy result for Magnus.
He posted that, and then he lost the next several games to Magnus over the board. So,
but if we spin on that, though, I'm curious what you guys are thinking, because I know a lot of viewers back home probably think that Magnus's claims about not playing another World Championship is complete bogus. Is obviously going to. The way he talks about it, it sounds like he's very sincere about the option of not defending his title. Do you think Nakamura is a guy who could instill some excitement and some fun in that matchup?
I think that's one way to guarantee Magnus playing the World Championship if Nakamura wins the candidates.
Because he doesn't want him to be world champion.
He would not step aside for Nakamura.
Okay, no, I think you might be right there, actually. I think it's like he cannot allow Nakamura to be world champion. He's like, that's one guy.
But do you think that Magnus will be willing to kind of step aside for anyone?
I mean, I think it's an option. I don't think he has to play. I don't see why he should.
Yeah, I can imagine that. But then
it's his life. He can make his own decisions, and if he thinks it's best for him, then...
I agree in principle with that, but then the reality is that someone else, by default, is going to become world champion.
Well, I think...
And that might be a difficult pill to swallow.
I don't know what's going to happen when it gets to it. It'd be very interesting. I mean, maybe it's... I also think it's more likely he will play for the World Championships, but it's finishing on the top, isn't it, as well? You know, how long will he play for? He doesn't want to play for another 20 years, does he, and lose the World Championships? So it's really hard. I don't know. It's very strange. You know, I don't know any other world champions who have ever done that. Has there been?
Apart from Fischer, maybe.
Yeah, Fischer. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But what is also strange about it is the fact that he said he doesn't want to quit playing chess. He wants to reach 2,900. He wants to reach for the unattainable, but he just. To put it simply, or to put it in straight terms, he's quite bored with the extreme preparations necessary to play a World Championship match in the current format.
And you can see it in this game, right? You can see that he's having fun.
Yeah.
You know, in this game, when he plays F3, there's not any preparation. He's enjoying himself. But when he plays the World Championships, you have to do months of work on stuff maybe you don't want to work on. So you have to do that again. So, it's maybe they need to change the format then of the World Championship somehow. It's I don't know. David, I mean, you probably know him the best out of all of us, and you know, what are your thoughts on the matter as well?
I hope he'll play. I mean, it's a hard one. He's serious right now about not playing. That's all I know. But we'll see. In a few months, a lot could change, and candidates next month is going to be super exciting. Nakamura would be cool. I think that would be match of the century. Carlsen against Nakamura. Imagine the press.
I think it'd be great for chess as well, having an American, you know, it's very popular chess over there. They've got lots of money in the game. Having an American fight like Fischer for the World Championships would be good for chess, and having that rivalry would be great as well. So I think it would be a good World Championships, definitely. And
as we've seen on the tour before as well, Nakamura can push Carlsen to the limit. It's not a foregone conclusion, even if that does happen. I mean, while there have been a few moves in this game, maybe we can jump in, because Magnus has been thinking for a long time, and I don't feel he's got, maybe it's still good for White, but he hasn't found the winning blow. And it was in this position where White is actually threatening to win material, as Simon pointed out. For example, if Black just plays a quiet move, White can just trade everything off. White can actually give up one of his rooks for 2 pieces here. He can remove Black's bishop from the board and win Black's knight at the end. It's important that White's rook can actually come back and block any attack. We would see, in a situation like this, 2 knights against 1 black rook. And Magnus would have all the chances. 2 knights, 2 pieces are better than 1. But where he spotted that threat, he brought his knight to attack this white bishop. And after this knight was captured, he took back with a pawn. And I think that's for 2 reasons. Black, yes, he's worsened his pawn structure, but at least the black king now has a safe square. He's not going to get checkmated on the back rank. The black king has some breathing space. But also, for example, I thought that this white knight jump was very strong at first. I thought it was almost winning. But the black pawn now can step forward and challenge this white bishop, and it's less clear than it should be. Suddenly, personally, I don't see a way forward for White. Maybe you have to take a step back with your bishop. You're still doing well because you have this really, really monstrous strong knight. But wow,
I was going to say Magnus will play G4, you know, because this is just Magnus, isn't it? He sees his opponent's idea, stops it. You know, it keeps the threats alive.
Yeah, Black wants to push this pawn, so why not push and cover this square? Now this is a monstrous threat now. The white knight jumping in, a winning threat for Magnus if he can achieve it, because if he eliminates this bishop, then he eliminates the defender of this black knight. And the black rook has had to swing across. If the white knight jumps in now, then I think there might be some tricks involved. I think Wei Yi is looking down at this white rook, and for example, after knight takes pawn, he has a nasty pin along this line, and he actually wins material. So it's tactical. It might be an endgame, but it is full of tricks. White's desired move doesn't quite work yet. And maybe Wei Yi's hanging on for now. Still looks good for white, though.
Still looks great for white, but definitely there's some tricks in the air. And this is one thing I noticed with Wei Yi. You know, I had personal experience of playing him. He is tactically sharp.
Yeah. And I heard a lot of the Chinese players, actually, they learnt Chinese chess first. They learnt Chinese chess where it's all about 2-3 move tactics. Pretty much that's how you win the game, 2 or 3 move tactics here and there. It's all about calculation. And then if they learn kind of classical chess, the chess we know after, then they can use those skills. That's why they're so tactically sharp, so young. And I think I heard that about Wei Yi years and years ago. But yeah, he's a tactician for sure. And Magnus had a 6-7 minute time advantage. That's starting to disappear. Maybe he's frustrated he can't find the winning blow. There's also pressure on Magnus. He wants to play h4 and win, right? He doesn't want to play h4 and lose, and for there to be jokes about that for years. Magnus wants to seize the moment. This is probably the best position he could ever hope for from 1h4.
And talking about terrible opening moves, we have a tweet from Elmer Johnson, who says that the worst first move has to be, and he says the sodium attack. Do you guys know what the sodium attack is?
One knight a3, is it?
Knight a3.
Yeah.
I know why it's called the sodium attack.
Yeah.
Because it says in the tweet, it gives the game away because Na is the name of sodium.
Yeah. I think it's not as bad as knight h3 though. But yeah, anyway.
Actually, I'll give you a fun fact that Elmer shared with me as well here earlier. He's saying that Eminem released a song called Discombobulated in 2020. So you're on the hip hop type, white vibe today.
I am, yeah. I didn't even realise actually. It was just pretty bad. So yeah. Well, I have to listen to that song. Used to like myself a little bit of Eminem, so who doesn't?
It's a good warm-up music. Wow, Magnus doing what Magnus loves best. You know, he loves to do. He just pushes that pawn, Harry, one square forward and takes as much space as possible. And this is something we've seen with Magnus. You know, he's kind of got, I liked Carl Portman's expression, helicopter vision. You know, it's all over the board. You know, he's like expanding, taking small advantages here and there. And we were discussing this morning and we were talking about Jurassic Park and our favourite scenes. And he was telling me that his favourite scene in Jurassic Park is when the hunter is hunting the velociraptor, and he's going to shoot it, and another one comes over from the side, and it's like, oh, good girl, and then he gets killed.
I just wanted to add one little thing here prior to taking this move by Wei, and that's the fact that the comeback player of the day, like we had Jordan yesterday, today it has to be Ariantari. He won his third game in a row. He's now up to 15 points. He looked like he was dead out of the water in this tournament. Right now, prior to the other games ending, he's on equal points as the 7th and 8th place.
Wow, that's brilliant. What a day. So he's back in the running. So yeah, great news.
And I think we learnt in previous events earlier this season that normally the magic number is around 21, 22. If you can get that, you've pretty much secured your place in the knockouts, in the quarterfinals. Yeah. And meanwhile, there was a move. White played h4 on move 1, pushing Harry up the board. It took him 21 more moves to push his h-pawn up again. And Wei Yi said, you're going no further. That black pawn has blocked the advance of Harry. And yeah, status quo still maintained. It looks so good for White. White has the better pawn structure. Black has those doubled f-pawns, remember. White has all the pressure. White's rook's looking up the board. White's knight's ready to jump in. But for now, it's holding together. I don't see anything direct. And I think that's frustrating for Magnus. Wei Yi, the last few moves, I think he's defended really, really well.
Yeah, and, there's no obvious way, and he's relying on these little tactics to stop that big knight coming in. I mean, I guess if there's nothing immediate, White should think about manoeuvring his worst pieces to better squares. I mean, this is just a standard way to think about a middle game position. Often, you know, players think, OK, I don't know what to do in the middle game. This is the middle game, even though the queens are off. Look at your pieces which are good. You don't need to move them. Look at your pieces which are bad. So I'd be looking at the white knight by the king. Maybe we could just highlight that, David. And I'd just be thinking, OK, it might look like an OK piece, but it's not doing a great deal. Maybe I could even bring it back and try to target some weak squares in the long run. So this would just be I say lazy way to play. I was even thinking going to E1.
Yeah, me too.
And bringing it around to the big weakness we've talked about before. Maybe just something like this is a sensible way to look. OK, you have to watch out for some tactics, but it defends the rook as well. So,
exactly.
Yeah, so
it's like a multi-purpose move.
Yeah.
You're getting my vote already, Simon.
Looks very logical, doesn't it? Just to defend the rook, so maybe your other knight can jump in, but just improve it. And he's gone for David's move, of course.
Sorry, guys. I mean, the reason I was more attracted to this one first is because I thought it was maybe more urgent to protect this bishop. There's a few lines with where this bishop is a bit loose, and I just... You know me, Jovanka, I know you've mentioned this before. When I'm low on time, low on the clock, I just want to defend every piece. So actually, this one wasn't really on my radar. I liked it as soon as you said it, but Magnus choosing the other route. At least now he defends his other knight, he defends his bishop, just in case, for example, there was a knight check, black giving up a knight, jumping into the middle of the board. For example, white recaptures. Suddenly, this bishop, it looks like black can take it, but it is defended by white's knight. So after a trade of rooks, white can win this piece back. White wins material. So Magnus just, with this knight move, keeping everything protected. Just good, rapid chess strategy, I think. And the onus is on Wei Yi again. I think Magnus is just saying, OK, here's the move. I'm throwing it back to you. You've got 2 minutes. What are you going to do?
It's very hard for black to move, right? And again, like, black's got all his pieces huddled over there, but what can black do? I mean, how does he break out of that? How does he do anything here? And I can't really see...
Maybe he doesn't. He takes a leaf out of the book of The Art of Doing Nothing and simply
our favourite
waits.
book. Yeah,
The problem is for Wei Yi, he can't... OK,
he's done something.
Jumps in with his knight into the centre, but I was going to say, he couldn't just wait and sit and do nothing, because every move he had to calculate white's knight jumping in. Now we see a trade of rooks. And he did decide to do something. He's happy now if the light squared bishops come off. He's just trying to kind of free up his position with the exchanges. And this wouldn't have been possible, actually, if Magnus had used the square for the white knight that you wanted, Simon.
Yeah.
White's knight now in the middle of the board blocks the white rook. And there we go, Magnus trading off a set of knights. The knights are definitely going to leave the board now because white's rook is also attacking the black bishop at the top. So black's bishop needs to move or be defended.
This is one case where the white knight is going to be stronger than the black bishop, because, again, throughout the whole game, that white knight has this beautiful square. You know, once the pair of knights get exchanged, you'll have a position knight versus bishop. And, you know, sometimes the knight can be better than the bishop. And in this case, it's that white knight on the left-hand side of the board. It can jump into the game and target black's pawn. So it's a Magnus position still, isn't it? I mean, he's going to really be enjoying this.
Yeah, maybe there was something better, more direct, but Magnus has steered the game into a situation where he knows there's almost zero risk at this point for white, and he still has weaknesses to nibble at in black's camp. That black a6 pawn, I'm looking at it, it's very weak. White's rook is going to come up to the 6th rank maybe and target it. Black has double pawns, weaknesses on both sides of the board, and yeah, knights are super tricky in these types of positions.
And you can just see Wei Yi is not happy, and also he's coming to just under a minute on the clock. And he's moved his bishop. And I have to say, I think Magnus has played a really flawless game. It's been incredibly instructive.
Very controlled.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like David said, maybe there was something stronger, but he's controlled it, right? And he's done everything his way so far. So he's got the position he wants. He's pushing a little bit.
So smooth.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, totally
so
agree.
easy. And you have to bear in mind that Wei Yi is an incredibly strong player.
Yeah.
And to do this to him
H4.
without too much effort.
It's the way to play. The future of chess.
Such a bad influence for the young generation.
I know, this is the thing. You know, you're going to have to show this game. There's going to be, like, you know, loads of YouTube videos coming by, all the people saying, Magnus wins of H4. All these kids are going to tune into the channel. Oh, my words, H4. This is my secret opening. And they're all going to start playing it, and it's going to be a disaster.
Good for us, Simon. We'll be able to rack up the points against these guys who play one.
I don't think that they will be doing it. I think most people will go, very good, Magnus, very good. But we'll leave that kind of stuff to you.
And now, let's do a comparison of all the pieces. It's level material actually on the board, but the reason white is winning, and you see the evaluation bar so far in white's favour, is because white's rook is better than the black rook. Black's rook is stuck, just doing a defensive job. White's knight has more potential than the black bishop. White's knight, any moment we can jump in. We've highlighted a few squares the white knight will use. At the moment, it's sitting nice and pretty, staying flexible. But also compare the kings. Magnus's last move, the white king is getting ready to enter the center. It's going to go towards the middle of the board where black has doubled pawns. The black king, meanwhile, stuck a bit offside, not really able to participate. So all of those small things, they do add up. Also, the clock, that's another, maybe the fourth advantage for white. Having extra 3 minutes in a position like this when you are the one pressing, your opponent is defending. Defending a position like this is torture.
Grim.
When you have no time.
Especially against the world champion. And I understand black's last move. You want to exchange pawns off, try to swap down. At least with that last move, he's maybe going to push his pawn and try to do that.
Yeah. Do you want to know the path of this bishop, Simon? It started on the f8 square. It went to e7. It went to d8. Then next, it went back to e7. Then it went back to d8. Then again, it went back to e7 and back to d8. This is the third time this bishop has sat on this square. And meanwhile, yes, he's supporting this pawn push using his bishop, but the white king has indeed centralized itself. This pawn is now a big target. It's up for grabs.
I mean, is it now time for Wei Yi just to break out, push the pawn?
Must be time
because otherwise he's simply going to get suffocated.
He's done it. He's got to do this, hasn't he? He's you know try to swap off and.
It's good strategy actually. Yeah, abandon pawns. Pawns are less important in endgames than activity, and he needed to free up his rook, free up his bishop. So, for example, if the white king takes this pawn now, then after a trade of pawns, at least this black rook is going to get in the game. For example, it can drop down, start attacking some of white's pawns. It's not one-way traffic anymore. So still very, very good for white. It should be a position where he can maybe press for a win, but ding, I like his last couple of moves at least. The white knight jumps in now, and I think we'll see a trade of pawns. Black's rook needs to break free, like the Queen song.
I was thinking that too.
Can you sing it?
I want to break free. There you go.
Nice one, Jovanka.
And then you go.
I
want to break free.
I'm trying to think of the drums.
But then it goes, you're so self-certain. Okay, anyway.
No, it's good. Keep going. Yeah. David, how's it go next? No, we've got
to butcher a classic.
No.
17 seconds. Anyway, we've got to head back because it didn't have so much time. And, well, the rook is out. It is out. It's broken free. And, well, you know, it's threatening some pawns. And this should bring Wei Yi a little bit of joy.
Yeah. And the clock situation is maybe less important now because Wei Yi's few moves, they are pretty much forced. Some of them, he has to go active with his rook. He has to attack pawns. If you take a time out with black, then white's just going to kind of swarm all over you and take all of your pawns. So this move, very, very important. The rook has broken free on the second rank. That's where a lot of targets will lie. Magnus, is he going to jump back with his knight, maybe protect that white pawn on the f2 square? Is he going to push that attacked pawn forward one square? Okay, Magnus, he's the one actually, he needs to be accurate because if Wei Yi gets the opportunity to maybe trade the black bishop for the white knight, good drawing chances. Very good drawing chances here.
I like what black's done. Yeah. I mean,
he has to do this.
It's a really tough position, and you never, if you got to, well, I say never, but you shouldn't try to defend passively. This is maybe the biggest typical mistake that lower-rated players play, defending passively.
Clever move there from Wei Yi. This is not defending passively. He set up a big threat, and actually we have to show this because now Magnus has to be careful. There's a trap in the position. If Magnus is careless after this rook move, then he will lose the protection of his knight. It looks like the knight is nicely defended with his king, but okay, he finds a safe move. If Magnus had been greedy here and gone after some pawns, then black would actually throw his own pawn forward, distracting away the white king. The white king has to move away from its knight, and the white knight drops. Suddenly, black would be the one playing for the win. So Magnus forced to defend passively. We said that, Simon. It's not what he wants to do, but it's what he has to do. He drops his rook the whole way back to hold on to his knight. And yes, this pawn is still under fire from white's king, but suddenly white's rook and knight on defensive squares. Wei Yi doing a great job.
Yeah, and he's doing it with not that much time on the clock. He made that move with just 6 seconds to spare.
Yeah.
It's not an easy task at all.
Yeah.
But what do you think about this move, though? It's slightly...
Well, I don't know what he's going to do next. That's the problem. I'm not sure what his next move is. This move on its own may be OK, but what does he do next?
Yeah. I like Magnus's last move. White has to be slightly careful. He doesn't kind of self-checkmate. The white king has no escape squares, really. But yeah, as you mentioned, Simon, the black bishop was stuck, so it had to retreat.
Can you now take the pawn? Okay, this way, and then take the pawn with the knight. Next move would be very shortly. Okay,
You
so
have to calculate very well, though.
You have tricks here, right? Because Wei Yi could actually move the rook to the c2 square and threaten checkmate.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, that'd be too tempting not to play, wouldn't it? I mean,
especially in blitz chess, if black could pick up his rook and put it on the c4 square, that is checkmate immediately. But unfortunately, if the black rook moves, then the white knight is free. And okay, maybe he's setting that up next move, Jovanka. Black first defends pawns with his own king. Well, this one is getting...
It's getting a little bit,
you know, possible suddenly.
Yeah.
Okay, Magnus one pawn up, but Wei Yi can threaten checkmate.
Oh, he's not. He's going...
Oh.
Where's that king going? Does he just want to free up the black f-pawn to come down and check? Wow, there's a trap. There's a huge trap.
He loves his traps, doesn't he?
He's setting all the traps for Magnus. Magnus now, if he gets greedy, I was going to say he can win a second pawn. But suddenly, the black pawn is going to come down, and this is checkmate, white's king.
And we know what that pawn checkmate is called.
Look at this stockfish evaluation.
David and Goliath.
Wow, there's only one move for Magnus, otherwise Magnus is actually going to lose. Guys, there's only one move for Magnus, otherwise he's lost.
Okay.
He has to push his pawn forward with a check.
Right.
I think that's very seeable, very findable, this move, because there is a pin along this line, but it's just about ruling out the other moves. You can't move your knight. We saw that this pawn will come down with a checkmate. And, yeah, okay, he finds it, Magnus. Oof, he has the advantage now. The black king, however, is getting active, is taking some pawns. So it's becoming a pawn race. Is Magnus going to be able to push his pawns? Are those pawns going to be sufficiently fast? That is the question. Black now has some counterplay. And pawn takes pawn. I like this move. Now, the white knight is super safe. No more checks. And this black bishop is running out of squares. Looking good for Carlsen again.
Running out of time as well.
Yeah. And I'm guessing that the white rook now can start to activate itself. But Wei Yi, you know, he's still a tricky customer because the bishop can switch diagonals and maybe start attacking the weak e3 pawn.
Yeah. I mean, he set up 2 checkmating traps. He's set up traps to win the white knight. I mean, Magnus, we've seen a few one-move blunders from him in previous games. And wow, another one-move checkmate threat on the board where he wants to bring his rook back to the c4 square on the 4th rank. White's king covers any potential checks.
It'd be horrendous facing Wei Yi when you've got no time at all, because he keeps setting up these horrible little moves.
But he's playing creative defense there, though.
He is.
Great defense from Wei Yi. I mean, to get this far, I mean, we thought it was a tremendously difficult position, but to get this far has almost been miraculous, but
probably not.
5 seconds, 5 seconds. Make a move, Wei Yi. You don't have too much time.
In doubt, take a pawn with the black king. Okay, he attacks this white pawn with the black bishop now, black rook. But Magnus...
He's going to probably block it with a knight.
Yeah, I think he can block the black bishop with a knight. Now Magnus can bully Wei Yi with trades. If the knight and bishop come off the board, white is completely winning. So, okay, maybe... Is Magnus going to move his knight? What else could he be looking at?
Maybe... Yep,
okay.
It's on the board.
Yeah. Taking this knight now would probably just lose for black. White has this b-pawn. That's why black had to go and keep an eye on it. It's not that easy to push it yet. Maybe the white king at some point will just walk over and guide it up the board. Actually, that looks like a good move. Just bring the king over.
Yeah.
Support that pawn.
I love it. And teamwork makes the dream work. Utilize every single piece you have. And what? Oh, no. This was my first instinct, but then I changed my mind. I wasn't sure about this.
Okay, so he's taken a pawn. Magnus temporarily was 3 pawns up, but he's lost his most valuable pawn. That white b-pawn was surely destined to promote. Magnus has given it away, and he's tried to calculate this one. He's aiming for a rook and a pawn endgame, but I don't like this practical decision for Magnus. It's now purely a pawn race, and is white quick enough? Black is going to create a pass pawn of his own. Black's h-pawn.
He has a trick up his sleeve, right? He's going to give a check. I mean, can black take the pawn?
Big question. Can black take the h-pawn?
Yeah.
White's h-pawn that he pushed on move 1, is it about to fall off the board? He takes it. He had to calculate there, but I think this is what Magnus had maybe misjudged. He thought maybe the white rook could slide back 2 squares, give a check, and slide across. We have to show this on the board right now. And actually, Magnus still has chances to win. The computer thinks that Magnus should bring his rook across, cut off this black king, cut off its kind of attempts to re-centralize itself. But maybe what Magnus has misjudged is that the white rook cannot come back and stop this now, because after a trade of rooks, I think black is just in time to push his pawn. Oof, it's pawn race. Even I'm not sure here.
It's been a long day, David. I can't calculate these ones at the moment.
White is making a queen, black is making a queen, who knows? But, OK, I think Magnus, going away from that option, he is banking all on this pawn now.
Isn't this just a draw?
It looks like a draw. Black is in time now.
Yeah.
Black is just going to push this pawn and try and self-stalemate. For example... Oh, I'm not so... OK, the evaluation bar has gone up.
Know.
Black maybe is one move too slow, because after this move, Simon, white's rook can slide back, attacking this pawn, and if the pawn moves, this, again, building a bridge, we call it, blocking the black rook, stopping it from sacrificing itself for this pawn, and then this pawn just promotes.
It's not just a draw, is it? No.
But maybe you can actually check
Look at the time,
the
guys.
king.
Look at the time.
Yep.
Yeah, look at the clock.
Oh.
Is he lost on time?
2 seconds left.
2 seconds. Let's go back to the players, because it's just so dramatic. We will explain this endgame a bit later when we get the result. But maybe Magnus is just in time now.
Yeah, I mean, here's his king. King can go in front of the rook now. If it gets checked again, it doesn't go in front of the pawn, it goes in front of the rook. I hope I got this right, otherwise... Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
And this is just
White
winning.
is making a new queen, and I think he's just in time to win this one.
Yeah.
Valuation bar changes.
Well,
again.
it's not... I mean, you still...
It's a race. OK, can White just block this with his rook?
But then the king gets out of his cage.
Ideally, we need 2-3 minutes to just sit there, calculate. Oh, it's a pawn race. White promotes, black gives up his rook for the pawn, and then, oh, is white in time to stop the black pawn? But neither... I mean, we don't have the time, neither do the players.
We don't have time to show it, maybe, but it is just calculation. And I mean, these are great training exercises. Positions like this, if you want to improve your calculation, don't necessarily have to look at positions with lots of pieces on the board. Look at positions like this, where you've got to work out, can you block with the rook? And what happens then if the black rook gives itself up for the pawn? Because there's only one train of variation, and you have to visualise that one variation as far ahead as possible. In more complex middle games, you have to visualise many different variations. So I find these very good for improving
I think he's in time, actually.
As an example, just to show White can win the black rook at any moment for the queen, but it's all about whether White can get back and stop this pawn, or whether it will cost White his rook. So it's just a race. Magnus needs to calculate, is he quick enough to bring back the white king in situations like this? He's only got 1 minute, Magnus Carlsen, but does he, for example, now block with the white rook? Does he run away with his king? So many options. That's the problem. So many options, only 1 minute.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's so complicated as well, because the white rook is always going to be a very nuisance piece, because it's going to check the black king, force it back into the corner.
In situations like this one, just to show why I think this is a draw. For example, yes, you can check, but at the right moment, OK, it's just a race, basically. I think black should go the other way. I'm trying to show your idea, Jovanka, but, for example, if you check at the right time, the black king can actually hide in the corner and try and stalemate itself quite often. So we have this position. We're headed towards this position.
I think it's a technical draw, that position you're showing, David. I think that's most likely.
White is too slow.
But, you know, it's again, down to half a tempo.
White needs to promote, but he needs his rook on this square to cut off the black king from going towards the centre. You need to keep the black king in front of its own pawn if you want to win this game. I have a feeling it's winning, but it's so hard to find. And, OK, Magnus repeats the position. This is the second time we've seen this position on the board. If he moves his rook across and if black does the same, then this would end up in a draw. So he, OK, plays for the win. How is Magnus going to win this one? How is he going to promote? He has to bring his king back now the way it came from. He's got to be really careful. The position's repeating itself. This is the second time we've seen this position as well. The king going back this way. Is Magnus maybe going to try and snake his king? I'm trying to say back, but I don't know how this helps. I do not know how this helps. OK, let's see. Magnus, this is the most complicated endgame I've seen in a long time on the Champions Chess Tour. And, OK, the black rook goes away. I'm struggling.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, the computer assessment. It doesn't... It's not easy to evaluate if this is a win and draw, even with that assessment, because you can't see.
To tweet us.
You can't see. Yeah, I mean, you can get this on table base, which is a thing that you can use, which will tell you exactly what the computer says, because computers, better ones than the one we're using here.
And now Magnus under 20 seconds. Now they're going down to 10 seconds. And yeah, I actually think it's just a draw. He has to perhaps go into this rook versus pawn endgame.
Yeah. And maybe
a second.
I'm surprised they haven't done free fold by now, this position, actually.
I think the black rook previously wasn't on the first rank. Magnus has found a way to repeat, but he's just trying to gain time on the clock to calculate.
Yeah, I think
he's not finding the winning plan.
He's got a queen now, but I think this is a draw.
This one is a draw. Black's king is no longer cut off.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the win, to be honest. I think we need some endgame specialists.
What defence there. I mean, from Wei Yi, we were saying how great Magnus is playing, but Wei Yi, just to give himself chances, has done a phenomenal job of getting in defensive position.
But have we started to see within the past year, perhaps, a Magnus sometimes getting too pragmatic in the ending?
I mean, I think his endings are still, I mean, the best there's ever been. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't win this one. I mean, what do you think, David? I mean, is too pragmatic, or?
Yeah, I think just struggling to calculate as deeply as he maybe is used to. And now here we go. The black pawn is just too close to its promotion square. White's king is cut off as well. White's king is going to try and come back, but the black king is going to shoulder it off. And by shouldering, we mean the black king will kind of block the white king from going towards this black pawn. And yeah, this one is a dead draw now. The black pawn just pushes forward. Yeah, if this position with white to play, white would be winning, but nope, the black king is just in time, and here we go. We're about to see a draw.
Yeah,
king versus king. No way to win this game. Magnus shaking his head, and there we go, draw.
Yeah. Well done, Wei Yi.
Yeah, well done to Wei Yi.
So a great finish here by Yi, and is that pretty much all there is to it here, David? Was this just a matter of Wei putting up a magnificent defense?
Yes, Magnus did all the right things, dominated the whole game, but right when it mattered at the very end, Wei Yi, he just found the way to draw. And I did take a peek at the computer. I do think that there's a winning path, but it's so difficult for a human. And it was in a position like this one, where actually Magnus, he could have snaked his king back in a different way. He could have gained time against this black rook. And when the black rook stepped back, now he could threaten checkmate. This is so difficult for a human to find. And just this checkmate threat alone helps white to win. Now you can build the bridge with your rook, and you will make a new queen. It was winning, but with such a difficult, inhuman solution. Credit to the players. Really hard-fought draw.
Simon, it was a crazy opening. We were talking about your hairy pawn moving to begin with here. Do you feel like Magnus still got a great position out of that direct opening, or was there something else leading up to his good position?
Yeah, I think it worked as well as he could ever dream in a million dreams there. I mean, you push the H-pawn, you should be worse as white. And there's not many moves you play on move one to be worse, but that should be one of them. But in actual fact, after a series of short moves, he had a very comfortable position, and a position he really enjoyed playing. So maybe it will catch on now, this H4 move. Maybe, I doubt it, but who knows? Yeah.
Well, we have Magnus with us right now. Magnus, thank you for taking the time. Firstly, it's a bit of a change to the line of questioning I was gonna give you after this game, because the finish wasn't exactly what we expected there. But how would you summarize that ending?
Yeah, it was a bit surprising indeed. I think he defended very well to a certain point, and I think he had very clear drawing chances, and then it seemed like I was about to wrap it up, and he had this last trick, which was very nice. I hadn't calculated that properly, and then couldn't see a win anymore. Apparently there is a win, but I couldn't find it. But yeah, clearly it was bit of a disappointing way to end the day.
We've been having a bit of discussion here in the studio whether, as Simon here dubbed it, the Dirty Harry opening that you pulled today, the pawn to h4, is that something you've actually planned the line for? Is it something that happens in the spur of the moment?
No, I think if you're going to play a weird first move, it's no less important to be well prepared. So I kind of knew which lines it's possible to go for, where it's a bit less of a liability than in others. But I mean, obviously it's not a great move, but it seemed to work very well. I think he tried to play it a bit to a little bit too superficially, maybe, and he quickly ended up in a pretty unpleasant ending.
Does that mean that we can soon expect a G4 opening, just so you can go through the entire repertoire?
Well, G4 is a lot worse than H4. I think G4 is pretty bad, and then F3 is the second worst move, and the others are not so bad.
How does a draw at the end like this, when you were in a winning position, kind of change your outlook towards tomorrow? Does it change anything, or are you still with good spirits after a good day today?
No, not too much. I felt like my play was a lot better today than it was yesterday and the day before. So still, looking up.
And Magnus, as you said, it's looking good now to qualify for the knockouts. And can we expect to see similar opening experiments when you get there?
We'll see.
Well, it seems like you're catching on to the Danish lifestyle right now, Magnus. We were seeing you in a different location that we're used to, so let's hope you carry momentum tomorrow. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
And that was Magnus, who's happy with the day and how it's worked out. Someone else who has every reason to be happy with the day is also Anish Giri, who's now on top of the leaderboard. Anish, first of all, congratulations on what has been a great day.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to find myself in this position.
We were following your game to begin with today, and is it good to get that Dutch matchup out of the way where you're actually beating Jordan in this format?
Yeah, for sure. He's been a difficult opponent for me. Everybody's a difficult opponent, but him as well. He has certain qualities, but I think today was not his day. I think he played badly overall. And then, if you give me a rook, I'll pick it up still. So that's a good thing.
We were actually talking here in the studio about your end game in that game and how it was extremely impressive. I mean, did you feel that rhythm coming into the day and almost feel like it's going to be a good 4 set of games? Or
sure. I decided for this tournament to try a different mindset than the one before, because the last time I kind of felt it's going to be bad, and it was bad. So for this one, I forced myself to believe that everything's going to be great, while nothing particularly changed. But yeah, I came in today thinking everything's going to be great, and it turned out well. So I'm lucky. Sometimes I think it doesn't matter. From my vast experience of playing, whatever your mindset, there are books about it, but all this stuff is nonsense. At the end of the day, a few good players come into the tournament, and then the lucky ones prevail.
And Anish, you mentioned the psychological stuff there, and we know that you're at the Chessable headquarters just before this tournament. It's the Chessable Masters. How do you feel your shape is? Is it written in the stars that you're going to win this event?
Wow, hopefully. But it's early to speak of winning. I think it's certain to speak of qualification, which is good. I messed up a few last days, and I think now I secured myself to make sure that the last day is irrelevant. So that's very good. After you get to the knockouts, you start from square one. So the lead or whatever good score doesn't matter. So in that sense, it's early. But I had a very good time at the Chessable office. It was a lot of fun. Did some good things and refreshed. After that, also I was working hard on my shape because I saw that things really can improve compared to my previous events. So I'm happy to see what I see so far. But again, I hope the wind keeps blowing my back. And tomorrow, let's play some chess. But importantly, let's try to get some good good knockouts. In fact.
Well, that just leads me to the final question here, Anish, because you're talking about tomorrow as slightly irrelevant, but the placements, it does matter not only for the cash prices and such, but also for the situation when you go into the quarterfinals? Who are you going to play? Who's going to get the final choice of white and black, stuff like that? Does that matter to you?
Yeah, I think not only that. I think I tend to see that people, they carry the good form over. So very often when you have some irrelevant so-called game, which was very good, chess-wise, it gives you certain confidence. It gives you a very good feeling. Likewise, the way around. So I think it is certainly important, of course. But since you guys are all about scores, about stats, aim chess, and all that, since that's what you all guys about, I'm trying to play along. But of course, for me, every game counts. Even when I play online bullet game and nobody's watching, I still really want to do well. It gives me a good feeling, and it's very important carrying it forward.
Oh, I know the feeling about the bullet, Anish. And I don't know if you had time to look over, but Magnus today, he's entertained us with 1d3 and 1h4 in his last game there. Has that inspired you maybe to try some new interesting openings?
No, but hopefully it will inspire him to keep trying that. Because I think there's a little handicap is what we all need against Magnus. But I saw the game now. I mean, very quickly he got a huge advantage. Like by move 20, he is half winning. That was a tremendous achievement. But h4, as I said, not so bad. You know, the first time he did it was against Rajabov in Blitz with 1a4. People were shocked, like, wow. It was sort of a taboo back then. But you know, given how much theory has evolved and how many chessable courses are out there, the objective, at the end of the day, objectively, it's all anyway more or less equal. And chess turns out to be a game of skill, a game of luck, and a game of psychology as well. So why not? H4 is good. I like it more. F3 was too much, but H4 is very fine. H4 is fine. You know, in fact, when I played, when I saw this Harry attack chessable thing, chessable ship or whatever it is. I don't know if you guys know, but there was this Blitz event just before his tournament. On Lichess chessable ship of Harry attack. I thought this was going to be Harry attack, but turned out it's against the Grünfeld. So that was a relief.
Well, we were talking to Magnus earlier, asking him whether G4 is going to be the next one. He said it's not too likely was the answer. But thank you so much for taking the time, Anish.
I'm going to prepare tomorrow. I play black against him. G4 is on the top of my list, guys.
Sounds good. We look forward to it.
Yeah.
Og det betyr det at, sorry about that, that means that Giri, he is happy about today, obviously leading here, and very much ready for tomorrow. There is someone else who's had a marvelous comeback today, and he's also with us at the end here. Arjan Tari, firstly, congratulations on what has been an amazing day so far.
Thank you, Sverre. Yeah, today was, I couldn't be more happy about my play, and everything just worked out.
But is it one of those situations where you're struggling so hard to kind of get a rhythm in these kind of tournaments, and when the floodgates open, suddenly you're able to play your own game?
Yeah, like this tournament, I've been missing so many chances the 2 first days. A lot of winning positions which I messed up, and those games I lost, I could have saved them. So yeah, it felt like a lot of missed chances. But today I took all my chances, so it feels so much better.
You're now in a position where you're right up there when you're talking about the top 8, and how are you looking at your possibilities of actually qualifying now into the playoffs?
I'll just try to focus on playing well tomorrow, and I mean, obviously, if I can take as many points as today, I think I have good chances. But every game is very difficult here. Like the last game against Sam, I was a bit lucky. He just blundered a piece. So you need some luck here and there as well. But after today, my chances are definitely looking better.
But do you create your own luck, Arjan? That's my question. I mean, by playing
like
well.
99% you do, yeah, for sure.
We look forward to following tomorrow. Best of luck. I hope you can continue the streak. And from what I heard from David earlier today, the limit has usually been 21, 22 points is usually where you're safe. 21 points, that's just 2 more wins for you.
Okay, that's it's possible then. I'll do my best.
Best of luck to you.
Thanks.
We've also had a competition going, Jovanka.
Yeah, we have. And we have to thank everyone, actually, for submitting some very funny, very cool answers. And we were asking the question, what is your chess level? And yeah, you know, people were very honest and told us their thoughts and their strengths. And the winner of the Chessable prize, which is Gawain Jones' lifetime repertoire on the King's Indian, that has to go to the dancer in the rain, who says, my chess level is about the same as my cooking level. Sometimes I impress everybody, and sometimes I barely dare to look. That was a fantastic answer. Congratulations.
I think this applies to my cooking level as well. I just believe it's I never dare to look.
Yeah, I can tell you, I'm a really good cook when I'm cooking for myself and my husband, but when I'm cooking for other people, it's like, oh my goodness me. I don't know what the hell I've created.
Let's take a look at the results from this last round of games that were played here. We had, obviously, Magnus playing a draw against Wei Yi, which we were following. Anders Giri, he won against Vidit, whereas Tadi, as we were talking about, won against Shankland. Then a tie from Grandelius and Mishra. Prag wins his game. Mamedyarov, he's also had a really good day today because he was on the outside looking in. You guys said that he was going to be a guy to move up. He has been moving up. It continues to be a poor day for Erik Hansen, but Gawain Jones, he is starting to string some results together. And then Ding and Anton also playing a draw, which leads us to the following table prior to the last 3 games that are going to be played. Anders Giri, he's in top, 1 point ahead of Magnus Carlsen. But let's look at the more interesting area here, because we see Mamedyarov with 19 points, or even Anton with 18. Only 3 points ahead of both the 8th placed Hare Krishna and 9th placed Aryan Tari. It's really tight, 14, 13, 12, but right now I'm guessing that maybe Shanklin is the last guy that looks like he has a fair shot. What are you guys saying?
Yep, I would be inclined to agree. It's all about that 8th spot. The players from 5th down to 7th, they should be safe if they get 1 win or a couple of draws. But yeah, that magical 8th spot, there's going to be a huge pile-up fighting for that magical place. And even down, as you mentioned, down to Sam Shanklin, even maybe Erik Hansen, if they get a couple of wins, they will have a chance.
One thing's for sure, it's going to be an absolutely great day of chess tomorrow. It's going to be really exciting when we determine who are going to be the top 8 that are going to go to the quarterfinals. Tomorrow we're going to start out here with Magnus playing against Ding Liden. Then we have Hansen, Anton, we have Mamedyarov, Gawain Jones, Van Forest against Hare Krishna. We also have Mishra playing against Pragnananda, Shanklin Grandelius, Vidit against Tari, and Vai against Giri. It's shaping up to be some really good games to begin with. I'm saying that one of the actual main games here that we're going to be playing tomorrow is that Vidit against Tari to go into 8th place. And we weren't maybe expecting Tari to be in that discussion prior to today.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, it's always so exciting to see who's going to qualify, to the next stage of it. And, well, Tari is going to be really confident now, which makes a massive difference. If you get the flow going, you can defeat anyone. So, yeah, all to play for tomorrow.
Well, it's a lot of things to look forward to tomorrow. We're very much looking forward to it as well. Tomorrow, Kaja is going to be back in this seat, guiding you safely through, and I promise you it's going to be a lot of excitement. So stay tuned. Tomorrow, we're back for the last and final day of the group standing here from Chessable Masters.